What is going on, everyone, and welcome to the top 10 Reddit stories of 2024. I've gone through all the stories I've read this year and selected my 10 favorite. With the help of you guys as well, I created a community post asking you guys for your favorite Reddit stories that I've read this year. And thank you so much to all of you that got involved. It's very much appreciated. And combining your answers with my personal thoughts, these are the top 10 Reddit stories of 2024. Trust me, you're going to want to stick around for number one. It's just insane. So, without further ado, drop a like on this one, subscribe if you're new to the channel. This is number 10.
Would I be the jerk for telling my son to not wear his favorite jacket anymore because it looks gay? I'm a single dad to my son, Oliver, who is 10. He's with me most of the time and sees his mum every other weekend. He's an awesome kid. Creative, full of energy, and he's got his own sense of style that's pretty unique. He loves bright colours, nail polish, and clothes that some people might think are more girly. If I'm honest, I think Oliver might be gay, and I'm totally cool with that. I've always made it clear that whoever he turns out to be, I'll support him 100%. Because of how he dresses and acts, Oliver's had a really tough time with other kids. He got bullied so badly at his old school that I ended up pulling him out and homeschooling him. The school wasn't helpful at all, and it was heartbreaking to see him go through that. He's struggled to make friends, and it kills me to see him feel so alone. Now, he's starting back at school in September, and he's really excited about it. But recently, we were at a cousin's birthday party, and Oliver wore his favourite jacket, which is a bright pink, sparkly one that he loves. Some of the other kids started picking on him, saying that he looked gay. I stepped in and I got the kids to apologise, but it ruined the day for Oliver. I'm worried about how things will go when he's back at school. I've been thinking about whether I should talk to Oliver about maybe toning it down a bit, especially when he's around new people. Not because I want him to change who he is, but because I hate seeing him get hurt and feel like an outcast. I don't want him to feel like he has to hide who he is, but I also don't want him to be picked on or excluded because of it. But then I feel like a complete jerk for even thinking about this. I don't want him to think that I'm ashamed of him or that he has to conform to be accepted. I want him to feel free to be himself, but I'm also scared of him being hurt by others who don't get it. So, would I be the jerk if I talked to Oliver about maybe being a bit more low-key with his style? Wow. Tough one indeed. Before we get into the update for this one, and I want to hear your thoughts as well, guys. Get in the comments down below. Whether you're a parent or not, what would you do if this was your child in this situation? Let's first of all jump into some comments. Somebody says, "Don't do it. Kids will still bully him, and all he will remember is that you deterred him from expressing himself. Trust me, the same thing occurred in our house. I was trying to keep him from being bullied, but my child felt as though I didn't accept him and that he needed to pretend he was something he wasn't. This caused lots of later life therapy. If he's gay, if he's straight, let him be himself and tell him as long as he likes his clothes, that's all that matters. Sincerely, the mum of an amazing queer kid." The original poster replied to this saying, "Look, I get that, but at the same time, it is so heartbreaking seeing the same thing happen to him over and over and over again." That same commenter replied, "Jesus, where do you live? Most kids don't care about this kind of thing these days." OP says, "I live in the West Midlands of England. I honestly don't think your point about most kids not caring is at all accurate. I see it every day." The commenter replied, "Okay, do not dull his shine because other people don't understand him though. I understand it may be coming from a place of protection, but it needs to be addressed with the potential aggressors, not with forcing your son to change who he is." But OP says, "When you can't do anything more with potential aggressors, what do I do then? I have done and I will continue to do everything I can, but sadly I can't literally watch his back 24/7, even though I would if I could. Anytime he has a comment made to him, it breaks his little heart, and it is so devastating seeing him go through that again and again." Wow, very, very tough spot, as I said, for OP here, just what to do with his son. I'm from England and I also agree with him. Now, obviously, I don't have a child in the education system at the moment, and I have not been in it for quite a number of years now, especially not at Oliver's age. I'm 26, he is 10. But what I will say from my personal experiences, yeah, I do feel like this sort of stuff definitely is still around, very sadly. Okay, let's get into the first update for this one, which was posted almost a month later. OP says, "Hey guys, it's been about 26 days since my original post, and I thought I'd give an update now that Oliver has had his first week back at school. I can happily say that so far, things are going much better than I'd hoped. Over the summer, Oliver and I had a really important heart-to-heart. I sat him down and told him just how incredibly proud I am of the person he is becoming. I made sure he knew that there is absolutely nothing he could ever do that would change the way I see him or make me love him any less. Honestly, it was a bit emotional, and I even got a bit choked up. I told him that if wearing his favourite jacket, the one that's caused some hurt before, made him happy, I'd stand behind him 100%. But I also wanted to make sure he was prepared. I explained that while I'll always be there for him, I can't always be around to protect him, and he might have to stand up for himself if kids make fun of him. I made it clear that this doesn't mean he should change anything about who he is, but that he needs to be ready to handle it if anyone says anything cruel. Oliver understood, and we spent the summer coming up with some playful comebacks together. He really wanted to take the jacket with him to school. So we made it a bit of a project, imagining the kind of things kids might say and crafting witty replies that he could fire back with. It was actually pretty fun, and I think it helped him feel more confident about it. Now, back to school. His new teacher knows all about his past struggles with bullying, and she has been amazing. She is keeping a close eye on things and making sure he feels safe and comfortable. It's made such a difference already, and Oliver's first week couldn't have gone better. This is the main thing that I think is important here. Yes, bullying probably is always going to happen in schools. I think anyway. It's sad, but it's true. But it's on the people who are responsible in schools, the teachers, headmasters, assistants, whatever, etc., to make sure that it happens as little as possible. And yeah, it was sad to read that at Oliver's old school he didn't have that, but it sounds great that at his new school, he probably does. OP continues. He's even made a friend, a boy named Sam, and they've really hit it off. They're planning to meet up tomorrow at the wacky warehouse, and Oliver can't stop talking about it. It's been a long time since I've seen him this excited about spending time with someone his age. I know it's still early days, but seeing him come home happy and smiling each day has been such a relief. Thank you to everyone who gave advice and encouragement on my original post. I really took a lot of it to heart, and I think it made a big difference in how I approached all of this. And then a couple of days later, we got one more update. Hey, I just wanted to hop on and give a small update about Oliver's playdate over the weekend. Firstly, when Oliver was getting ready, he wanted to wear all his flamboyant clothes. He asked me if I thought it was a good idea. His friend had seen him in his jacket, but he was a little worried how he'd react to the full Oliver. I told him to wear whatever he wanted, and if this friend was worth being friends with, they would accept him for exactly how he is. This made Oliver smile. So he wore his full Oliver outfit. When we were walking in, I could feel him getting a little bit nervous. He was bullied so much in his last school for how he was, so I understood why. I held his hand tight and gave it 2 squeezes. This means I love you. Something I learnt to teach him from Reddit actually. The friend's dad was with him, and he looked at Oliver and gave a little curious look, but apart from that, it was fine. The boy said he loved Oliver's clothes. They spent about 4 hours playing, and we ended up eating together. On the way home, I told Oliver how proud I am of the little man he is. I'm so proud of how he is so willing to be himself and so brave to continue despite any backlash he gets. I love him so much. This is my final update on this account. I don't know if I'll ever show you these posts, Oliver. Maybe in a few years when you're older, so we can laugh at how worried I was about you. Your dad is so proud of you. I think you are the most amazing person in the whole world, even when you drive me absolutely nuts. I'm so lucky to get to be your father. I'm so lucky you are in my life. I love you. And there we go. That is it for the story so far. A lovely end to this one. Yeah, just a great story. And I think that is the power of Reddit right there. I feel like without Reddit, and I hold my hands up here, I feel like I could have done the same thing here. Just like OP's dad, I might have said something or acted in a way that, I was doing the best for my kid, but it might not have been optimal. I might have regretted it later because I, like him, like OP, might have seen Oliver struggling so much, being bullied. You've gone through the stage of having to take him out of school and homeschool him yourself. You obviously would do anything to stop that from happening again. To the extent that, yeah, in this situation, you might say, okay, look, I love you so much, wear whatever you want, always, but just this time, maybe tone it down a bit, and that could result in you being picked on less. However, I think we've seen really from the comments on Reddit and the way that the dad has reacted now and the benefit it's had to Oliver, that wouldn't have been the best way of doing it. Something that I do think is that if you are going to be bullied at school, it doesn't really matter sort of, what you do. There are always going to be bullies. Like it doesn't matter what you wear. It doesn't matter, what your name is, what you look like. Bullies are always going to find something to pick on. So it doesn't really necessarily change or matter if you do dress in a different way. Who knows? A bully might just say to you, oh, why are you not wearing what you normally wear? And then just pick on you for that, for example. So maybe bullying, sadly, as I said, is just something that is a part of life for a lot of kids growing up. And there's no point changing how you are just because bullies exist. If anything, you just have to lean into it more. Be as comfortable as you can possibly be being yourself. And then, I guess ride it out and find people like this new pal of yours, Oliver, that just is a good lad and you can just rely on. So that is a good step that you found a good mate. The dad was curious when he looked at you, but maybe you're going to get some looks like that wearing what you wear. But respect. I love that you're into it. Fair play. Now, obviously, guys, that was a pretty wholesome start to this episode. We can't have too much wholesomeness in one video. It's just too much. I'm sorry, it just is. You're not here for purely wholesome content, are you? So now let's get into our second story, which is a bit more normal, I would say, in its abnormality. Am I the jerk for hating my wife's creepy hobby project? Okay, this sounds insane, but I swear my wife is totally normal otherwise, which makes this so strange to me. For context, we're both in our later 30s and live in a pretty typical suburban neighborhood where we all know each other. My wife has always loved trashy movies and shows about infidelity, and she eats up true crime about spouses killing their cheating partners too. She just says something about it makes her morbidly fascinated, in her words. Well, a couple of months back, we had a scandal in our neighborhood where a married couple in the neighborhood divorced because the husband cheated. No, there wasn't a murder or anything like that, but she became obsessed with learning every detail from every neighbor. No matter the occasion, be it a baby shower or cookout, she'd bring it up, hoping there'd be any new information. A month later is when I stumbled on the board in her home office. I was doing some cleaning and I found a massive bulletin board facing away, leaned up against the wall. Curiosity got the better of me, and I turned it around to find a literal freaking conspiracy board of all our neighbours' pictures with lines of yarn connecting each other like the freaking Pepe Sylvia meme. I was totally confused and I asked what this was. And she told me it was a hobby she had started recently where she would track rumours or likely candidates for cheating on the board. The yarn represented who was possibly cheating with whom. She'd clearly gotten all the images on Facebook or some social media and printed them out and even had a few sticky notes with details. I told her this was creepy and insane, and she said maybe if I was doing it as a man, but she's just having harmless fun as a hobby, and she wouldn't be crazy and try to oust anyone based on rumours. She just likes feeling like a detective. She told me to view it like a creative art piece. I was still super weirded out, but I let it go, or at least I tried to. I thought about it a lot. Well, every now and then I admit to checking the board when cleaning, but just a couple of days ago I looked to see that now I was on the board with a yarn attached to a neighbour's wife that I'm casual friends with. I asked her why she would add me. Did she think I was cheating? And she said I was actually under a different yarn colour for potential matches for cheating. She said if it makes me feel better, she was planning on adding herself to the board soon. Yeah, because that would make me feel better. Your wife adding herself to a board saying, who could I potentially cheat with? What person in our neighbourhood would be a good cheat match? Let's just think and throw some string around. What the heck? Well, OP continues. I got angry and kind of lost my temper about it. I told her to get rid of the board or our marriage will be in trouble. Things have been super rocky since. Sorry for the long post. I'm starting to feel bad and it hit me more than usual this morning. Should I apologise to her? And before you ask, no, I don't suspect her of cheating. Honestly, I wish she was, because it would at least make more sense than this. So, am I the jerk? Funnily enough, OP, and I say this before we get into the update, which was posted a week or so later, I actually fully agree with you. I think it's extremely unlikely that your wife is cheating on you. I think she's just doing this because she genuinely loves the drama and, true crime, working out what's going on in relationships, etc. Now, yes, that's extremely weird, and I do think that adding you and then potentially adding her to the board is way too far. But I don't know. People love this stuff. I mean, look at you listening to this right now. This is an episode based purely on sort of relationship drama. This sort of stuff is very, very popular. I'm going to be honest. I'm here for it. I don't know. This is just like a next iteration of it. Anyway, let's get into the update and see what happened next before I give my final thoughts. OP says, anyway, Jesus Christ. Firstly, I appreciate all of the concerns and not the jerk comments. It gave me the courage to approach her and tell her that while I may have overreacted by threatening our marriage, I think it is a creepy thing to do. She apologized and said she'd get rid of the board, and I thought we were good. But literally 2 days later, poop hits the fan. Our happily married next door neighbor finds a woman's bra under the bed that does not belong to her. It doesn't take long for the whole neighborhood to find out. I know exactly where this is going. I don't need to read anymore. I know that your wife has planted this. Jesus. Well, my wife is giddy, like jumping up and down for joy. She shows me the board, which she still didn't trash like she promised. And of course, the husband was marked with yarn, meaning he was likely to cheat. She told me the board was accurate after all, and maybe she should keep her hobby around. I was definitely suspicious, so I looked at the board again later. It looked different from last time I saw it, before the latest scandal. Instead of the yarn connecting to another neighbour, the cheating husband's yarn connected to a post-it with a question mark. Firstly, it was the only question mark there, and I swore it wasn't there last time I saw the board. So either she changed it after the cheating to prove a point, or slightly before it happened, which made me even more suspicious either way. Now I felt like I was the detective, and I was going crazy. I went over to the cheating husbands to ask a few questions. The wife was staying at her parents', so it was just the two of us. I asked him if he actually did it, and he said no, he would never. Then I asked if my wife had been over recently. He said that yes, one day while you were at work, his wife asked her to water a plant they had while they were both away and told her where the keys was. So, yes. I immediately raised an eyebrow. I asked if he still had the bra and he was getting nervous and told me not to get the wrong idea. I said, don't worry. He still had that bra, and I looked at it. It was my wife's, but one I knew she almost never wore because it was from a lingerie set I bought her one Christmas she said was uncomfortable. I told my neighbour I needed to talk to my wife, and I ran out, but I told him not to worry. That was the most obvious thing of all time. Yes, I predicted it, and I'm sure that the vast majority of you did as well. What a strange woman. You know, again, I do kind of rate it, the fact that she is just living her own fantasy world, although she is ruining lives at the same time, so yeah, probably not a good thing. Anyway, OP continues. I approached my wife with the bra and I asked her just what was going on. She played stupid, but I told her to cut the BS. I asked if she had either cheated on me with him or planted it there. Either way, she was in trouble. She confessed to planting the bra and said it was to make me admit that her hobby was valid or something. I flipped on her. I said this was worse than her cheating on me because instead of ruining just our marriage, she ruined our neighbours and ours. I demanded she call the wife and admit to everything, even sending pictures of the board. I even showed the Reddit posts, which actually helped convince her that my wife had planted it rather than cheated with her husband. Well, they made up now, but now I've got no idea what to do. I'm barely speaking to my wife, and it's only a matter of time before the entire neighborhood figures this out. I seriously need advice. Now, a couple of comments that are interesting down below. Somebody said, I honestly refuse to believe this is real. Your wife is actually nuts. This is insane behavior to have. But somebody else said, actually, I was just thinking the opposite. This one is so original that it's got to be real. No AI is going to come up with this insanity. That's left to humans. And I completely agree. Now, as I said earlier on, I actually don't think this was that bad. Again, it's very, very strange. But clearly your wife is very, very into all this sort of stuff. Let me finish my sentence. I don't think it was that bad until she actually got involved with other people's lives. For example, if she was just doing this on her own Asking for gossip at barbecues and just any time she can is extremely weird behavior. But if she was just having fun on her own, like treating this as sort of a cheating murder mystery sort of vibe, IRL game in her room, making cool detective posters that you see on shows or whatever, treating it kind of like a fake true crime, but for her own enjoyment that nobody else would ever know about or see, that's all right. People are into weird things. I think that's okay. But the moment it starts affecting other people's lives, then it's got to stop. And that, I think, to be fair, is actually, when she's asking for information and rumors about what's happened, I think that is too much, because that's obviously involving other people and getting their opinions and information from them, which is affecting their lives. Then obviously it's a big jump then to, I've just planted a bra in my neighbor's bed. Yeah, at that point, you should probably clock that it's gone a bit too far. I don't know how she's really feeling about this. I'd love to know. What did OP say? She said it was to validate her hobby. No, that's weird. Like, if she's going into this thinking that she's actually doing a good thing and finding out about cheating going on in her neighborhood, that is completely wrong, and she is just cooked. If she's doing it for a little bit of fun, to play detective, that's fine. Again, a bit weird, but people are into that sort of stuff. If she's doing it to actually find out that people are cheating on each other, but then she's planting evidence to make people think that they've cheated on each other and then ruin relationships, yeah, that is enough to just break up with somebody with. I'm sorry. If she doesn't see how weird that is, you've got to break up with her.
Okay, now moving on to the 9th best story of 2024. Me, a 19-year-old man, and my sister, who is 21, found a video of our mum, who is 45. My sister thinks it's of her cheating, but I think it might not be. We can't agree what to do with it. My sister found this video on my mum's laptop. I think she was using her laptop for some school stuff, and she must have gone snooping through her personal files. She found this video. It's from a few years ago according to the date of the file. It's definitely our mum in the video, and it looks to be in some hotel room. There's definitely a man in the video, but he's holding the camera and we don't see his face or hear his voice. I don't want to go into any detail, but it's basically a striptease/sex tape filmed by the man. So while our mum is clearly identifiable, I can't tell exactly who the man is. I first got angry at my sister for showing it to me. I told her this is gross. I don't want to see that. She told me she thinks it could mean that our mum is cheating on our dad and we should at least present the information to our dad. I told her it's very likely it's him in the video. You can see the man's hands in a few shots. I think it's my dad, but she seems to think it's not him. I told her if we show it to them and it is him, not only will we be embarrassed, but they'd be mad at her for snooping. She was like, "Why do you care? I'm the one who did the snooping, so only I'll get in trouble. I'll cover you if they try to get mad at you." I told her there has to be a more sensitive way of approaching the situation, instead of just bombarding our parents with, "Hey, we saw your sex tape, which could either be with you or mum's secret lover, and we should consider the fallout." However, she seems pretty adamant that she just wants to show them. She thinks it's the safest option, since if mum was cheating, she gets exposed, but if it was just dad, then no harm done. We can't agree on what to do, and I have a feeling she might show it to them regardless of what I feel. But if I push hard enough, I might convince her of an alternative solution. So, any ideas on what we should do? Well, what a way to kick off 2024. First story of the new year, and it's this. Goodness me. Before I give my thoughts, guys, get in the comments down below. It's imperative that I hear what you have to say about this. Such a sticky situation, and I really don't know how I go about this, but yeah, I want to hear your thoughts. From my perspective, I'd honestly just be so tempted to just leave it. Like, you found it in a weird way. It's such a weird piece of footage anyway, from your perspective as your mum's children. And look, it could be your dad, it could be someone else. Ultimately, is it worth the hassle of going through all this? Is it really? I mean, look, if it is someone else, another man, then it probably is, and you have to face the embarrassment to save your dad. But if you're pretty confident it's your dad anyway, as you are, OP, I know your sister's not, but you are, then there's no way you should ever talk about this, because imagine bringing up your parents' own sex tape to them. I can't think of anything more cringy. Now, interestingly, OP actually came up with some plans of his own, which we're going to get into in a second. There are a few different plans there. They're all interesting. We've got option A, B, and C of things that he thought of which he could do. So without further ado, this is option A. Sending it anonymously. OP said, I like the idea of sending it to him anonymously, his dad I assume, maybe through email or something. If it is him, then no harm done, and he doesn't know it was us. Now, I'm not sure I personally agree with that. I think that would be opening a lot of doors. Here are a couple of comments from people down below. Somebody said, please don't do that. Your parents will be pooping themselves wondering what kind of pervert hacker has gone through their computer to watch their private videos. Yes, my thoughts exactly. If you get sent that anonymously, if anything, that's worse than your kids bringing it to you. If your kids bring it to you, yep, very embarrassing, but at least you know that it's still private, or at least only your kids have seen it. If it's sent to you anonymously, you're going to be thinking, oh my goodness me, my life is ruined. Who has access to this footage? And another Redditor backs that up. They said, but if it is him and you send it anonymously, he'll be freaking out about who has it and how they found it. Exactly. I think the only way this works out positively is if it isn't your dad in the video, and this method stops you from having to have the embarrassment of showing him the video. So it stops that, and it also lets him know about your mum cheating. But those two factors we're not sure on at all right now, so that doesn't seem the best thing to do at all in my opinion. Okay, option B from OP is telling dad about the video. If it is him in it, he'll know it's him, and won't he get mad at us for even looking at it? Is there a way I can let him know that I'm sorry I had to look at it, but it's only because we were concerned about him, so that he doesn't get mad? I think that if you are going to tell your dad, or you are set on showing it to him in any way, this is the way of doing it. Being honest and just saying, look dad, sorry, this is what happened, right? My sister was doing homework using mum's laptop, happened to come across this accidentally, of course, completely accidentally. Maybe don't say about the snooping, and just say, look, we're worried. It's embarrassing for all of us. Obviously, it's a shock for you. It's a shock for us, but this is what we've seen. I kind of feel like we have to tell you about it. Sorry. That, I think, is what I would do. And finally, on to option C. Faking finding it in front of dad. Okay, so what if we go up to him, says OP, and tell him there's something we need to show him on the laptop, and then while browsing it in front of him, we pretend to stumble on the thing for the first time. We can be like, what is this? And if he genuinely doesn't know and says, open it to find out, it means he doesn't know about it. If he's like, no, don't click on that, it means he knows. Okay, I guess maybe. So I guess instead of actually showing him the video in full, you just show him where the video is, the location of it on your mum's laptop, and the thumbnail as well, perhaps. I don't know. I feel like that's kind of a shot in the dark. It's weird if he knows exactly where it is on the laptop and recognizes the full video from the thumbnail, but who knows? Could be a good idea. I don't really think so. But out of all three of these, I'd probably side with option B, I think. But that's only if you guys are very, very sure that you actually want to tell him in the first place. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I'd really, to be honest, study this video and try and work out, not in a weird way, by the way, but really study it, which is a horrible thing to think. Study the man, I mean, really try and work out and discern 100% if you can, whether this person is or isn't your dad. That is horrible having to watch this again and again, but genuinely, oh my God, it's so horrible. I don't know about that anymore. Oh, you get what I mean though? Like, you want to know. You want to take in as much information as you possibly can to let you know whether or not this is your dad. It's just a shame that the actual content of the video is your mum getting absolutely blasted. But there we go. Now, someone else commented down below. Dude, if you use one of the plans that you've put in this thread or confront him with it, please post an update. This is gold. I cannot wait until your dad, A, gets an anonymous email with his sex tape and thinks he's being blackmailed, B, finds out you've been watching him do the nasty with mum and is crazy embarrassed, or C, and my favorite option, you pretend to mistakenly find it while showing him something else and the whole family watches mum and dad's sex tape. Cheating women don't keep videos on the family laptop of them stripping and cheating. They're not dudes. And if your mum turns out to be the dumbest cheater ever, then all of this will expose itself soon enough. But she's not, so it won't. but I just want to see the cringe update, so I'm still rooting for C. That's actually a pretty good point, and I agree with that. Would OP's mum really be dumb enough to keep this in a place that's actually kind of findable on her own laptop? I mean, yeah, I'm sure that OP's sister did do some snooping, but if you really, really wanted something not to be found, you'd put a password in place, wouldn't you? Or you'd keep it on a hard drive somewhere else. You wouldn't just have it on your laptop, I don't think. I mean, look, we don't know how silly or tech savvy or just dumb OP's mum is, but that is my thinking. However, here is what OP and his sister actually decided to do. OP thankfully gave us this. No, here is what my sister and I decided to do. We're actually going to sit mum and dad down, tell them both at the same time that while we were using their laptop, we noticed there was a lot of junk and we were cleaning it up to make it run faster. In the process, we accidentally stumbled on this file and we mistakenly opened it without knowing what it was, but we closed it as soon as we realized. We won't tell them we watched the whole thing, and we won't tell them we suspect cheating. We'll say that the reason we're telling them this is because we think they should save the file in a more secure location, or maybe on a separate hard drive or something, so it doesn't get hacked into. If my dad knows about the tape, he'll be like, okay, that makes sense. And if he doesn't know about the tape, well, now he would. Okay, so that is everything from the original post. That whole original story and the comments that I read out and OP's sort of thinking there, option A, B, and C, were all posted actually back in 2016. April 27th, 2016, obviously a long time ago. Yeah, as I said in the intro, it's a crazy story. What a way to start the year. However, a week or so later, on May the 5th, 2016, we did get a definitive update and a conclusion to this one. And again, that is why I love this subreddit, because we actually know what happened. I, for one, am so interested to see what actually ended up happening. I will say just off the bat, I think that what OP and his sister ended up doing was actually quite sensible, right? I mean, all of that sounds pretty logical. There aren't really any holes I can pick apart in it. Yeah, it makes sense. You were trying to make your laptop run faster. As a kid, you might know more than your parents about this sort of thing. You notice there's a lot of junk, blah, blah, blah. Fine. And you come across this video. Wow. Okay, nonetheless, here we go. Are you guys ready to see what actually happened next? I know I am. Here is the update. Yeah, things didn't go so well, unfortunately. I kept arguing with my sister. I told her if she's so certain they're cheating, the least we could do is ask Dad first if he knows about the tape, but not mention that we've seen it. She was determined that it was cheating based on the hands and the feet. She was like, those definitely aren't Dad's. Okay, but then how do you mention the tape to your dad without saying that you've seen it? Right? It doesn't make much sense. But yeah, what your sister has said there, OP, is kind of what I was getting at. You have to analyze the videos, as brutal as it is, and really, really have a look at what few limbs of your dad's you can see. I noticed there that I've used the word limbs, plural. Let's carry on. I told her that she was creepy as frick. If that was them in the video, and God knows how many times she's watched it, she was basically watching a video of our mother naked effing our dad's you-know-what. Even if it wasn't our dad's you-know-what, it's still freaking gross. But she didn't care. I told her if I couldn't stop her, she should at least leave me out of it. I want nothing to do with it. She then went nuclear. She went and told them everything and embarrassed the frick out of herself. It turned out her little detective work was way off. It was Dad in the video. Okay, well, I think that's good news. At least your mum wasn't cheating on your dad. Our dad was angry, but mostly bewildered, but he just laughed it off and got over it. Our mum, however, didn't take it so well. She had a panic attack. She went nuts. She was like, what the heck is wrong with you kids? I tried to stay out of it, but my sister dragged me into it and named me as her accomplice, even though I'd warned her against it. Our mum was so hurt and upset, not only that her daughter would so brazenly accuse her of cheating, but that her children had watched an explicit sex tape of her. She was really traumatized. She couldn't take it anymore. She got up and left to her parents' house, where she's been there for a whole day to recuperate. She only called our dad to speak to. She won't speak to us. Our dad told us to just give it time until she's feeling better. Okay, and there we go. That is that. Goodness me. I do just want to give some overarching thoughts on this one. But first of all, I think I need to say this. I actually put a lot of blame on the mum here. If you've got a file like this, right, on your computer, your personal computer, completely fine, right? That is okay. Well, it's not great, but it's okay. However, if you're letting your kid use that computer and you haven't stored, as I said earlier, you haven't stored that file in a private location with a password protection or anything, just in a locked folder, and you know that your kid is obviously tech savvy, they're 21, you know, they know what's up, and they find this video, I don't think you can blame them. I really don't. Like, if you want something not to be found, don't put it on something that you're giving to somebody else to use. Like free will. Yes, she's gone through maybe some more personal stuff, but ultimately you're giving her your personal laptop. I don't know. Yeah, it's not great of your daughter to do that, but ultimately, are you completely surprised and shocked that she's done that? I don't think so. I think part of the blame has to land on the mum here for taking that risk. Just put it on some hard drive or just don't give the laptop to your daughter. That would be my thing. Secondly, I know what you guys are probably commenting down below. The kids are weird. You see this video, why are they analyzing it over and over again? Why are they watching it multiple times? Why is the sister watching it multiple times? And I get that. And it's a struggle to argue against that. But I feel like once you've seen this thing once and you're then past the complete horror and shock of it, you would then analyze it and try and work out if it is your dad or not. I don't know. I have not been in that position, thankfully. So I don't know for sure. But do you get what I'm saying? It's horrible. But I feel like once you've looked at it for like over 2 seconds and you kind of know what's going on, you're past the point of just slamming it shut and forgetting about it. You have to then look at it and really work out what's going on, for better or worse. I don't know if you guys are going to agree with that, but it's a horrible thing. That's just what I'm thinking. I mean, yeah, ultimately, what a crazy way, as I said, to start the year with a story like that. Okay, now let's get into the 8th best story of 2024. Sister wants to walk down the aisle at my wedding. We use that to our advantage. Here I am, writing this long tale on my honeymoon, but it does feel cathartic to finally type it out. And my husband is way more excited about this than the resort drinks. Anyway, this is a throwaway account because I don't have a Reddit account, and my husband, the Reddit fanatic, said he doesn't want this associated with his main. As to why the Reddit guy isn't the one writing this, it's because he said, since it's my family, I should be the one with the honor of posting the story. But he is looking over my shoulder to help out. So, I think first it's necessary to give some background to explain how this behavior reached this level and why our responses were as they were. So ever since I could remember, my parents loved my sister more. I don't mean in subtle ways either. If my sister accused me of something, they'd believe it and punish me. If I accused her, they wouldn't believe it. Even if there was undeniable proof, they'd still give her a lesser punishment and try to find a way to scold me in tandem. My birthday cake had to be a flavour that she wanted. Hers did not. And my parents always denied knowing that I didn't like that type of cake. They always bought her a bit more than for me. We went to where she wanted, even if it was an event that should be about me. My sister grew up spoiled and didn't like me. She just used me as a punching bag. But at first, she mostly ignored me, and then it got really bad when we were young teens. I'm not sure what the cause and effect are, but she found herself with no friends, and her behavior got worse. Did her friends move? Did they ditch her because she was mean? I don't know, because we were never close, and my parents loved to boast about her achievements, but never ever mentioned any of her issues. Whereas with me, they loved to bring out any flaws of mine constantly as teasing material. I only knew she had none because we went to the same school and I noticed her no longer walking around with people. So anyway, she had no friends, and I did. I actually used to be decently popular. My sister realized that, and suddenly I stopped being the occasional punching bag to a hated person that she needed to take down at all times. She started accusing me of more stuff. She accused my friends of more stuff. My parents stopped allowing me to hang out with anyone, the excuses ranging from, they're not good people according to your sister, to, why are you trying to leave us? Why can't you be like your sister and enjoy family time? What saved me from complete isolation was my extended family. Most of my family lived in the same hometown, and I got along with my cousins despite some age difference. At one gathering, they invited me over to something, I don't remember what, and I sadly replied that I'm not allowed to go anywhere. When asked why, my kid self with no filter replied that it was because I wasn't allowed to have friends since my sister didn't have any. Well, that reached the adults, who apparently tore my parents apart. Later I was scolded for lying and I was grounded, as if I had anywhere to go, for a month. But after that they allowed me some leeway, so it was worth it. And my sister changed schools. I guess the humiliation of extended family knowing her social status was bad, she demanded to be changed. And my parents immediately obliged, even though it cost them more since the school was further away. But she made friends at the new school. However, she never went back to the previous status quo of mostly ignoring me. I guess having felt the power of how badly she could screw with me and anger that I told family she had no friends, she never let me go. My life was still bad. Her friends would come over and bully me, and my parents called it light teasing. I never called friends over because my parents were awful hosts to them, or my sister would accuse them of taking stuff and they'd believe it. I did become close to my cousins though, since my parents never dared do any of that to family. And then I got my first boyfriend. I didn't want to bring him home at all, but my parents insisted. Well, at one point we were separated, and he came to find me to tell me my sister was flirting with him. By which he meant she came over with skimpy clothing, batting her eyelashes really badly, and started telling him how bad I was and how good she was. He was irked and ran off to find me. Of course, my sister told my parents a different tale, that my boyfriend had instead tried to flirt with her, but she naturally refused, since how could she do that to me? And guess who my parents believed? Now, my boyfriend wasn't perfect, but I immediately believed him, for a mean reason. But remember that back then I was a teen and suffering from the unfair bad treatment. I was very resentful and moody, and now hated my sister as much as she hated me. Well, that surely is fair enough. Anyway, with that disclaimer out of the way, let's talk about looks. I hadn't mentioned them yet because they weren't relevant. My parents were, well, are overweight. And since they like showing love via food, giving you more food, buying treats, etc., my sister was and is also overweight, whereas I was and am not. In fact, I've always been kind of skinny because punishment often included no treats or snacks. Obviously, weight isn't what matters, personality is though. But my sister even then was already rude and spoiled. Even her flirting attempts were bad because she never learned to work for anything since she could demand and my parents would deliver. Added to that, the fact that she didn't look like some sexy model, even my self-conscious teen self didn't believe that my boyfriend would try and cheat on me with her. Ah, I see. Anyways, my parents prohibited me from dating such a horrible boy. I did try to keep going in secret, but it was hard and the relationship ended. I did get another, but again, my sister accused him of flirting with her when he refused her advances. Again, my parents believed her. I tried pointing out how this happened again, but they decided that that meant I was incapable of making good choices and kept picking bad boyfriends. The relationship couldn't handle the Romeo-Juliet situation and fizzled out again. I would eventually get called a S-word in high school, as I was fine with making out with boys and such, but refused to have relationships. Thankfully, that never got back to my sister or parents. My sister did bring one boyfriend home during all this time. He was paraded with pride, and my parents spent every second telling me how good he was. And why couldn't I be like my sister and find myself someone like that? Until he stopped showing up, and suddenly he was a conniving, insert any swear word here, that tricked my sister. Oh well. And the unequal treatment continued at this time. She had more spending money, her curfews were much better than mine, she was free to go anywhere at any time while I couldn't. If I pointed that out, my parents would say it's because she's older. But when I reached that age, I still didn't have the same treatment she had. And when I pointed that out, they deny they ever said that or claim it was because I couldn't be trusted like she was, using my sister's accusations against my boyfriend and friends as proof of my bad judgments. Time goes by, and it's time for my sister to graduate. She was accepted into a college, not a very well regarded one, and she had no scholarship or anything. Again, because only her achievements were told to me, I don't know which colleges she even tried for, so I can't say how badly she was rejected. I do know her grades were bad in school though, because whenever she got a B, we would celebrate. I would usually get good grades, but my parents refused to celebrate, claiming since I always got them, what was there to celebrate? My parents, naturally, made a lot of fanfare and told her they'd pay for everything. I was relieved she'd be going away. Not that it made my life any easier. She'd always come home every other weekend, and somehow stuff kept missing from her room or some other issues she'd think of to make my life miserable. My curfews were still strict, etc. Eventually, my mum came to talk to me about my impending graduation. I'm only a year younger than my sister. She told me that since they were paying for my sister's college, they had no money to pay for mine. So it would be better for me to start work immediately after graduation and wait until my sister finished uni to see if they could afford something for me. Oh, and if I decided to stay at home, I'd have to pay for all my stuff, part of the bills, and rents. I pointed out I could get student loans. Mum said yes, except no. That is, because they were so caring towards me and I had such bad judgment, they would decide if a college was worth my getting in debt or not. I'm not sure how they'd stop me from getting loans, but I didn't ask. Scholarships weren't mentioned. They had no idea what my grades were anymore and never believed in my capabilities. Anyway, I didn't bat an eyelid. I simply said, okay. My mum clearly didn't expect that and kept pushing. Maybe she hoped that I'd throw a tantrum so they'd have an excuse to not ever pay for my college, but I said nothing except I understood their position, thanked them for caring, and that was that. My dad later tried the same, but I also refused to be emotional. You see, after a lifetime of their terrible parenting, I never had any expectations towards my education. I knew they'd find an excuse to not pay for mine and make my life miserable. I never believed they'd eventually pay it if I worked and waited for my sister to graduate. I'd been preparing for college for a long time. I could barely go out, my friendships were slim, so I had a lot of time to study. And study I did, because I saw college as my only chance to be free. Well, the time came and I worked my butt off and got a scholarship. Not to anywhere like Ivy League or anything like law or medical school, but it was a good enough course in a decent college with a full scholarship. Knowing my sister would hate it and try to stop me via my parents, I put my achievement on social media at the same time I told them, even forced myself to thank them in the post. Now they couldn't forbid me from going, as they'd have to explain to family why not. Initially, they were even a little proud and boasting about it. And then I guess my sister got to them, and they changed gears and even asked me if I was sure I wanted to go. They let slip that my sister wasn't doing well in college, and since she was smarter and had better judgment than me, I'd suffer worse. I obviously stuck to my guns. They weren't happy but couldn't do anything. College was my savior, and I started being happy. I still contacted my parents and visited on holidays and such, but since they refused to pay for anything, I could excuse not going a lot due to money. During this time, I avoided introducing any man to them, and my sister stopped going to college. I know she didn't graduate because, again, they'd have made a fanfare about it. She moved back home, paying no bills or rent, but it's different, my parents said, and started working at the same company as my mum, obviously thanks to her pulling strings. This was all sold to me as a source of pride. Oh well. Almost there, I promise. I met my husband around this time. You know those people that say, if I was in X situation, I'd have done something? My husband is the type that really does. I'm the person that is meek and a doormat in any situation, and then can't sleep at night wishing I'd done something, had thought of something witty to say, etc. I'm the person that can't help but cry when I'm angry. My husband is the guy that claps back immediately. He loves drama, in that he loves to resolve it. He's the guy that if he doesn't immediately reply to a slight, you better start worrying, because he won't forgive and forget. He's just stewing something worse for revenge. He is the one that wanted me to post here, and wanted me to post on nuclear revenge as well, but decided what we did wasn't actually nuclear. People were baffled I got together with him. But just because I was incapable, thanks to my upbringing probably, of acting like him, it didn't mean I didn't like him. I love that my husband does what I can't, and he treats people well as long as they do the same to him. When we discussed marriage, we decided we didn't care much about the ceremony due to our budget, as we'd rather spend it on a dream trip to Europe for our honeymoon. As for where to do it, since his family was spread out and mine was still mostly concentrated in my hometown, we decided to do it there. We weren't living too far off either, so we could take some long trips during the weekends to manage stuff. Plus, there was some work flexibility, so we could stay in my hometown for a bit too, if needed. We sent out the engagement announcement and the save the date for a few months later. Well, at this point, my parents naturally demanded they meet my man. I wanted to grow a spine and refuse, but I was having a hard time. The distance had made me think that maybe my parents weren't so bad. Well, my husband looked like I cancelled Christmas when I told him I would at least ensure they were never alone with him. See, he'd been getting ready for this. He even bought a high quality recorder that he could hide in a pocket to record it all. He was stoked, thinking of all the ways he could refuse my sister's advances, insult her, and then spread the recording of her attempts to my family. So off he went alone and excited to meet them, and came back later euphoric. Babe, you won't believe the awful stuff they wanted. Babe, we can screw them over so bad. There's so many possibilities. I was confused and I wanted to hear the recording, but he, smartly, told me it was better to listen to him first or else I'd misunderstand him. Well, he went there, and instead of the flirting, my parents and my sister sat him down. After some grumbling about not being okay with him, my judgment, etc., they proclaimed they were willing to pay for my wedding. On one condition: my sister would walk down the aisle on my wedding first in a wedding dress. Their excuses were that it wasn't okay for a younger sister to marry first, so it was only fair if my sister had at least the experience of it at my venue, with pictures being taken and the dress, and she'd have a cake later too, etc. And now guys, OP's husband takes over for a second, writing his parts. Hey, vengeful husband here. Hell hath no fury like a prorevenge / instant karma / nuclear revenge lurker when his beloved is scorned. That said, as much as my wife, teehee, she's my wife now, paints me as this quick-witted dude, I admit my neurons all but short-circuited when those folks legit suggested that trash, like some sort of great freaking gift. Even Troy would rather take in the horse a second time, methinks. Alas, after my brain rebooted, I did have a whole catalogue of insults about to spew out, but something in my soul whispered in my ear like the devil: string these idiots along. So I said I needed to think, see how my wife, back then fiance, would react, and then ran out of there before I could give away my nefarious plans. Now back to me, the wife. So my husband sincerely recounted how my parents wanted even my wedding to be about my sister, with a grin on his face, and had the recording to prove it. I was shocked. The distance had softened how bad they treated me, and I thought even they wouldn't go this far. Thankfully, my husband insisting on the angle of revenge helped me not go to a bad headspace. We had a blast thinking up ways to screw them over this, from ridiculously outlandish to what we thought was feasible. We then called his much more level-headed brother when we decided on a plan. It involved having 2 venue addresses, giving them the wrong one, etc. Well, level-headed brother scolded us for it. While he acknowledged he would never be able to convince us from retaliation, he at least showed us something like that would be hard to pull off. Some of our other ideas were also at danger of getting sued. So we eventually settled for the most benign plan. Act like we agreed, but then hire security and don't let her in. Obviously, if that was all, it wouldn't be pro-revenge. The rest is all mostly my husband, but he wants me to do the honors, so here goes. Just important to mention, everything he did was previously discussed with me and were our mutual ideas. He went back to my parents, said he probed and thought I wouldn't be down with it. However, he didn't see the issue, and not wanting family to fall apart, would be down to helping them do it. He pointed out that I don't like conflict, so if I was surprised with it, I might not throw a tantrum in front of all the people. On the other hand, marriage is a big thing, so who knew if I'd lash out? Then he suggested a compromise. They'd help pay for stuff. This way, I would feel even more pressure to not say anything, as not only would it be public, well, with our families there, and also I'd be grateful to the help they'd gave me, and that would mollify me. He said my parents looked surprised, but my grown sister started skipping with joy. Literally so, like a kid. So it was accepted. Important to add, my husband also claimed that due to some bad judgment in boyfriends in the past, these words were all my idea, and I'm so proud of using their words against them. I was distrustful and controlling and liked to check his phone and stuff to ensure he wasn't cheating on me. As such, it was imperative that nothing of this plan was ever put in any writing. For any discussion pertaining to my sister walking down the aisle before me, he'd go over to their house to talk. That is genius. And so began the months of deception, where my parents and sister thought they were tricking me, and my husband and I really were milking them. How? Well, rather than pay for the wedding then lay low, of course, my parents wanted input in everything. For some stuff that meant a lot to me, the songs and colour palette, my husband would convince them to let it go to keep me in line. But since we never really cared for the ceremony to begin with, everything else was game. Or so they thought. What we did was thus. We'd go, say, to check the drink and menu options. We'd then accept the lowest or second lowest priced option. My husband would then secretly take my sister there to also try it out, then sigh and say it's a pity we don't want to abuse my parents' goodwill, so we wouldn't get the best options. Cue my sister demanding my parents pay for the best. My parents would then tell me not to worry and they'd pay for the most expensive. Same was done with the photographer. For the flowers, my husband handed my sister a bouquet of the flowers we wanted, then sadly expressed how I wanted some other tasteless flowers. Cue my parents telling me they wanted us to go with said flowers and they'd pay for it. Wedding dress. We hit a minor snag here. My parents wanted me to use a hideous dress. Okay, not outright hideous, but it wasn't my style and wouldn't look that good on me. We had planned on saying yes, then simply not using it, but my mum sent me a message about it, so there'd be proof I said okay. We had to go with me refusing in text and standing my ground. My husband went over there and said he'd see what he could do. My sister suggested ruining my desired dress so I'd be forced to wear the other one. He pretended to agree. During all of this time, they really did keep communications outside of any text. We made sure that had happened by, when my sister tried messaging my husband, have me reply to her. This solidified the I'm controlling and neurotic claims that my husband was making. So they believed it and never risked anything in writing. And maybe some people might not like the thought of their partner going around and talking badly about them to family, but I'm such a doormat that the thought of being painted as this controlling and dangerous woman is extremely funny to me, and I egged him on to do it. I guess I have a warped sense of humour. Oh, and my sister did try to flirt with him, but he acted conflicted. Also, to really sell that he was with them, my husband would pretend to tell them things without my knowledge, but he never told them we hired security. It was really funny. My husband and I, who had sincerely considered a courthouse wedding to focus costs on our honeymoon, having this extravagant, expensive wedding, barely spending a dime. We called it back pay for emotional damages from my parents. I think that my husband, okay, he just confirmed that I'm right, was enjoying the whole tricking them more than actually planning our wedding. I didn't think it was possible to witness a guy beaming at the thought of wasting his whole Saturday doing a car trip to discuss wedding details with his in-laws, but here we are. Soon the day came. The plan that my parents, sister and husband had come up with was wait until everyone was seated. Since the bride always comes out late, they'd have my sister arrive at that precise time to avoid me seeing her and trying to stop it, and walk down the aisle. By the time that I'd heard what happened, it would be too late to do anything. As for my dress, we saved some of the leftover fabric from my dress alterations, and my husband took that to my parents' place. My sister still lives with them even now, and showed them as proof that he'd ruined the dress. Then he said he had to go back to me as I was raging and he needed to calm me down, and he'd see them at the wedding. We made sure to keep our actual security hidden at first. As the guests and my parents arrived, all they could see was a woman with a list of names to check. Only after my parents arrived and sat down did we bring out security. A guy that looked like a bodyguard. We told him to not allow my sister in, and even agreed on paying a handsome tip if he didn't reveal that we told him that. Soon the time arrived. My parents got a text that my sister was less than 5 minutes away, so my dad went and told people to start. My bridesmaids had been told to follow his lead beforehand, so they obeyed without checking with me. After they all went down and took their places, my dad stood up at the entrance as if waiting for me. During this, a friend not in the wedding party texted me to get ready. This is because if my husband or bridesmaids took out a phone and started texting, people might notice. This friend was in on the plan. She's my husband's friend. As willing to help stir drama as he is, I didn't care about being a bridesmaid or anything. Well, as soon as my dad took his position, the bridal song started playing. The doors open and I come in. My dad looked aghast at me being there. He tried glancing behind me, but you can't see the venue entrance from where we were, so he couldn't see what happened to my sister. And then his phone rang. I saw the caller ID and it was her. He just left me there with a mumbled, something came up. There were gasps and confusion all around. The friend in on it loudly asked what happened. I lied and in a teary voice said he told me it wasn't supposed to be me there. Now, that's not what he said, but my husband and I agreed that if he dared leave me, I should say that to make him look the worst possible. As for the tears, I wish I could just say it was my stellar acting, but no. Despite everything, a part of me didn't think he'd go as far as to abandon me there. That the sister thing wasn't true, but an elaborate joke. I don't know. I was hurt, and I still am, so I was sincerely trying not to cry. You know what? I think that's an important part of the story right there. Despite all this elaborate revenge, still, it's drummed into you in that very moment that your dad just clearly doesn't love you as much as your sister, to an unbelievable extent, and that he really is a terrible person for that. I mean, to abandon you like that on the aisle on your wedding day says a lot about him. And to be fair, it vindicates this entire revenge. Let's carry on. Now, that same friend then loudly went, "What did he mean by it shouldn't be you?" So that as many people as possible could hear and spread it. Then went, "I will go and check," and ran off. We decided to do this to make her create hell with the security and stop my dad from coming back and stopping the ceremony or something. At some point, my mum also left. At this point, my husband's dad quickly ran over and took my arm. He'd been forewarned that he might need to. Watching him run desperately to me helped me smile. I walked down the aisle to whispers as people discussed what happened. Some apparently left to check too. When I reached my husband though, all was well. He made me feel better, joking my sad face was so real that I deserved an Oscar, and don't worry, he'd rake them over the coals for what they did. We got married without a hitch. My parents didn't come back. I did notice a lot of people leaving, then coming back during the party, but nobody dared tell me what was happening. Someone did come and whisper in my husband's ear, and he went out. He came back after a while, with a thunderous expression, but whispered in my ear that he needed to go and hide somewhere before he broke character and started smiling. Well, what happened is, it worked. The following is the summed account from friends, family, the security guy, and my husband that I received afterwards. My sister did arrive in a wedding dress. The security refused to let her in. Per our agreement, he claimed she must be in the wrong venue because there was already a bride. And yes, we tipped him really well as promised. My dad went there and tried threatening him with police, claiming that he'd never heard of him, so he couldn't be working there. The security agreed to the police since he was hired by us and was just doing his job. My dad realized by then it would be too late and tried to demand that he let my sister in. At this point, my friend came over and started shouting and insulting my sister, asking what was going on, basically stalling. My mum soon came out and eventually other people did too. At this point, the wedding plan was bust. All my parents could do now is damage control, as everyone that learned about it was aghast that they'd try and pull it and screaming and berating them. The three naturally said it wasn't a secret and then threw my husband under the bus. At this point, my husband was summoned. When he came over, he put on his best look of confusion and denied. To quote him, "Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss." He denied having ever agreed to something so ridiculous. When they insisted that he did, he demanded proof, and of course, they couldn't produce any. All text exchanges they could produce were about normal wedding decisions. My sister was scream crying and apparently sat on the floor kicking her legs like a kid. My dad looked like he'd beat my husband, but security and other people held him back. Of course, they said they had no proof because my husband told them not to text. My husband laughed and said, "Wow, how convenient, huh?" Then again repeated, why would he ever agree to something so screwed up? He told them a new one about being awful parents, then said he wasn't going to let their stupid plans and lying get in the way of his wedding, and he went back to me. This is just working out so phenomenally well, I've got to say. No one believed them. The venue had cameras, but they refused to show me the recording as that was only for security purposes. But some people filmed parts of it. Watching my parents and sister get ripped apart by any and everyone that came out to check the drama was delicious. After years and years of being accused of stuff and not believed, to watch them have a taste was one of the best wedding gifts. My mother was crying. My dad kept changing from purple to white. My sister was still on the floor, crying and screaming. They kept insisting that my husband was in on it. But people kept asking, why would my husband agree? Why was there no proof? Why do they want my sister to do this at my wedding? And of course, they had no good answer to any of it. Eventually, they were told to leave and had no choice but to do so. My dad apparently had to drag my sister up as she refused to leave the ground. Again, people said nothing to me all night. I guess they wanted to spare me. And maybe it's because I was the bride and not just a guest for once, but it did feel like everyone was making extra effort to be nice, positive, and excited about everything. My husband says all the expensive stuff they were eating and drinking certainly helps. We had a blast. My husband maintained the forced angry face for only a short while before breaking out in smiles again. After that, we went to the hotel to catch some sleep before going on our honeymoon. Speaking of which, my parents did try to pay for our plane tickets, but we thought that was risky, as they could then try and cancel them or something, so we refused. Yeah, that's pretty sensible, I'd say. And also, I feel like you've rinsed them for enough at this point. Of course, since that whole thing, the three have tried to contact me. I've refused calls because my husband insisted on keeping a paper trail. Smart thing, my sister did eventually message me. I won't repeat it, as it was very unhinged and didn't make much sense. But the important part was that she blamed me for her humiliation, called my husband a two-faced snake that fooled them for months. He wants to print that out and put it on our wall, and hoped, but was also certain it would happen, that I'd get cheated on by him. She did also suggest that he was cheating on me with her, actually. What a thing to say. My husband took my phone, screenshotted the call logs, screenshotted my sister's message, screenshotted some messages of my parents demanding I pick up the phone, and sent it all to my family group chat. And sent screenshots of messages to him where they called him names and threatened him. But he kept up the "you're delusional, I never agreed to anything" shtick, and even threatened to sue them for defamation and harassment. He wrote a message in said group chat, begging my family for help, as I was now being harassed by them constantly. He begged extended family to help stop them from trying to ruin my honeymoon now that they'd failed to ruin my wedding. Then finished neatly with a request that they don't share our locations to avoid my parents sending my sister over, and then claiming he had somehow agreed to pretend to F her in our honeymoon suite. Wow. My family assured him they'd take care of it. And indeed, since then, we've had silence. My husband is a little disappointed that my sister didn't disobey, so he could tattle again while tearing her a new butthole. We'll see if it will last. All in all, while I obviously would have preferred to have a normal, loving family at my wedding, at least for once in my life, they not only failed to ruin something meaningful to me, but I got them back. Wow, just phenomenal. I mean, what an unbelievable story. A truly wonderful plan that has just paid off so well. I mean, even in your deepest desires and thoughts as to how this could come off, you know, what could eventually happen, what could potentially go wrong, you simply cannot have thought it would have gone as well as it did there. That is genius, so well deserved, and yeah, what a piece of revenge. I think your point at the end, though, is very valid, OP. Obviously, nobody would ever want this, but given the situation and given how terrible your immediate family clearly is, this is the best solution. It really is. Having no evidence there at all to prove what you and your husband did, having the majority of your wedding paid for and having it be really nice is just phenomenal. And yeah, overall, you've made the best out of what is a bad situation, but that was already a given. You were born with your horrible family, nothing you can do about that. So yeah, might as well make this situation just great. So good. I mean, guys, get in the comments down below, or actually if you're on Spotify, get in the Q&A section as well. You can still comment on Spotify. Do you think that was one of the best pieces of revenge, the most well thought out pieces of revenge that we've ever seen? I think it's got to be up there, surely. Absolutely loved it. Phenomenal stuff. I know I've said phenomenal a lot, but it really was, and now I'm saying phenomenal. That's how phenomenal it really is. Okay, now let's jump into the 7th best Reddit story, in my opinion. This one is more of a personal selection for me of 2024. Whoa, no! Yep, that's me being brutally attacked by two Karens in real life. Let me tell you exactly how that happened. So, me and a few friends decided to go to Wales a couple of weeks ago to watch some rugby. I don't really know why I went. I don't even like rugby.
My first pint.
Oh no, that's why, of course. Any excuse to have some beers with the lads. But in all seriousness, it was a very fun day. We got the train from London in the morning, arrived in Cardiff in the afternoon. We had some beers, explored Cardiff a bit, had some more beers, prepared for the game to start in the evening. Oh, and then we had some more beers as well. Now, the game was great. Good atmos. Harlequins won. We had some beers. There was a pitch invasion. I somehow got engaged to my flatmate. A good time was had all round. Now, I know what you're thinking. How do we get from that, seemingly everything going well, everyone having a good time, enjoying themselves, to this?
Whoa, no, I'm scared.
But don't worry, we'll get to that, trust me. So, after the game, we go out in Cardiff and have a night out. And would you believe it? Nothing really happened. Nothing of note anyway. It was uneventful. Of course, a few more drinks were consumed and it was good fun, but no Karens in sight yet. Now, the problem occurred when the night was over and we were walking back to our hotel, which was, fortunately, just 5 minutes away from the city centre, an easy saunter back. That is where the problems started to arise. So my mate Alex was walking a little ahead of me and my mate Tom, and Harry, our other mate, was walking just a little bit behind. Now, right outside the hotel, just chilling on a wall. I don't really know what they were doing, having some drinks, relaxing. I'm not sure. With these two women, the stars of the show. Alex paid them no attention. Me and Tom didn't even notice them. But when Harry finally walked past, they said something to him. I'm not exactly sure what they said, but it was definitely something. And that is what started this whole altercation. You know what, actually, let's get Harry in here. Let's see what he has to say and what actually happened. So, Harry, what did those women actually say to you? Do you remember?
Okay, so basically, I was walking and these, two ladies were sort of standing by the side of the street, and one of them was eating a burger, and I sort of started talking to them, saying, what you up to? And then one of them was quite friendly, but then the other one, for some reason, got a bit aggy at me, proceeded to call me curtains, hence my hair. And then for some reason got really aggressive and started sort of pushing me. Sort of had a go at her for pushing me, and I said, I flipped it. So I said, if a man pushed a woman, the man would get arrested. But and then that obviously made her more angry, and then both of them started pushing me. And then that's when I sort of, I'll diffuse the situation and just walk away. And then, and then the rest is history.
So anyway, I heard all this, I turn around and I start laughing because it's very funny. Just Harry walking back from a night out, randomly just gets kind of jumped on by these two women who, I don't know why they even started chatting to him. They just did. And he was confused, and that was it. It seemed to me as if the two ladies, who clearly had a few drinks, were just taking the mick out of him. Now, I'm all for that, by the way. I love a bit of banter like that. So, that's why I found it funny. You have to remember as well that our group had quite a few drinks, as you've seen, throughout the day. So I wasn't the most sober, and therefore I decided to get my phone out and start recording. Now, maybe this was not the best idea, I concede, but I wanted to capture the moment. It was funny. Harry just randomly getting abused by these two women from Wales. It's good stuff. Now, this is the clip that I get.
Begging, what a scrap, what a scrap, what a scrap, what a scrap, what a scrap. Why are you nibbling? Well,
The problem here, as you can tell, is that she has clearly taken offense to me recording her, which is fair enough, I would say. It's not great for someone to record you when you've clearly had a few beers and you're a bit drunk. But from my perspective, I was just recording my friend, in a weird situation which is not normal. And it's on public property. I'm allowed to film. That was my logic anyway. And it's funny. I wanted to watch it back later and say, well, what was going on there? I've been filming all day, recording little videos here and there. I thought, why not record this? It was jokes. Now, what happens next is that these women both follow us inside. Now, at this point, I stopped recording because I was like, okay, they're actually just going to walk towards us and come in. So I turn around with Tom. We walk into the foyer of the hotel, thinking that they're not going to come inside. But then they both come inside. And that is where it starts getting a little bit less funny and more just weird. Now, I don't know exactly why, but at this point, they just both get extremely angry. And look, obviously they're Welsh. They're from Wales. So it's in their little Welsh accents, which makes it a little bit more funny. So at the start, we're all kind of messing around. Obviously, we're three kind of decently sized guys. I mean, I'm 6 foot and I'm the smallest of the three of us. So, we're never in any danger or anything. It was more just funny. But then, out of nowhere, this woman just started getting super aggressive and like trying to grab my phone from my pocket and like nick it or something. I don't really know. That's what happens at first. And they're just screaming, as you can probably hear in the video, delete it, as in delete the recording, which I did end up doing, although recently deleted exists, so still got it. Sorry about that. But then, if you look at the video here again, they just randomly start grabbing me and at one point swinging punches at me. And now obviously I'm not going to hit these people or like shove them or anything. I was just like a bit taken aback, like what is going on? And this was all happening in the foyer of the hotel, right? Now you'd think that perhaps somebody would be there to stop this happening or diffuse the situation a little bit. And I was trying to diffuse it, don't worry. But yeah, the security, who you can see just here on the side of the video, did absolutely nothing. This bloke just sat there or stood there and just watched it happen. And that was his job, apparently. I mean, you can see here, he's just kind of standing off, not doing anything. And yeah, at the start, you can see that the ginger woman has like jumped at me and swung. Now, obviously, I go behind a pillar there, so you can't really tell exactly what happened. But yeah, the guy in white here is security. Apparently, that's being a security guard. I mean, who knows? He was a nice guy, but wasn't doing his job very well. Now, that video was filmed by Harry, the guy who I initially filmed, the guy who these women started on in the first place. I don't know what they said, making jokes or whatever. And he was kind of finding this all funny as well until they started like swinging punches and stuff. It was a bit weird then. And my other friend Tom is the guy in the video. Now, he was not happy with the security guard. He said, you know, you just not done your job there at all. What is going on? In fact, let's get him in. Let's see what he has to say. All right, Tom, I want your thoughts on the security guard and his performance that night.
What did I think of that specific security guard on that fateful day in Cardiff? Well, I made my feelings towards him abundantly clear. I wasn't very happy with him. I thought he was very unprofessional and, quite frankly, weak. These people were not residents of the hotel that night. They were clearly very drunk, and they were, well, how do I say it, borderline assaulting us. Well, not really me. I was just sort of watching you. But yeah, I didn't take to him very well. I didn't, and I made that very clear to him, and he didn't like that either. I wasn't rude. I just said, I don't think you're very good at your job, essentially. Something along those lines. But yeah, that hotel in Cardiff, I hope you are looking at your security policies, because that was not good enough.
So there we go. Yeah, scathing words there, but I think pretty valid. What do you think? Comment down below. Security guard not really doing anything, but... Now, you might be wondering where our other mate, Alex, was during all of this. Now, somehow, he managed to miss this entirely. I'm not quite sure how, but remember I said he was a little bit ahead of us? He was about 30 seconds maximum ahead. He got into the foyer before us, of course, and before this all really started, and just got the lift up to our room before anything unfolded. When we did eventually get up to the room, we were met by this. So yes, that's why I've not gone to him for any comment during this video. I mean, he was chilling. He was sound asleep, having a great time. So there we go. That is the story of how I was attacked brutally by two Karens in real life. What an adventure. What do you guys think? Comment down below. Bit of an interesting video here. Not one that I'm going to make regularly, I hope, as I don't hope to be attacked by Karens as a regular occurrence. But you never know. This could become a series. What do you think? Get your comments in down below. Just give me your thoughts on what you've seen there. People's performances out of 10. Rate them. But yeah, that is going to do it for this one. Nearly had my phone stolen. Was swung at by a couple of drunk Welsh women. And other than that, I had a great time. I will say a little part of me was thinking the next morning that they might be there waiting with their posse to like batter us and send us back to England with bruises on all our faces. Now, obviously that didn't happen. I presume they were extremely hungover like we were. But a good time was had by everyone all around. And that's it. Now on to number 6. This is the 6th best Reddit story, the most insane Reddit story of the last year. Am I wrong for cancelling our wedding? We have been engaged for 3 years. My fiance just went on a trip of a lifetime, 6 weeks in Europe. She decided that she would take a break in our relationship, allowing me no input in the decision. I called her the day she left and she had me blocked. So I cancelled our marriage and her moving in with me in March. She called me today to inform me of her arrival time on Thursday morning, to which I answered, what does that have to do with me? And I've since blocked her. Just to explain a little bit further, I was fine with her trip. It was with her old college sisters. In fact, I dropped her at the airport and took her to boarding. That is when she dropped the whole break thing on me. She didn't explain it, just told me matter-of-factly and left. I called her the rest of the day and tried to call her when I was able to the rest of the week. After 5 days of ignoring me, I'd had enough and the wedding was off. She can move in with someone else because it's not going to be me. Wow, no messing about with this post. Let's just get straight into the update. Well, update-ish, says OP. We have a group chat among people close to us. Today, I informed them all that our marriage is cancelled and our relationship is over. I did that at about 10 a.m. By the way, this was posted just 1 day later on February 28th. The chat quite literally exploded. It started with questions about what happened, which I answered honestly. At about 2 p.m, she started just asking me to call her so we could discuss this. I told her that talking on chat is perfectly fine, but she said no. This is something between just us. I still haven't replied to her latest message from her, which was at 6 o'clock. Please put me up at the airport so we can talk this out as we planned, she said. Instead, I answered, that was your plan, not mine. None of this was my plan. Her flight is at 9 a.m. I wish her luck. Okay, now let's get into some comments to try and further understand exactly what is going on here. Somebody asked, exactly what did she say to you before going on the trip? OP says, she said that for the duration of the trip, we are taking a break from our relationship. I got angry and of course asked her what the heck does that mean? She said we'd talk about it when she got back. She waited until she was boarding to tell me about the break part. I was okay with the trip up until then. Again, she was going with 5 girls from college. Somebody replied, that is absolutely wild that she did that. Has she done stuff like this before? No, this was a first. I felt very ambushed for her telling me about the break as she was about to board for her flight out. Someone else asked, please follow up. Unless she is still blocked, what is her reaction? I guess if it were me and my partner wanted to take a 6-week break like that, I would dump them too. If I was asked why, I would say that they had been blocked from their life for 6 weeks, and I decided that I wasn't okay with that, and much more. But what about your family and friends? Is anyone trying to defend her? Yeah, it seems she's called a few friends in our circle. They started blowing up my phone last night, asking what is going on. Someone else asked, does OP's family know? And OP said that he told his parents immediately and they were shocked. With our friends, I waited, and I shouldn't have, but I was embarrassed and depressed. I spent most of the last few weeks feeling sorry for myself and pain shopping. I sent out a message to our group chat informing them that our wedding and relationship are off, and my phone has been blowing up ever since. Someone else asked exactly what happened with OP being blocked on social media and his ex's social media presence over those 6 weeks. OP said he was blocked everywhere that he could think of, and that this is from a woman who posts pics of her breakfast. So she posted no pics of a huge 6-week vacation. It's a straight up cover up. Oh wow. That's clear that something fishy is going on. And then finally, on getting the ring back, it was OP's grandmother's, so of course he wants it back. He has a plan. He's going to make it a term of her getting a face-to-face talk like she wants. And yes, it's going to be in a public place, thinking of a coffee shop. Okay, a lot to unpack there. Clearly a lot going on. I think the best thing to do is get straight into the second update, which comes 1 day later, February 29th. First off, I got my ring back and it's safe with my mum. Secondly, I would like to thank everyone for keeping me grounded while I was doubting myself. I'm not sure who said it, but someone said that I shouldn't bother with what she did in her trip and focus on her breaking up with me at the airport, which I did, and it was not what she was prepared to argue about. So now she knows how it feels to be blindsided also. It seems her college sisters told her I would be insecure and fight about something that I couldn't hope to prove. So when I didn't, she had no idea what to do. At one point, she excused herself to go to the restroom and didn't come back for 20 minutes. It seems the brain trust was at a loss too. Somebody asked, did she attempt to explain or justify her springing a break on you as she boards the plane or blocking you on everything? OP said she even tried to change the subject to what happened on the trip instead of just to what happened between us at the airport. That is what she was prepared for. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. It's clever from OP actually, good tactics. If you just don't even talk about the trip, because realistically, it's not actually that important what she did, more the fact that, yeah, she just blocked you, said, I'm breaking up with you for 6 weeks, then didn't talk to you that entire time. Who cares what she got up to? That, I agree, is worth breaking up with your fiance over. Someone else asked, and I think this is a good point actually, how far did you let her get? I admit I am a little interested in the story they came up with. I agree, because right now we have no idea First of all, what they were doing on holiday, and secondly, what sort of excuse or what fake story they were going to come up with to try and get you back. I'm not even sure what the plan was, but yeah, I would have loved to hear an excuse. But OP says, I told her what she did after she broke up with me wasn't any of my business, so I couldn't care less. Have her parents reached out, someone said. Spoke with her parents last night. They woke me up. They must have forgotten about the time difference between coasts. They offered to pay for couples therapy to help us work through this rough patch, as her mother called it. I told them no thank you. She ended our relationship. Do her parents know the truth? Well, my ex told them a watered down version where I am overreacting, but then I told them exactly what happened. My ex made out that while on vacation, she would be unavailable to communicate with, whereas I told them exactly what she really said. Someone asked, has OP checked her social media since? I, stupidly, I know, checked to see if I was still blocked on her socials. And amazingly, yesterday, she posted 30 pictures from her trip and a full recap of what they did and saw. The pictures are of places in France, Italy, and Spain. Most are group shots with all 6 of them like tourist style ones, and others are churches and museums and a few shops, all during the day like a tour or something. Just to confirm who her friends were on the trip, these were her college sorority sisters that chat on Facebook Messenger, but they're few and far between. I've only met 2 of them a few times, and they were nice enough to me. Opie continues speaking about his ex, saying it's funny how a woman can do creepy stalker stuff and it's fine, but if a guy does the same thing, he's going straight to jail. It's baffling to me. His ex is leaving letters for me with people she knows I will interact with, like the security guy at my building, my receptionist at work. The letters themselves are little more than pleading with me to not throw us away for nothing and professing her love for me. Yeah, great point. Imagine if that was the other way around. You'd be charged with some form of harassment or, stalking or assault. I don't know, but yeah, you're getting charged with something. Opie then says that he's heading to Scotland for a vacation. He's leaving on Monday, and my old college roommate lives in Edinburgh, so I'm going to do some pub crawling with him and see if Scottish food is really a dare. Not entirely sure what he means by that, but the editor of this episode is Scottish. I wonder if he knows what a dare means, or if Scottish food is really what people say it is. Also, I would like to thank everyone for helping me stand back up. I was depressed and feeling quite worthless. I leave tomorrow for my first trip across the pond, I think they say. I'm going to nerd out with my buddy and explore Edinburgh, which in the pics I looked at seems amazing. I'll try to keep my Reddit family updated as much as I can. Once again, thank you all so much. And now we have one final interaction between another Redditor and OP. This person asked, has she tried calling you again? She is blocked, OP says, but keeps asking in the group chat for me to please call her. I've got to say, I love how a lot of this sort of debate and argument is happening in a public group chat. Well, at least public with your friends, and you're not just doing this in private. It's good for you, to be fair, because you've done nothing wrong, and you might as well let everyone else know what's going on and make it even more embarrassing for her than it already is. Oh, look, Opie actually continues here. She is starting to take a beating in the group chat. It seems the shock has worn off, and our friends are realizing how screwed up what she did really was. That same Redditor replies exactly what she deserved. She keeps apologizing, but it's not what she is apologizing for. She can't even defend herself without making it worse, which would be funny if it wasn't me on the receiving end of this trash. And if she doesn't drop out of the chat group, our friends are really starting to give her stuff about it. She keeps saying she's sorry and that as soon as I'm ready to talk and work through this, she'll be waiting. But she's now confirmed that she did ghost me, since she apologized for it on our group chat last night. She's spinning that she was getting nervous about the wedding and wanted some time off to think. And therefore, because she was so nervous, she decided to go away without telling you for 6 weeks with some random friends from college and just block you and everything and not even speak to you. That is great logic. I think realistically, we probably all know what's going on here, right? She just wanted a break from you. I mean, she phrased it as that, but in reality, I think she just wanted to go away with her pals, probably technically cheat on you, and therefore maybe get away with it because she was on a break, although she enforced it herself, and then come back and just settle for you and move on and continue with your life. Completely deluded, of course, but I do feel like that was probably what her weird sort of plan was. I don't know how she ever thought that was going to work, and it didn't work, but I think that was her idea. Let me know in the comments down below if you agree with me on that. That's just what I was thinking throughout the entire thing. I've got to say, absolutely stupid from her, but a funny story. Although, yeah, I do feel bad for OP. That is Reddit. Anyway, let's move on. I've got another phenomenal wedding story for you. Am I the jerk for yelling at my sister-in-law at my wedding and telling her no one cares that she is pregnant? Now, this was originally posted on February 20th, 2024. My husband, who is 30, and I, a 26-year-old woman, got married during COVID. We couldn't have a big ceremony because of restrictions, and unfortunately, my family couldn't be present as they live in a different country. With restrictions finally lifted, we decided to have a more traditional ceremony in my home country with my family. My husband's family came, his parents, some friends, cousins, and his sister. Now, she is 32, we'll call her Sarah, along with her husband, who is 28, we'll call him Matt. Sarah and Matt live on the other side of the US than the rest of the family. They had their wedding a couple of months back in their home state, and even since then, when we have a conversation, even without our wedding coming up, Sarah would say that she and Matt are planning to get pregnant on the trip for my husband and I's wedding. No big deal, I just made sure to tell her that she needs to ovulate for that to happen, but other than that, I couldn't care less. What started to get annoying is when we were talking about all the activities or excursions that people wanted to do so they could go ahead and book it, Sarah would always say, make sure there's enough time for Matt and I at the hotel so we can get busy making our baby. Again, kind of gross, a little annoying, but whatever, they are grown-ups. I've got to interject here and say I was not expecting this from the title. I thought she would already be pregnant. This is just so weird. Anyway, about a week before we all leave to go to my home country, Sarah and Matt arrive in our home state to spend time with the family as they rarely see them. My husband and I, his parents, and my husband's brother and sister-in-law are sitting chatting when Sarah blurts out that she is pregnant. We all get really excited, congratulate them, and say how happy we are. We start asking some questions, and Sarah says she is 2 weeks pregnant. Everyone then kind of loses a little bit of excitement and says, wow, that's really early. We suggest to wait before telling other people. Just a lot can happen. People usually don't even know they're pregnant until at least 6 weeks, and even then, they're encouraged to wait until after the first trimester to tell people. My brother and sister-in-law were very happy and excited for them, but cautioned them even more, as they have experienced multiple miscarriages before having their first child. Matt replied by saying they are only telling the people closest to them, for example his parents, her parents, and her siblings. No one else, since it is so early. Well, the next day, Sarah called her great uncle and his wife over for drinks and decided to tell them too. She called her one aunt and uncle and told them, and by the end of the day, basically the entire extended family knew, as well as some of her mum's friends who stopped by the house, and Sarah told them too. With each person Sarah told, Matt got more agitated, as they'd agreed to only tell a select few people. Matt finally gave up and asked her why she doesn't just post it on Facebook, as it will be quicker. To which she replied, she wants to, but she thinks it will be frowned upon. My husband came to me and said it feels like she is trying to draw the attention away from us and our wedding, as she is known to do anything and everything to have the spotlight on her. I said, don't worry about it. When we are in my home country, she isn't going to know many people, so she won't say anything. He agreed, but went to his parents and told them what he was feeling, and asked if they could politely suggest that she keep it to herself when we left for the trip. They agreed that it was valid for him to feel that way, as they know she hates it if the focus is not on her. Anyway, we leave for the wedding, and I see my mum for the second time in 5 years. Obviously, it was a very emotional reunion, but we wiped off our tears quickly and sat down for a meal with my husband's family. After I introduced her to everyone, the waiter takes our order, and the first thing Sarah says to my mum is, your daughter probably already told you, but I won't be drinking on this trip. My mum says that that's not a problem, you don't have to drink to have fun, and that Sarah will still have fun, even if she chooses not to drink. Sarah, though, interrupts my mum to tell her it's not by choice that she's not drinking, but that she is pregnant. Keep in mind, this is 10 minutes after she met my mum. My mum says congratulations and keeps on with another conversation. But Sarah interrupts my mum again and tells her that she is 2 weeks pregnant and just so excited. Now, my mum, who is in medicine, then tells Sarah the same thing that we did, that she should probably wait until she is in her second trimester to tell people. And Sarah completely ignores her. The same thing happens with my aunt, cousins, uncles, sister, and grandparents, all of whom she had never met before. My husband yet again speaks to his parents and asks them to please tell her to keep it private because it feels as though she is purposefully trying to take the attention away from our wedding. They say they will talk to her. Matt actually comes up to us and apologizes, saying that he agrees that it's gotten out of hand and that the number of people that know is way more than the number they agreed upon. Fast forward, we are sitting eating while we wait for one of our excursions. A family that I lived with for 3 months when I first moved to my husband's country flew out for the wedding and met up with us for lunch. They have never met my sister-in-law. The wife and I are talking about the wedding and all the arrangements, while my sister-in-law sits across from us and listens to the conversation. My husband orders some shots for everyone at the table, when his mum says she doesn't want one, so he tells the server -1. My sister-in-law hears him ordering the shots and goes off yelling across the table, "I can't drink alcohol! You know I can't drink a shot! Why would you order me one?" Everyone kind of stops and looks at her for a second, before my husband says it's not a problem as Matt said he wants to. Everyone then continues their conversation, including the wife and I. My sister-in-law interrupts me and continues to make a big fuss over how my husband ordered her alcohol when he knows she's not drinking. The wife then says it's okay because Matt said he'll drink it, so it's not going to waste. But she then says again how annoying it is that my husband ordered her a shot, and I just say to not worry because I'll just drink it if Matt doesn't want it. She keeps doing this until I finally tell the wife that she's not drinking because she is pregnant. The wife says congratulations, asks her how far she is, and then also tells her to be careful about telling too many people. This situation happens about 3 more times in the week leading up to the wedding. Now, this is why I could be the jerk here. The last time it happened, she was telling my high school friends at the wedding how sick she's been, but nobody asked why she was sick. They were just empathetic and saying they hope she feels better. They came over to me to talk to me, and she followed again, complaining about how sick she has been and kind of pushing them to ask why she's been feeling so sick. When I finally said, "Sarah, are you freaking kidding me? No one gives a dang that you are pregnant. They don't even know you." Sarah ran off crying, and my mother-in-law heard me say that and told my father-in-law, who screamed at my husband, saying how he hurt Sarah's feelings and how she's just excited. My husband doesn't think I did anything wrong, and my high school friends think that I was fine too because they know the backstory. But my mum and some of my husband's family think I was the jerk. So, am I the jerk for telling my sister-in-law that no one cares that she is pregnant? Now, before we get into my thoughts on this and that all-important update, first of all, some comments. Somebody said, 2 weeks pregnant just doesn't exist. If she's used the clear blue test that says 2 weeks, it actually means she is 4 weeks. Your weeks of pregnancy are dated from the first day of your last period. This means that in the first 2 weeks or so, you're not actually pregnant. Your body is preparing for ovulation, releasing an egg from one of your ovaries as usual. OP replied, saying that she said she knows when she got pregnant. It was their anniversary from when they started dating, and then she took a pregnancy test and it came back positive 2 weeks after the anniversary. She could also apparently feel when the implant of the egg happened. I mean, that has to be a load of absolute waffle. What the heck? I mean, I'm not a woman, and I've never been pregnant, sadly, but surely, guys, get in the comments. That's just not a thing, is it? Someone else said, here is the real problem. Her husband, her parents, even your husband should have told her off long before this reached your breaking point. You did nothing wrong, but apparently nearly everyone else was more than happy to play the role of enabler to this little princess. Someone else agrees, yeah, you're not the jerk. She just sounds insufferable. Is she the golden child? Yep, she never finished college after asking her dad to pay for 4 different colleges and degrees, and then still got a graduation present when she moved away to work on a ranch. She also gets an allowance for money every month from her father. Now, 9 days later, we got that all-important update, but before we get into that, I just have to say that I agree fully with all the commenters here. What is she doing? First of all, yeah, you can't be pregnant. I mean, you can't effectively say that you're pregnant that early, can you? I mean, 2 weeks. Surely you can't. You can't say I'm 2 weeks pregnant. No one's ever said that. Secondly, why would you do that? So much stuff can happen in that first trimester that can, ruin everything, sadly. So that is why people often do wait, or the majority of the time do wait until later down the line. Thirdly, if you are going to tell people and it is going to be really, really close family, then fair enough. But make sure that it still is only really, really close family. Don't tell great aunts and uncles and then they'll tell everyone else, and just now you're telling random people that haven't even met you. You might as well say, hi, my name is pregnant at this point. That's how much you care. And look, don't get me wrong. Being pregnant, I'm sure, is an amazing thing. But is it amazing enough to gloat to everyone? People you don't even know? No, it's not. I mean, maybe it is, but you just don't need to do that. Anyway, let's see what happens next. My husband and I finally had our honeymoon, and we were unreachable during our holiday because we were out of the country. Our whole family knew this before we left, and we told them the only way to reach us in an emergency was to call the hotel. We knew that Sarah was going in for her appointment while we were away, and we told her that we'd call her as soon as we got back home. My husband and I were out one day for the whole day from the hotel doing activities, and when we got back, we found a note on our room to say we have to go to reception. Once we got to reception, the person told us we had 7 missed calls from family and gave us a number to call. We didn't know who called or what about, but we thought it was an emergency. We called the number and it was Matt. He was very confused and asked why we were calling him on our honeymoon and asked if we were okay. Well, we said that the hotel said that this number called 7 times and asked him if everything was okay. Matt said everything was fine, but that Sarah wanted to talk to us. Oh, what a surprise. Matt called Sarah over and she asked us how we were having fun, etc. But we just wanted to know what was going on because we were so worried. Sarah said she went to the doctor and got some news. We asked if everything was okay because she kept not saying anything and we could hear her and Matt whispering to each other. We heard Matt say to her, "Did you seriously call the hotel 7 times to tell them this? It could have waited." Sarah finally gets back on the phone and said that the doctor said she was going to have twins. We said congratulations and asked if there was anything else. We thought again that it was an emergency. She said no, she just wanted to share the news because she is so excited and scared and she couldn't hold it in. She said she also called my mum and told her. They are friends on social media. My husband and I both just said we were very happy for them, but really didn't want to be bothered again if it was not an emergency. Sarah said we were being very rude and she just wanted to share the good news. We hung up because we had to get ready for dinner. When we got back into the US, my in-laws picked us up from the airport and were asking us if we spoke to Sarah. We said yes. She said she was having twins and we were very excited for them. My father-in-law then said that Sarah told them we were extremely rude to her and Matt and that we were dismissive and hung up the phone. We told them what really happened and they said that is not what Sarah has told the whole family. We are now back in our house and haven't spoken to Sarah or Matt. Matt texted us both, but the text only came through later. He said he was so sorry that they bothered us on our vacation and he felt horrible. We just text back saying it was all good and that we were very excited for both of them. All I can say about this whole situation is that I am very happy that we live on the other side of the country from Sarah. Okay, so that is the end of the story. But before I give my thoughts, and wow, I have a lot of thoughts to give, here is an additional comment from OP. I spoke to my mother-in-law today and like everyone said, Sarah didn't calculate her time right. Wow, I'm not, again, very surprised at all. She's actually about 8 to 9 weeks pregnant according to my mother-in-law. She is also having twins that were 2 eggs and 2 sperms. Not sure the medical name, each has their own sac. Now interestingly, someone asked this. Did your brother go with her to the doctor? Did he see the ultrasound? For some reason, women who fake pregnancies often claim they're having twins. Now, that isn't a super likely scenario, but this woman does sound pathologically desperate for attention. Maybe I've watched too many Dr. Phil episodes on women who fake pregnancies, but I'd reverse image search any ultrasound pictures that she sends or posts. And that is a thought that I hadn't even considered, but I guess it does make sense. If she is this keen for attention, who knows to what length she'd go to get it. Opie replied, I think Matt went with, yes. When we got back to the US, she did send a picture of the ultrasound. Now, I'm not a doctor or in the medical field at all, but it did look like 2 babies to me. Okay, so look, I'm probably just about happy enough to write that off as a possibility. That's maybe even a step too far for Sarah, although, I mean, honestly, who knows? She probably could do that. I just don't think that that's that likely. I do have to say, though, what a attention-seeking little mug she is. And I'm just like, I'm thinking the whole time, Matt, what are you doing to me? Why are you with a person like this? He clearly knows. He's like apologizing throughout the entire thing to his sister and to her husband and the family in general. You know the sort of person that you're with and how just annoying and like horrible she is, clearly, and how attention seeking she can be. Just why? I'm sure you love her, but why? Does this not like just show you that she's just not the sort of person that you want to be with for the rest of your life? If everyone in the family is just saying she's so annoying, why is she doing this sort of thing? And OP is saying at the end, your sister is saying, I'm so happy I live as far away from her as I possibly can within the constraints of the same country. I don't know. I think that'd be a pretty good indication, but yeah, I guess he's sort of stuck with her now. She's pregnant. Okay, now we're into the top 5. Things are getting serious. This is the 5th best Reddit story of 2024. I've been calling my sister by her full given name when she dead names my niece. My brother's kid, who is a 22-year-old woman, came out as trans on her 21st birthday about a year ago and changed her name from Lance to Lacey. Most of our family accepted it, and the ones who didn't weren't close anyway, except our sister, Eva, who is 45. We are a Native American family with a lot of creative names, and my sister's birth name is something close to Evangeline, but she decided to go by Eva after a white kid said her name was rezzed out, i.e. a low-class or stereotypical name from an Indian reservation. She's insisted on Eva for about 35 years, and we all obliged. Now, she's regularly been calling my trans niece by her dead name Lance since she came out as trans, so I started calling her Evangeline, which she hates. The whole family caught on and have only been referring to her as Evangeline for about a year now, and she is furious every time she comes to family events. Recently, she's been calling me by my full first name to bother me. My first name is a portmanteau hyphenation of my mum's 4 sisters' names. Something like Alexiana Dorotheke, but wackier, wow. People have always called me AD or Lexi, or my brother's called me Dodo since he was a kid. I love my full first names, but it's cumbersome to use an 8-syllable name regularly. Well, my full name caught on with family and friends. Just despite Evangeline, we have all reverted back to our full names instead of nicknames. Our dad is no longer Frank, he's Franklin. Our mum no longer Ros, she is Rosalind. Brother no longer Nate, he's Nathaniel. My sister-in-law is no longer Kate, she's Catherine, etc. This has truly driven Evangeline away, which was the plan in the first place. Lacey makes for better company, so good riddance to one trashy sister. You know what? I just despise people like this. Coming out as trans is probably one of the most courageous things you can possibly do, and it must be an extremely difficult thing for somebody to do, made even worse by people like this, who just don't accept it clearly at all, and still sadly use their dead name to probably make them question whether they even should have come out in the first place. I mean, the only thing that Lacey can do is just ignore Eva as much as she can. And I think, to be fair, OP, with your help and the rest of the families, she has been able to do this, but it's just so ignorant, right? Eva knows what she's doing here. There's no doubt about it. The fact of the matter is, she clearly has an issue that Lacey's name has changed, but then she didn't have an issue calling other family members by their nicknames. Ugh, just a disgraceful person. I hope you disown her. Right, let's step things up a bit. Our next story is some phenomenal escalating revenge. Should have just let me walk away with my share. All you had to do was let me walk away. For some background, I am a practicing internal medicine physician and formerly a 50% owner in what was once a fairly successful med spa with 4 locations. At least until what happened below. Before anyone accuses me of breaking the law, blah blah blah, don't. This has been litigated, resolved, and I won. But it is a fun story. In the beginning, my business partner and I were mere acquaintances working with a large hospitalist practice. Looking for extra income to pay off student loans, we decided to band together and open a med spa offering Botox, minor cosmetic procedures, B12 infusions, etc. And it was a huge hit, big enough for us to go full time and expand. This lasted around 7 years. Beginnings of problems. My partner decides that his wife isn't enough for him and begins to step out on her. Now, this is none of my business. However, it does become my business when you embezzle money to pay for your sugar baby's gifts from our business account. Fast forward a few years, and I've sat on this information because business overall was too good to walk away from. However, COVID changed things, and we had to close 2 of our 4 locations. My partner has never been great with money or time management, which is why for the most part I handled all of the back office stuff, from ordering supplies to billing and payroll and so on. This comes into play later. Around 6 months ago, I began looking for a new position and found a new job. I didn't want to leave my partner in a hard spot, so I gave him a 90-day notice to find another partner or otherwise get his business affairs in order before I resigned. He instead used this time to siphon off more funds for his side piece and allow his unruly children to ransack my office while I was away on a family vacation, and frequently not showing up to work or showing up late or super hungover, leaving me to do extra. So it was my time to go and my time to get even. Finally, the time had come to wind down my time. Per our agreement, my partner was to buy out my 50% of the practice, which we agreed would occur on the Monday of my last week. Basically, I'd take 50% of our liquid assets as a bank transfer. Monday, upon checking the bank account, I'd been locked out, and upon regaining access, I found that $30,000 of my half had been moved to an account I did not have access to. I had it, and I spent the next few days plotting my revenge. Remember those back office things that I handled above? Well, all of those documents, processes, order forms, etc., they're all shared on our shared office hard drive and are absolutely vital to the practice, and are way too much work for my partner to do himself in a short time. I just so happened to buy an identical model and take the original hard drive home with me. Upon plugging the hard drive in, I found a backup of his calendar, pictures and emails between him and his mistress, which I forwarded to his wife. The following day, I ran a full-page ad in the local paper announcing a special holiday deal on our services, which we'd planned. Lastly, I hired some college students to write a slew of bad reviews on Google and Yelp to tank the overall ratings. The aftermath. The week after my departure, the clinic was insanely busy and quickly ran out of supplies. Since the order forms, etc. were gone, he had to turn away new and long-standing clients. My partner sued for the documents, and I countersued for the $30,000 he owed me. We settled by exchanging the 2. I've since heard that his wife divorced him, his mistress left him, and subsequently he has filed for bankruptcy as the clinic never recovered and his wife cleaned him out. I, on the other hand, really like my new job. Well, this is an absolute masterpiece, and yeah, he deserves it. He absolutely deserves the destruction that you've put upon him, and the fact that probably his life is pretty ruined right now. It's just weird because your lives were going so well. Your relationship was so good, right, as business partners, and you were growing this great business. Even through COVID, managing to keep half of your sites open as a new business is extremely impressive. I mean, most businesses definitely would have just completely gone under there, but you managed to keep 2 out of 4 locations open. But no, apparently that wasn't enough. I've got to embezzle loads of money to pay off my new women that I'm chasing, and then some other stuff as well. You know, even your partner who you've grown this business with, you're willing to just hide money from, take money away from them. Yeah, disgusting. And once again, very, very deserve revenge. Okay then, let's step things up once again. Now it's time for some serious stuff. This is r/prorevenge. Do not scheme people and talk about it in another language. They might understand it. I am a Serbian who moved to America to work for 4 years. I was in a smaller IT company, around 20 people, and I was highly regarded by the owners. There were 2 of them. Sometimes I represented them in meetings, mostly when showcasing the company's services and so on. One day, while on a break, I overheard one of the owners mentioning they had a meeting with a Serbian company and they would like me to accompany them in case there were any communication issues. I agreed. During the meeting, we forgot to mention that I was Serbian. I was introduced as an assistant, so I didn't feel the need to introduce myself. When we presented our services, they started speaking in Stravakai. Apologies if I've pronounced that wrong. A Serbian slang where words are twisted. Probably thinking that if anyone had learned Serbian, they wouldn't be able to understand them. I understood every word. They were attempting to deceive the company, and it was evident we weren't their first or last target. I wrote down a few things they said, translated them, and showed one of the owners the translation. After the meeting, they asked if I was sure, and I confirmed. Due to some procedures, we had to meet one more time, but with permission, I said,
Raz milisemo o vasem predlogu, which by the way translates as we will think about your proposal. They just froze for a second. Face white and open-mouthed, they looked at each other and tried to stay cool, but you could hear in their voices they knew they screwed up. We didn't sign anything with that company. I don't know how many times over the course of my channel's history I've seen stories similar to this. I don't know what it is with idiotic people that just don't think that other people could potentially speak their language. Like, surely the fact that you are speaking your language in the country you're in tells you that there could be other people in the country you're in also speaking the same language. I mean, why even risk this? Why try and talk behind people's backs who you're trying to get money off or, do business with in a situation like this? If you're going to try and scheme someone, and probably don't do it, but if you're going to try, probably don't speak about scheming them to their face. Just insane. Ultimately, they've lost a lot of money. And yes, what they were doing was terrible anyway, but they could have at least made some money from it. So for them personally, their idiotic screw up just cost them tens of thousands of dollars probably. What I do hope is that you got a big pay rise or at least a promotion, because you've saved the company. Now, we don't know how much money it was, but you've saved the company probably a heck of a lot of money just from this one thing and being in that meeting. And also sticking your neck out and telling your bosses, look, I know this is weird, but this is literally what's happening right now. I'm 100% confident on it. How much money might you have saved them? I mean, we have no idea. But yeah, I hope you got a bonus at least. Okay, now that is going to do it for the, let's be honest, sort of safe, gentle stuff off this episode. The next story is crazy. It comes from Nuclear Revenge. As you can see by the title and the thumbnail, it is just mental. And yeah, I hope you're prepared for it. If you're not, then just be prepared. Now, before we get into it, I do just want to mention something. It's a bit of an announcement, actually. A lot of you have been commenting, and you've seen over the past couple of weeks or so on my channel that I've been posting pretty much only stories that are based on relationship drama, stories from r/relationship advice, r/relationship subreddits like that. And the reason for that is because I've just been loving those sort of posts and stories at the moment. They come from, best of Redditor updates, that sort of stuff. So there's always conclusions. There's always a lot of drama, which I like, and you guys seem to be liking as well. And that is the reason why I'm covering a lot of them. Now, as you can see in this episode, we're back on a more normal standard subreddit for my channel, prorevenge and revenge subreddits. But I am really enjoying the relationship stuff at the moment. So for that reason, I don't want to completely inundate you all with solely relationship drama content. So what I've done to appease myself and those of you that really like the drama stuff is I've made a new channel, Redditor Extra, where I'm going to be posting solely relationship drama stories, be that weddings, bridezillas, cheating, anything. I mean, you guys have seen over the past couple of weeks, these stories can have literally anything in them over on that channel. Now, I've already posted one entire video episode on that channel, and the reason why nobody has seen it yet, and I've not told anyone yet, is because I wanted to wait until, quite a long time into a normal episode of mine to tell you guys still listening and watching right now, the core audience about the channel. It's a bit of a secret, okay? So I only want the people that are really fans of my stuff to go over there and enjoy the channel. Don't tell people about it. Keep it to yourself. I'll leave a link to it, not even in the description. It's just gonna, I'll leave it in the description, but a few lines down. And I'll also put it on the end screen as well. But yeah, don't go talking about it loads in the comments. I just want this to be for the core fans. All right. With that being said, hopefully people haven't heard that. But yeah, search for Redditor Extra or click the link at the end of this one. Now, let's get in to the fourth and final story of this episode. Make up rumors that I have CP and I'm a prostitute because I won't date you. Say goodbye to your new $150,000 car, and hello prison and a ruined life. So first of all, let's introduce the characters. Me, an 18-year-old male, unmedicated senior. Psycho incel, referred to as PI, a 16-year-old boy. So for backstory, I was the only gay kid in what felt like my entire small, deep southern town, and came out very young, so that identity kind of stuck. My family was mostly very supportive, and I'm grateful for that, because outside of 2 or 3 friends, I might as well have had a scarlet A branded to my forehead. Eventually though, a few other people came out. One being Psycho Incel, a very wealthy, spoiled, all-American entitled kid who drove a very, very expensive new car. Now, when he first came out, it was to no one's surprise, but regardless, a mutual friend was worried it would be a hard time,
and asked if I would befriend him and give him tips on how to get through it, etc. I of course said yes. Big mistake. Now by this time I didn't care what anyone thought because the people who mattered had already made it apparent and vice versa. So I was pretty open about the fact that I was actively dating someone much, much older than me. I don't want to hear it, that's not the point of the story. It was a wonderful, healthy relationship that my conservative, traditional dad even supported, so shut up. Fair enough, no comments from me, not that I would comment anyway, respect. Now, after getting coffee with Psycho Incel and being friendly, he apparently developed feelings for me, and after he confessed, I gently told him I was seeing someone and that I was very happy. This was common knowledge in our gossip-ridden high school anyhow, and that was apparently not acceptable to him, and he went ballistic. In small towns, there are often what's known as junior-senior wars, where the two grades have a war of harmless, albeit annoying pranks. However, our school was not completely uncivilized, so there was a group chat for both grades to discuss rules, limits, such as no damaging, no hitting houses if someone expressed that they weren't participating, renting, etc. Well, in that group chat with over 1,000 kids, Psycho Incel thought it would be a great time to drop bombshell number 1. I had expressed that I was not participating, to not hit my house as it's rented, and so on and so forth. Cue Psycho Incel responding directly and saying, "What? You can't afford to buy it with all the money you've been making being a prostitute for your 50-year-old boyfriend?" I would like to say first off, my boyfriend was nowhere near that age. I saw red. I love that man to death and felt a forehead vein practically hemorrhage. Safe to say, the rumour passed through the high school and the community. My coaches took me aside, our extra religious teachers tormented me more, and I was a pariah. Oh well, I had acceptance to a top university, my friends, my boyfriend, and my family. I was almost done. Then the next rumour dropped, and this is when I went nuclear. One day I got a call from my friend, and immediately I knew something was wrong. Apparently, little Psycho Incel had decided it was a good idea to lie and tell people that I had 1. Cheated on my boyfriend, 2. Made a video with the guy I'd cheated with, 3. It was with a junior, someone under 18, none of which was remotely true. Thankfully, he was very popular and very straight, and was also an obsession of Psycho Incels, and knew where it came from. And he agreed to, in writing, express that none of this was true, and gave me copious amounts of evidence, screenshots of texts, Instagram DMs, etc., of Psycho Incel's online harassment. I kept all of this in a file just in case this ever got out and I needed to defend myself. And thankfully, it never became more than a funny, impossible, salacious story made up about me. However, it was too late for him, as I was already very mentally unstable, and this would have ruined everything I was riding on. Now, on to the revenge, finally. So not only was Psycho Incel's car brand new, but it was a new car because he destroyed his old one and was not getting another. Love small town gossip, but also driving through someone's house is pretty conspicuous, lol. Now, I'll admit I did not come up with this. I read it in a fanfiction, but it actually worked out very well. The first thing I did was go to the furthest bait and tackle shop I could find, and I bought catfish bait. Now, if you don't fish, you might not know, but catfish love the stinkiest, smelliest bait you can find, and I bought a whole jar of the slop. I knew the parking lot of my school had no security or cameras because my car had already been vandalized. I did embrace the F word carved into my door with pride eventually. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. And then I got to work in the cold February morning. The first thing I did was hammer nails into 3 of his tires. Now, this wouldn't pop them immediately, but they would eventually each deflate at much more inconvenient places, and nails would look more accidental than if they were slashed. Then I took poison ivy and rubbed it all over the door handles of his car. Afterwards, I took a mix of gravel and Vaseline and spread it all over the windshield wipers, which would just scratch the heck out of it once he used them. My favourite, however, was using that catfish bait. Knowing enough about cars, i.e. copious Googling, I figured out how to get to the AC portion, and I poured in the catfish bait. Sadly, I wouldn't be able to witness this, but he wouldn't be using his AC for another month or so since it's still cold. All that time for it to rot, fester, congeal, and the first day it's warm and he decides to blast AC, his car will be filled with the fumes of 1,000 rotten piles of roadkill and low tide without any idea where it's coming from or how to get rid of it. The next part of this story is honestly out of pure dumb luck, and I can't claim complete responsibility from the universe's work. However, I, being the obsessive paranoid type, would check his socials from a burner account now and again, perhaps hoping to hear about his fishy car or to see if he aired out more rumours about me. One day, I found something odd. Nothing. Every single social media was gone. Out of pure curiosity, I googled his name and found something very juicy and very crazy. He was arrested in an entirely different state for attempting to impersonate a government official and bring a gun into a theme park. Safe to say that didn't fly, but also it did not get enough traction as I would like. Thus, I sent it to everyone I knew in our small town. His summer job, future college, our high school, that giant group chat of over 1,000 people. Yeah, it got sent there as well. By the end of the day, he was a pariah, jobless, and collegeless. I left my town, and honestly, I haven't heard anything about him since. But I can't imagine he amounted to much, being that insane, and with that type of crime as well. Well, there we go. Safe to say things definitely ramped up in this episode, my word. I mean, to be honest, the first 3 stories were pretty chill. That last one, wow. Goodness me. I mean, it doesn't get much worse than accusing someone of having or creating CP. I mean, that is just revolting. And to be honest, I think you should go to prison for that. I mean, you have to be arrested for that. That is such a bold, huge claim that can absolutely destroy someone's life, even if it's not true. That I think the ramifications have to be serious for the person making that claim if it is completely false, and they know it's completely false, and they're just doing it to, I don't know, destroy your image. To be honest though, despite all you did, which was great, it seemed that in the end, he was the one that actually pressed his own self-destruct button, right? I mean, where did that come from? The fact that he impersonated a police officer and walked into a theme park with a gun. What the heck? I mean, I did not see that coming. Just shows that this guy was absolutely insane. I think that the incel is a pretty good word to describe him, let's be realistic, although it's probably more than that. I don't really know what he was planning to do with that gun though. That is the scary thing. And based on the other stuff that we've seen him do throughout this story, I don't know. I'm only just kind of thankful that he was caught before anything serious happened. Now moving on to 4th place, and things don't get any less insane with this one. My father demands an apology after 10 years of no contact. When I was 11 years old, my parents divorced. My father cheated a lot, and my mother forgave him every time because she wanted to keep the family together. But then when I was 11, my father cheated again and ran off with this woman. What followed was a huge divorce with a lot of fighting and arguing. The only thing my father didn't want was us as children. It was decided that I had to go to my father at the weekends. Because where I live, divorces go through the courts, and they think it's important that children continue to see both their parents. During these weekends, I was used more as a kind of Cinderella by my father and his girlfriend, and I was systematically abused mentally and physically. Every time I made a mistake in their eyes, didn't do something the way they wanted, didn't get things done on time because I had a lot to do, I was beaten with objects or just by hand. My father's favourite thing was his belt, and my stepmother liked to use an electric fly swatter, which gives off electric shocks when you turn it on so that you can kill the fly without crushing it, so to speak. If you hold it against your skin with the metal part, you'll get a pretty hard electric shock. To this day, I'm terrified of electric fly swatters, even though where I live, they are very common household things. I managed to hide the abuse for years by wearing baggy clothes with long sleeves, whether it was summer or winter. Because of this, I quickly became the weird kid at school and had no friends. The abuse had enormous mental consequences, but I wanted to persevere because I was afraid that if I stopped coming on weekends, my father's girlfriend would work out her anger on my little sister. She was only 5 when my parents broke up. I withdrew more and more to my room when I was with my mother so that I didn't have to talk to her. My mother is a sweetheart. She's really sweet and friendly and only wanted the best for me. She thought I was having trouble with the divorce and that I was starting to go through puberty. She regularly suggested that I go to a therapist, but I always didn't want to because I wanted to protect my sister. When I was 16, my gym teacher found out about the bruises because I suffered an injury during sports class and she had to look at my legs. As a result, Child Protection was immediately called to see that I was covered in them. My mother was so shocked that she kept me and my sister at home from that moment on. The judge decided that the contact arrangements were terminated and that we as children no longer had to visit my father. My father has always blamed me for the fact that he no longer sees his children. He called me a bad daughter and said that I should never have told anyone what happened in our home. He felt that it was no one's business and that it was good parenting, that it would make me hard and grow up to be a strong woman who could serve her husband in this way, that if I behaved better and did what I was told, I wouldn't have to be beaten. 10 years have passed since then. Because of what happened and the fact that we lived in a small village, everyone knows what occurred and what he and his now wife did to me. I moved far away from them and cut off all contact. I went to therapy to learn to deal with everything. I have a very sweet partner who supports me and also helps me to overcome my fears that I developed because of my father. I regularly have panic attacks at home and I'm afraid of being home alone. We bought a video doorbell so I can see who is at the door without having to go to it because I'm afraid that he'll find out my address and come to see me. He's already tried to find out my address a few times through my sister since she has been in contact with him again for a few years. Her reasoning was that they've not done anything to her and they were always kind to her, so she sees no reason not to visit regularly. That is interesting. Recently, I received a letter from my father through my sister in which he demanded that I apologize for my behavior and that because of me, the entire village thinks he is a disgrace. Yeah, I wonder why. In the letter, he said that he is getting older and his hearing and vision are getting worse. He demands that I apologize to him and that I introduce him to my partner, who really doesn't want that because he knows my entire history. He thinks he's been a good father and that being raised by my mother has made me soft and that I am now a bad woman because I'm pursuing a career outside the home in biology. My sister tells me that I should just say sorry and that he will really leave me alone afterwards. He really just wants to hear that he was a good father and that I regret talking to people 10 years ago when they saw my bruises. But I really don't want to. But my sister and father's family keep pestering me to say that I should just do it so that he can close it off and the village will no longer find him a shame. I really don't want to, and I haven't slept at night because of it. I don't know what to do anymore, and my partner tries to keep me calm so I don't have to think about it anymore because it gives me panic attacks. But my father and his family keep insisting and nagging me to do it by sending me messages on social media and calling or WhatsApping me. I keep blocking them, but they create new throwaway accounts to reach me or give letters and messages to my sister so that she can give them to me. I didn't tell my mother about this because she already feels very guilty that she didn't notice the abuse for all those years. So, what do you think? Should I just apologize to get it over with? Absolutely not. Why would you ever apologize? I mean, this is such a sad story. You can't ever even think about apologizing. And to be honest, I think it's very tragic that OP is even considering it, and it shows to me that the level of abuse that he suffered throughout his entire life. I mean, we know what physical effects it had, but mentally, the fact that you're in this situation and you're still even considering apologizing to your dad just shows the torture, the mental torture that you must have gone through and the impact it still has on you today. Like, if I put myself in that situation, obviously, you know, objectively, and I haven't had all the abuse that you've suffered for all those years, I just say, you know, straight off the bat, no. Why would I ever apologize? Obviously, he has to apologize to me. And even then, there's nothing he can even possibly say to excuse what he did for all those years. But because you're in this situation and you've had to deal with this for so long and it's clearly had such an effect on you, you're considering apologizing. I don't know. The worst person in all of this, by the way, I mean, she's not the worst person. Obviously, your dad and stepmom are. But a close second/third, your sister. What is she doing? Maybe she just doesn't understand. Maybe she was too young. But I don't know. I feel like she should be listening to you and just hearing what you did to help her all those years ago. And surely, like, if she hears about your experiences with her own dad and stepmom, she would have to side with you. But no, she's doing the opposite. I don't know. Maybe it's because she was too young to remember. Maybe it's because your dad and stepmom are extremely manipulative. Maybe it's because she is a bad person. Maybe it's a combination of all three. I'm not sure. I just feel like you've been completely left on your own here, OP, and it's a good thing that your mum is as sweet as she is. But my word, you know, 3 really bad people here. Now for our next entitled parent story. You called CPS because a toddler was running around naked. I was visiting with a very good friend of mine this weekend after a mutual friend's birthday party. We'd all gone, but it wasn't really a place conducive to quiet enjoyment of a friend's company. There was lots of noise and lights and sugary birthday goodies that everyone partook in, including my friend's 2 sons. Now, one of them isn't 1 yet, and the other is balls deep into the terrible 2s. The answer for everything is no. even when the answer was meant to be yes. It's hilarious, mostly because I can go home. My friend and his wife, they're tired. Understandably so. So we were sitting in front of the TV and minding the boys while my buddy's wife wanted some time not spent in the immediate vicinity of her offspring. Which, honestly, fair. She got drove off in her car and went I know not where, and we divided the labour equally. My friend had the kid who couldn't walk yet, and they were curled up on the couch. I think the intent was for a quiet nap. Me, well, I was stuck with the 2-year-old, and we had beef. At one point in the birthday party, I was playing skee ball at an arcade and offered my last ball to the 2-year-old. He wound up like he was on a baseball mound, and I wound up having to go, no, 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 and intervene. He's yet to forgive me for this transgression. So, my charge for a little bit decided watching Bluey was for suckers, and he was going in search of adventure. And I was following him around, because that's what you do when someone places the welfare of their child in your hands. The whole time, he's sulking and glaring at me every time he realizes I'm still behind him. It was so hard not to laugh because it was so overblown and dramatic. So we're in the boys' room, and the kid I'm watching is currently trying to cram his little body under his bed and shouting about wanting mama. Tough luck, kid. Mama's taking a break. You're stuck with me. And then there's a knock at the door. It's a caseworker from CPS and a police officer. I didn't realize this at the time, as I was trying to make sure the kid's head wouldn't actually get stuck under the bed. I'd never live it down. My buddy answers the door and is rather alarmed to see the pair waiting there. Then they came in and my buddy shouted for me to come back to the living room with the kid. So I scoop up my charge and he starts squirming and squawking because he wanted to be under the bed, and clearly this is not under the bed. Matter of fact, this is the opposite, and he promptly shuts up. Because strangers. The caseworker goes on to explain that they've gotten reports about toddlers being left outside in the snow with only a diaper on, being left naked to run around the house, bruises on the kids, etc, etc. For the uninitiated, most toddlers cannot stand wearing clothes. They want out of them immediately. Even the hint of a chance at ditching the clothing and they'll go for it. The cop looks around for a moment, says something to the CPS worker, and then leaves. I sit with a 2-year-old, who was clothed by the way, and my buddy does all of the talking. I can tell that he is furious, but I didn't really know why at the time. The caseworker wanders around the house a little bit, takes a look at both kids, then shrugs and says he can't see any evidence behind the report, but that everyone has to be investigated. They'll be in touch, but it won't be a home visit unless new evidence or reports come to light. After the caseworker leaves, my buddy hands me the not quite 1-year-old, takes out his phone and goes into the basement, and promptly starts screaming at the top of his lungs into the phone. The 1-year-old just went back to napping, and the 2-year-old showed some survival instincts. He just looked at me and said, "Daddy mad," and watched TV with me and his brother. My friend's mother had some sort of mental illness flare up on her out of nowhere. I don't really know the details because it's not my business, but what little I did hear about was horrific enough. Evidently, on Grandma's last visit, the 2-year-old managed to escape the clutches of bath time and wound up making a beeline straight out the open front door into the snow. He realised this was a poor life choice seconds after escaping, mostly from face planting into snow after tripping, and struggled not at all to be brought back in for bath time. Why was the door open? Grandma's new boyfriend was rather drunk and attempting to bring in a pile of Christmas gifts that were arriving in late January. He fell down the stairs when he tried opening the door, so they just propped the door open to allow easier offloading. In a nutshell, stuff happens. Kids have minds of their own and do their own thing. He was never in any actual danger, just a 2-year-old doing 2-year-old things. The fact that Grandma twisted the event in such a fashion honestly confuses me, especially since the root cause of the kid getting out at all wasn't even my friend's fault. The really fed up part about the report though, the reason there was a cop there was because Grandma told CPS that her son was an alcoholic with a mean streak when he was drunk, and that he kept a gun at the door. He does keep a gun by the door, to be fair. It's a double-barrel shotgun and a small safe with a keypad because he lives in the boonies and it's not unusual to see things like bears. To the best of my knowledge, the only time the gun is fired is at range, so my buddy and his wife can use the weapon competently if the need should arise. Her own son, though. Now, some parents can be difficult, all right? I hold my hands up. Some grandparents can be difficult, some parents can be difficult, and, you know, not always is it a good idea to have your parent look after your child. I do feel like this is one of those occasions where maybe you don't let your mum look after your kid anymore, I do, though, have to say that there's levels to this game. Calling CPS on your own son, that is mad. I don't really understand even why she did that. Okay, sorry, she didn't call CPS, someone else did. But then, sorry, the grandma saying that her own son was an alcoholic with a mean streak is absolutely mental. That's the reason why the cop was there, of course. I don't know. Like, it's bad enough that someone calls CPS. I think, yeah, it happens, you could say, but also it's not great. I mean, a 2-year-old being able to run outside on their own, it's very dangerous. As we saw with a story not long ago, you know, a kid abandoned on their own outside can have serious repercussions. But then, yeah, doubling down and saying, oh, actually, no, it's because of my son who's an alcoholic. Mad. And look, I get it. She has a mental illness. Does that excuse this? Does that allow for this? I would say no. Obviously, you need more context there. But yeah, I think the easiest thing to do is just, you know, maybe you don't cut her off, but just don't let her ever look after your kid. Now for our final entitled parent story of this episode. My bio mum's husband offered to adopt me. I'm already adopted. I am 18, non-binary. I don't remember the exact ages of my bio mum and her husband, but they're in their late 40s. I'll call them Claire and Daniel. For some background, Claire had me and my brother while she was an addict and had a lot of untreated issues. Bipolar, BPD, schizophrenia, etc. I won't go into a lot of detail because it's very heavy, but long story short, she married a bad man. And because of his and her actions, she lost custody of us when we were 5, and we eventually got adopted when we were 8. She divorced that man and is now married to Daniel. Now on to the story. Claire at the time had gotten diagnosed with a terminal illness, so I had agreed to fly out there to visit her. I'd never gotten super close with Daniel, but we were relatively friendly. At first, the visit was okay, everyone was acting normally, but then things kind of started to go downhill. Claire asked if I would consider moving out there for the time she had left, and I said I would consider it. She seemed to be happy with that answer at first, along with Daniel, but then it started going downhill. They started acting like I was definitely moving in and started trying to make all of these decisions before I'd even decided, like wanting to go to the social security office to see if I still qualified for insurance, etc. It was hard for me to push back on it and set boundaries because I'm autistic and communication is hard, so I just kind of brushed it off. One night, me and Claire were having a deep conversation and Daniel joined in, which led to him offering to adopt me. I explained that I was already adopted and that I did not want to be adopted again, and he seemed to drop the issue. Over the next few days though, he started getting more authoritative, I guess. Whenever I talked about something, he would correct me, even if he was obviously wrong. It even got to the point when I was trying to bond with him and talk to him about my trans experience, he straight up said that I should try to be comfortable being a woman and that he didn't want me to get gender-affirming surgery, that I needed to fully experience being a woman before I decided. I deflected from the topic but felt very uncomfortable. When I flew home and told my mum everything, she texted Claire saying that she basically needed to take a chill pill and that Daniel needed to stop inserting himself in our lives like he was a parent. The last thing I heard about the situation is that when my brother visited later, Daniel told him something basically to the effect that I was influenced easily and that's why I'm non-binary. I haven't talked to him since besides saying hi when I'm on the phone with Claire. I mean, the strange thing is that your bio mum's husband doesn't already know that you're adopted. Unless he does know and he just wants to like re-adopt you or cancel the adoption that has already happened and take over. You know, like when a manager gets sacked. Is he the new manager? Is he the caretaker manager? Is that what he wants to be? I think once again, it's been the case with multiple stories here. You just need to stay away from these entitled parents. That really is like the key thing. That is the common denominator throughout every entitled parent story ever, realistically. Just stay away from them. But yeah, I think it's much harder when they are your own family. I mean, we also have to, of course, talk about the fact that he's saying, oh yeah, don't transition, man. Well, not man, but you know what I mean. Don't transition. You need to experience what it's like to be a woman. What is that? I mean, what is that? At what age do you have full experience of being a woman? That's my question. And again, it makes me think of an episode the other day where somebody said, you're not a lesbian, you just haven't had the right D yet. It's along those sort of lines. It's crazy. Now, someone's actually commented down below that they have a creepy feeling it's not going to be adoption, but actually a relationship, especially with him not wanting you to transition. Now, I don't know about that, but then they've also said, do you have an uncanny resemblance to your bio mum? So I guess this person is saying, once your bio mum passes away, he might want to get with you and replace her with someone that has similar DNA and looks similar. If that's the case, that is mental. I wouldn't suggest that myself, but apparently actually just looking, OP has said that in the past they've talked about their sex life to me, talked about their relationship, and when he was talking about wanting me to have the full experience of a woman, he was talking about the topic no one should be talking about with their wife's kid that they barely know. Okay, that's just, yeah, really, really creepy. I've had enough. Okay, here we are, the top 3. This is the 3rd best story of 2024. This one was one that was suggested by quite a few of you guys. Let's get into it. I know I'm the jerk here. I found out my streamer boyfriend was cheating with internet girls and I took his whole setup away. This happened last week and I'm super petty and still angry, so sorry for the rant. I am a 25-year-old woman and my boyfriend, well ex, who is 28, got into an accident last year. He's still trying to get a job, but it hurts him to stand for long periods of time. He currently gets unemployment, but otherwise, I pay for everything. We have a lease together, and I pay for most of it. During this time, I was thrilled that he was bringing in $100 to $200 a month streaming on Twitch, because looking for remote work has been terrible. He's pretty popular in his game, has his own Discord, stuff like that. He told me up front that he doesn't talk about me on Twitch or Discord, because girls make up a good amount of his audience. I've seen some of the comments on Twitch, pretty usual simpy stuff which he warned me about. I get it. I used to stream on and off too. I noticed him spending more and more time streaming, but there was no increase in money. He stopped coming to bed with me too. I stayed up late one night, pretending to sleep. At about 2 AM it got quiet, but I heard him talking. I heard him say, check your Snapchat, and yeah, I have to be quiet because my roommate is asleep. Roommate? I went to the living room and pulled his headset out of the jack. It was a woman's voice. He powered his computer off and started saying, what the frick? I told you it's how I make money. Blah, blah, blah. I told him to open Discord on his phone and show me his messages. He refused. Maintaining the illusion of being single for the sake of work, I understand. But what he's actually doing, a little graphic, sorry, in my eyes, is cheating. I grabbed his phone and locked myself in the bathroom. He didn't change his password, so I got into his Snap and Discord. All girls, nudes and videos saved on Snapchat of them doing stuff together. There were Discord messages saying he can't voice chat because his roommate is so loud and annoying. Conveniently, these were hours I'm home from work. All these girls seem to all think he's in a relationship with them. I didn't get to see too much else because he was banging on the door. Now here is where I know I'm the jerk, but I don't feel bad. I grabbed a few things and left. I went back in 2 days with my previous ex and 2 best friends. I'm super petty and he's always been insecure about my ex. We were no contact because of it, but I didn't hesitate to tell him everything. I also rented a small U-Haul. Not gonna lie, if you're gonna humiliate me behind my back, I'll humiliate you to your face. I get it, it made him feel unsafe, having a guy he's insecure about standing there keeping me safe, but I still don't regret it. I Venmo'd him the electric Jew and wrote it on the message. I grabbed all of my stuff, including the ring light and mic he uses to stream. His successful streaming career can help him pay for new ones. The router's mine too. The desk is mine, his computer went on the floor, the bed's mine. He can have the couch though. The air fryer's mine. I pretty much took everything I outright paid for or bought. I told the landlord I won't be renewing if he chooses to renew the lease, and I paid final rent. Luckily, the lease is up in 2 months. I really hope he rots. I cooked, I cleaned, I supported his streaming career. I was so naive. I knew people could be like this, but I never expected it. I haven't gamed since then. I'm sick to my stomach. My Switch is laying in the bottom of my suitcase. I haven't logged in to feed my pals in Pal World. I hope this hasn't ruined gaming for me forever. He hasn't even bothered to reach out, probably playing the victim. Okay, so there we go. That is the post, but OP has actually left a couple of comments down below. First of all, she says, wow, thank you for all the comments. Obviously, they're extremely positive, as you guys can probably imagine. She says, I guess I was tripped up that if I was a guy doing this to a cheating girl, it would definitely come off abusive in some way. So I figured I'm being a jerk, but I don't care. But in reality, I think we can all agree, there's no way that OP is the jerk here at all. This is just good karma. Now here's a further edit from OP. This is my last petty action. In the game he plays, there are competitive 50v50 wars. Each account is locked, I believe, for 48 hours after each war to prevent the same 100 people being in every war. To counter it, the players all share Steam passwords with no 2FA so they can loophole the system. Well, he didn't change his password. I dropped all his items on the ground, handed his gold to random people passing by, and spammed some gross stuff on global chat because this company is notorious for permabanning and saying, won't respond to you again if you try to pester them. Bye bye 10,000 plus hours. And then one final edit. You guys are insane. This post got circulated in some discourse from the game. I still won't confirm identity, by the way. It's his choice to own up or not. He ended up refunding my Venmo with a message asking to talk, so I will do that tomorrow. I may or may not update, but either way, thanks for all the support, everyone. It felt so good to get it off my chest. And as of today, at the time of recording, we haven't had a future update. Let me just check. When was this originally posted? Yeah, just 19 hours ago at the time of recording. I want to give you guys the freshest stories on the internet. So yeah, there probably isn't time for an update. But if you want me to, I will look out. And if there is another one, I can give that to you guys. Just drop me a comment down below. But yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? That OP thought she was the jerk here when she's the one being cheated on and all she's doing is saying, no, I'm done with this relationship and I'm taking back the stuff that I bought that is mine. Doesn't matter if you're lending it to your boyfriend to stream. And by the way, is he really justifying chatting to other girls and not saying that he has a girlfriend because he's making $100 to $200 a month? I mean, really? No disrespect, it's an okay amount of money, but you cannot even get close to living on that amount of money. Let's just all be honest here. So yeah, saying that, oh, I need to maintain this facade that I'm single because I'm making so much money from these simping girls online. Absolute bull. Just clearly an excuse to cheat. All right, now for our second story of this episode. This one involves another cheater. Now, this was originally posted on October the 16th, 2023 on the subreddit r/surviving infidelity with the title, "My wife just told me she's been seeing someone for the past 6 months. Been married 8 years, 5 and 6-year-old kids. I've been madly in love the whole time as she's an amazing person and mother. Literally keeps the family together and is just spectacular, truly. She was showing me something on her phone and I saw a text come in saying, 'I love you more.' And I asked who it was. She explained it was a co-worker that she's been helping out, and I thought nothing more of it. That day we had a lot of family over to celebrate our daughter's birthday, and it was a wonderful time. Some stayed overnight, so the next day, after a wonderful weekend, getting company out and putting the kids down, my wife said she needs to tell me something. Well, that 'I love you more' was not from her co-worker. Well, at least not the one she explained it was, but I'm not sure because she's not sharing any details regarding the other person. She told me that 6 months ago, when I was in a dark place and have since come out of it, no drugs except weed and booze, which we both partake in, she found love in someone else. Love that I wasn't providing in our relationship. If I have feelings for someone else, I'm not sure that I should be married. It's not fair to you or me. I never planned for this to happen, but now that it's a reality, we need to deal with it." She explained that she wasn't looking for someone else, it just happened. A friendship that bloomed into more. She's also told me that they have not been intimate and explained that it's not a sexual relationship. She says that life is too short and she wants to be happy. She's proud of all the changes I've made and I've always been a good dad, but I've grown into a great daddy and my kids and I have never been closer. However, she wants to be 100% happy and the changes I've made haven't gotten her there, so she's seeking something else. She says this person may not be the 100% answer. However, she worries that I'm at the best spot I can be in and it's not enough, although she's not giving me specifics. We've had a beautiful, loving relationship. We know that we're good together and we have our stuff in line. We'd be the last couple that folks would think this is happening to. So I'm devastated. Absolutely, totally ripped apart, and I don't know what to do. We own a house together that we're making payments on. I carry no debt besides said home, and she's in the same position. We had a perfect life together, and I'm suddenly being blindsided by this 6-month relationship where she has feelings for the guy and thinks it's best that we split. I have no idea how to move forward. I've told her she needs to let her family know what's going on so that I can tell mine. It's her cat to let out of the bag. I'm just so sad for our kids. When we were dating and in marriage, cheating was the one thing that would break us. We both come from broken families. It was something I never wanted for our kids. I just feel so hollow and broken. She is, or was, my everything, and I'm so thankful for the 10 years we've been together. But I think the writing is on the wall, and I'm helpless. It's all up to her. I'm broken into a million pieces. All right, extremely sad start to this one, but let's get straight into the update. This comes 5 months later on March the 7th, 2024, so pretty recently at the time of recording. She was caught by me catching a text at my daughter's birthday party saying, "I love you more." When I asked again what that was about, she said it was a co-worker that she's been helping. Now, because all the family and friends were there, I didn't push it. But again, later the next day, she came clean, saying that she's been in a relationship for 6 months. She refused to tell me who it was with or what they've done. I was devastated back then, absolutely destroyed, and 5 months later, I still am. So we spent some time apart and she continued her relationship with him. I did some digging in the meantime, and looking at the phone records, it was our son's baseball coach. I called her out on it and she still continued the relationship. I saw a lawyer. He told me to not leave the house or the kids and either try to work it out or said it's time to leave and see a therapist. My therapist says that she is a narcissist and that I should protect myself, protect my kids, and run. Come December, she said she had cut it off with him and wanted to try with me again. I gave her all the effort in the world, but I don't feel like her soul's been in it. She's not overcompensating or has even truly apologized for what she's done. I've also gotten access to her photos. I am the admin on the family Google account, and she doesn't know that I've seen all I have. She framed a picture of him and had it, or maybe still does, at her desk. I found naked selfies she sent him that I haven't even received. I found a picture of his naked butt in our beach condo, which I thought was a neutral space as we were sharing it during our time apart. I slept on those same sheets. I know that she was at a fancy restaurant with someone else. She screenshots all these deep love quotes that I know aren't about me. There's just so much that lives rent-free in my head. She has a white bracelet with one black bead that she now wears every day. I've called her out on it. She lied once, saying it was from her mum, and up to last week said, well, my best friend has the matching one. Well, actually, her affair partner wears an all-black one with a white bead. I know what that represents. Again, she doesn't know that I've seen all these things. So, now to the current day. I can't place it or find anything that suggests that she's still with him, but I know she used Snapchat often and is secretive with her phone. Whenever I bring up the affair, this blows up because I said I'd try not to bring it up and get over it, but I simply can't. I'm not rubbing it in, but it does come up when we argue, which is almost every week. We do really well for a bit, up to and including intimacy, but then something happens and we go back to rubbish. She cancelled our babysitter for trivia this past Tuesday. And for this Friday, where I got tickets for us to see a show. She doesn't want to go because I can't get over her affair. Her parents, mum and stepfather, both cheated on their spouses for each other and support my wife. And they both call and text me saying that it's unfair that I bring up her affair. Oh my gosh, how toxic is that? The pictures of him live rent-free in my head almost constantly. I can't get past what she's done no matter how hard I try. I don't know what to do as she's trying to make me the bad guy, and I'm like, I've been here the whole time. I didn't fall in love with someone else. I just don't understand, and I'm an emotional train wreck. Okay, and then 3 days later, we got this final update. Well, long story short, I literally just caught her at the family condo with the affair guy, and I have photos and videos of his truck, his belongings in the home, and her coming out of the master where he stayed behind a closed door. I also went into our shared car that she drove, and it was left unlocked in the parking garage with an open high noon on the cup holder and her wallet and belongings still in it. She came home and tried to talk. It was a calm conversation, but she kept saying it was my fault, and if I communicated with her last night, I grey rocked her, maybe she wouldn't have been with him. So I communicated that I will be home later this afternoon/evening, so she's unexpectedly watching the kids today. Sorry, I have to just stop for a second. The gaslighting here is absolutely insane. If you'd talked to me last night, I wouldn't have gone and just cheated on you again. That is mental. Anyway, OP says, he wanted to hang out with them, and she took them away from me yesterday to go and do activities, and then I would do separate activities today. However, I'm not emotionally able to give the kids the best of me right now, and I definitely don't want to be around her. Now that's fair enough. I asked if she could sleep in one of the kids' rooms, and she got upset and stated that our bed is her bed, and she'll sleep where she wants. I said, obviously. I've been for a 6-mile walk already, and I've been calling and leaving voicemails at all the lawyers around. I know I can't abandon the home, but I can't be around them after what I just saw this morning. Now, thanks to all of you who responded earlier this week suggesting Grey Rock and a 180 for me. I implemented them, and I guess it drove her to this. Also, I just looked it up myself because I wasn't sure. The Grey Rock method involves becoming unresponsive to abusive or manipulative behavior so that the perpetrator will lose interest. I see. OP continues, I'm officially divorcing her and there's no going back. Thank you so much to the r/surviving infidelity crew. Oh, actually, OP has left a little bit more here, saying legal counsel told me to no contact her, so that is what I'm doing. She texted me last night all about how she hasn't asked for a second chance, even though I've given them, and she loves me, and she now is willing to do therapy and share her locations and access to her phone, and she can see herself rocking on the porch with me at 80, yada yada. When I got home last night, she was in the master, so I slept upstairs. This morning, no communication. She wouldn't even look at me. Yesterday, when I caught them with the video, I saw his hat and noticed it was a local landscaper's. So I called to see if he worked there. He does. Okay, thanks. That was it. This mother effer just called me, saying if I want to talk to him, here's his number, don't call my boss. I said I've got nothing to say to you. He replied saying he had nothing to say to me and hung up. Okay, he sounds just as bad as your wife. Also, her mum reached out saying how I must be devastated and she's so sorry and to call her when I have a chance. Okay, that is a weird 180. I'm going to continue my no contact with everyone and let my lawyer, once I secure one, do all the talking. This is so dang hard. Well, there we go. That is the end of that one. And to be honest, that kind of just got more and more sad as that went along. What a horrible woman your wife or ex-wife, hopefully soon, is. I just don't really understand people that get caught doing this. Like, how do people have the brain where you get caught doing something like this? I mean, you could say, yeah, first of all, do it, and doing it in the first place is awful. Fine, we all know that. But then once you're caught by your partner doing this and you're like, you clearly just ruined their life and your family's lives. How do they just have no shame at all? And if anything, sort of like double down and just say, well, no, actually, I would have got back with you, but like you weren't making me happy, and that's why I cheated on you. And also, yeah, you didn't really ask for a second chance. You were just there. Like, do you really want it? Also, you didn't talk to me last night, so that's why I went and had sex with another random man. I just don't understand how people get to that, like, conclusion. It's weird. Maybe if you are someone that would cheat in the first place like this for this length of time, then you would also be the sort of person to double down and say, like, you know, gaslight your husband and do all the stuff that your wife did. I guess that kind of makes sense. But wow. Comment down below if you're a cheater. How do you do it, man? All right, now moving on to our third and final story of this episode. I found out why my boyfriend doesn't want to have sex with me. This was originally posted just 1 week ago at the time of recording. I am a 22-year-old woman, and I started dating my boyfriend, who is 25, a year ago. I was a pretty lean person and was very active when I met him. After being together for a while, I decided to take extra precautions and use birth control. Due to stress and the birth control, I gained a significant amount of weight. My boyfriend has been very supportive, and we were having a lot of sex. After having a horrible reaction, I decided to take a break from the birth control. That is when I noticed my boyfriend stopped taking the initiative and would only ask for oral. I was already feeling trashy because of how much weight I gained, and just him not wanting to have sex hurt me so badly. I decided to have a conversation and see if I could change something. At first, he just said the condoms were just so uncomfortable. My love language has always been physical touch, so I obliged and tried birth control again. Due to having school and work, working out has been extremely hard, so I kept gaining weight and sex was still almost non-existent. But he kept telling me it's because he is stressed and just has a lot going on, so I was patient and supportive. Yesterday, we decided to play a little game, the blunt-free trial. He would have to be 100% honest with me, and I would try my best to not take it personally. I asked him what is the thing he really dislikes about me. At first, he didn't want to say it, and I pushed him to tell me, which is so stupid of me. He then looked at my tummy and said the reason why we haven't had sex as often anymore is because of my weight. He assured me he still loved me and wants to be with me, but that's his preference. It broke me because that same day, just a couple of hours ago, we had sex. I just feel horrible and disgusting, and I don't know what to do. I love him, and I saw myself spending my life with him, but I can't stop thinking about what he said. What should I do? I don't know if I should try to work this out. Our lease ends in May, so I have some time to rethink my relationship with him. Any advice would help. Now, OP adds, many have asked about how much I have gained. I gained 20 pounds, and I think most of it distributed to my butt and boobs. Some still went to my back and tummy. 20 pounds, is that it? That's not even that much. My goodness. I have some tummy rolls when I sit and some back rolls. This weight journey has been so new to me because I always used to be very underweight. Then COVID happened and I was able to gain some weight. I started working out and I was at the perfect weight and was pretty confident. This year I graduate from college and I've been experimenting a lot with birth control, so my weight and mental health has been impacted. Stress, even when I have been little, has always affected my weight. I'm slowly getting the help I need, but note I'm a college student and recently I've been getting more money to take care of myself. I take accountability that I probably could have a better discipline and not let it get out of hand. Okay, now I actually have a lot of comments on this. This is probably going to be like, not really a rant, but this is going to be extensive because my thoughts on this are not brief, is all I'll say. First of all, the main point here is that it sounds like, have gained some weight as a result of trying to please your boyfriend, right? The birth controls obviously had a big effect on your weight. And if he is now not attracted to you as much because you're on birth control or have been experimenting with birth controls to please him, then surely he can't just say, oh, you know what, you're just too fat. Surely you're more supportive and just say, like, I'm sorry, I know it's like kind of my fault, you were trying to please me, etc. Let's deal with this. Oh, I'll wear a condom if I have to. Shock, it's not the worst thing in the world. Not that I know. I'm a little verge. Why would that's not funny. Imagine if you kept that in the fit. It's Virgil van Dijk.
I'm sorry, Jack.
Now, the next thing I want to talk about is the actual weight gained yourself. You might have noticed there that I said only 20 pounds. Now, look, 20 pounds is a decent chunk. However, I have gained that in the last year, right? You know what? We'll put some pictures up on screen. I'll get some pictures right now. I'll be in the middle here. This is my current weight. This over here is when I was doing the marathon last year and was pretty skinny. I was probably a little bit too skinny. I was like 72, 73 kg roughly then. And you can see the difference in my, obviously you can't see my body, but you can see the difference in my face shape. It's not crazy, but there's a bit. And then let's go over here. This is probably when I was at my heaviest. I don't know what I would have been. Maybe 86, 87, maybe roughly here. This was a bit too chubby, let's be honest. And now I'm like, I think I'd have been decent weight. I'm pretty happy with my weight. I don't really care that much. But there's a big fluctuation there in the time I've been doing YouTube. And even from like, 1 year ago to now, I've gained like, 10 kg roughly. I think I'm like 82, maybe a little bit less at the moment. So, changing your weight that much, does it make you look that different to the extent that someone would therefore not be attracted to you? I mean, do I look that different to this person here or even this person here? No, I think. And also, if you're watching or listening to this, on a podcast platform, come over to YouTube so you can see what I'm talking about. I'll put the link down in the description to the video. Like, is that enough to say, oh, actually, no, I'm not attracted to you anymore? 20 pounds? Surely not. If it was 200 pounds, yeah, fair enough. I hold my hands up. I'd probably be unattracted as well. But given that there's a solid reason for it, which your boyfriend has started, and the fact that it's not even that much weight anyway, and then on top of that, the fact that you've been dealing with stress, you were underweight before, you then got to a good weight, and you've had stress-related weight issues in the past, and it's just not something that you want to really think about at all. Yeah, I just don't really know what he's doing. Anyway, with that being said, those are my thoughts. Let's see what the internet is saying. Somebody said, you wanted honesty and he gave it to you after you pried. I don't blame him for his preferences, just as I wouldn't blame you for leaving him. Not really sure what you thought the outcome of a game where you force your partner to tell you something they dislike about you was going to be, but at least you got your answer. Would you prefer he lied to you? Best of luck moving forward. Godspeed, internet stranger. I think that's a very, very harsh comment personally. Opie replied, I honestly thought the worst thing he was going to say is me snoring or something silly like that. I didn't expect this harsh conversation because it was just a game and he's the one who first initiated it. But yes, I probably shouldn't have asked that if I wasn't ready. Well, fine, but also you wanted to know what the problem was. This has been ongoing for a while. I don't think it's the sort of thing where you could just live with it for the rest of your life, not knowing what the issue was and why your boyfriend didn't want to be intimate with you. So I think now that you know that, it is net a positive thing. Someone else said, I just want to throw out some info. Some women, me included, absolutely need birth control. I tried to get off it after 20 years. I am a 35-year-old woman, and after 6 months of the worst menstrual cycles, me in tears from pain, I went back on it, and within 3 months felt so much better. I have endo and PCOS, and the pain from both is crippling, and birth control helps 100%. I can't be off of it now, and now I'm concerned the Republicans are coming for my birth control. Condoms do not protect 100%. Birth control doesn't impact health negatively. A small percentage, though, may not want to take it. OP replied, I was an accidental baby because the condom broke. Okay, first of all, why do you know that? Second of all, fair enough. That is one of the main reasons why I'm on it. It has tremendously helped my period. It used to be so painful, irregular, with heavy flow. Now I can comfortably do daily stuff without feeling super bad. Fair enough, that makes sense. Now here is the top comment. Somebody said, take a step back and think about this. You are putting your health at risk so you can have non-existent sex and long-term body issues. Stop this business. Take care of yourself, get off birth control, get your hormones regulated. He can wear a condom, that's it, that's all. You get back to your healthy habits and get your body back. Don't put your health at risk like this. There we go. Finally, a proper comment which I can get behind. And then someone else said, throughout your life, your physical appearance will change. Here we go, exactly. It might be weight, you might lose your hair, you might lose a limb or your breasts. You likely hope to have a long life with a partner who will stick with you through those things. If he was no longer attracted to you due to the side effect of a medication, then his attraction is skin deep. Do with that information what you will. Could not have said it better myself. Exactly, it's not even just about weight. Anything could happen. Any deterioration of your physical attractiveness could happen, and by the way, will, obviously, with age. If your attraction is skin deep, it's never going to last. And perhaps OP is finding that out right now. Who knows? But a day later, we got this update. Hello, everyone. I was not expecting my last post to blow up. I love my boyfriend, and while many suggested to break up, I thought the best thing before considering breaking up is actually having a conversation. I sat him down and I told him my concerns with his comment, how uncomfortable and damaging it is, and how this all started because I started taking birth control. He was very understanding and apologized. He said it was a poor choice of words and that he loves me and will stand by my side no matter what size I am. He helped me create a mutual plan where we both would work out together at home and both get back in shape. After everyone's advice, I scheduled an appointment with my gynecologist to either find a better non-hormonal birth control or get off birth control and instead stick with condoms. He assured me that condoms are more than fine and that we probably should have stuck with them. Thank you so much for everyone's support and kindness, and if anyone is experiencing similar issues, I hope you find the support that I found on Reddit. Okay, a decent ending there. I respect this. Now, I've got to say, I'm a little bit doubtful long term, but at least your boyfriend is saying and doing the right things in the short term. I just feel like, you know, the sort of person that would actually do the things he did, act the way he did, say the things he did in the first place. You can't just like ignore that going forward. And I think there would be personally trust issues there if you ever did gain weight or didn't lose the weight. And you don't want to be in a sort of kind of stage of your life where you're trying to lose weight for somebody else. I just don't think that's ever healthy. So as long as you're doing it for you, I mean, that's fine. The stuff with the condom and you being on birth control makes complete sense, obviously. And I like that he admitted that he probably should have stuck with that in the first place. But yeah, overall, I don't know. I feel like, see how it goes. But yeah, I'd be a little bit concerned, although that probably is the pessimist in me. I do think it's good though that you haven't just jumped straight to a definite conclusion as to finish this relationship immediately, because that does seem a little bit too short-sighted. So genuinely, OP, best of luck. Now the runner-up, the second best Reddit story of the year. Here we go. I will say this one was very unlucky to be pipped, but when we get to number one, you'll see why it's in second and didn't manage to make the top story of the year. If you've been around on my channel for a while now, you might remember this episode. Thumbnail is on screen now, titled, My Fiance Just Got a Face Tattoo. Now, that story was posted on November the 4th, 2022, almost 2 years ago now, and I made an episode on that, narrating that story at the start of 2023. However, since then, there have been a couple more updates to this story. One in July of 2023, and one June 13th of this year, 2024, just a month or so ago at the time of recording. Now, don't worry if you don't remember the initial post. I'm going to read it all again. The original post is actually pretty short. But yeah, it's cool to come back to a story after almost 2 years to give a conclusive update. So without further ado, make sure you're subscribed and drop a like on this one if you like me going back to old stories, and let me know in the comments down below if you remember this one. Let's get into it. My fiance got a face tattoo without talking to anyone. So this was originally posted on November the 4th, 2022. I am honestly stunned right now. My fiance Kim, I have just learned, is completely insane. She took some days off work this week, sick, and avoided seeing most people in person. She claimed she was feeling sick and just wanted to stay home alone. She's never given me any indication that she'd lie about this in the 6 years we've been together. No one in her family had any worries because she was a stable individual who would never do anything crazy. She got a face tattoo. She took 3 sick days from work to recover from the fact that she got a face tattoo. She told no one of this plan beforehand. I've never in our time together been talked to about tattoos by Kim. She showed no indication that she was even interested in getting any. I was not even the first to learn. Her sister visited her because she got worried after Kim cancelled meeting with her for lunch on her 3rd day sick and got the grand reveal. She didn't tell anyone beforehand because she, quote, didn't want to be talked out of it, and hid the results because the swelling and redness was so bad that we would, quote, react badly and not be able to understand the artistic meaning. Kim is Asian American. She got Japanese symbols going down her forehead and under her eye. I don't know the meaning of them. I don't really know if I care to know the meaning of them. Kim's parents are Japanese immigrants. According to her sister, who was nice enough to inform me of this whole debacle, this is a big no-no in Japanese culture. Tattoos have links to crime and are looked down upon. Her parents are beside themselves, and that is a whole other set of drama I can't even begin to approach. Kim talked to me last night about it, and acted offended and started a fight because I told her it was absolutely insane of her to do this. She works a public-facing job. She talks face-to-face with clients in the financial industry. The minute her boss finds out, the career that she went to school for will be over. She actually didn't consider her job or family or me at all, and decided a long time ago that she was going to express herself freely without any concerns. I'm worried about her right now. This is not normal. She blocked my number after our fight and is ghosting me and her sister because we're trying to help. But dear Lord, this is far beyond me. I cannot comprehend what I'm even supposed to do right now. Kim's lost her mind. Is there any chance I will be happy married to this? A woman who went and got a face tattoo and hid the fact because she knew we would all talk her out of it? Dear Lord, I really need to run, don't I? And then after this, OP added on a little edit. Wow, this got some attention, huh? I read through the replies, but I can't really respond to all of you, so I'll just update here. The engagement is pretty much off. Kim has told me she never wants to see me again, and I woke up this morning with her ring and a box of stuff I gave her on my porch. I don't know what's going on with her. Her sister and family have been trying their best, but nothing on their end is working. I brought up to her sister the idea that this is a mental breakdown and they're looking into getting her help. It's painfully slow, considering that Kim is not responding to anything and is refusing to talk to anyone. I really don't know what to say here, I guess. To answer some questions, Kim is 29 and I'm 28. In the 7 years I've known her, she's never acted like this at all. She had a good relationship with her parents, and while they were a bit overbearing at times, they supported her in going to college and getting a career rather than starting a family. From what I've gathered, they probably would have been fine with any tattoo she got, as long as it wasn't on her face, neck, or hands. Even then, this kind of behavior is as far from Kim as I could have imagined. She just lost her mind out of nowhere. It's not like I can do anything about it either. She's blocked my number and does not want to see me. I'm just at a loss for words. One day I'm engaged and the next I'm not, and my ex has a face tattoo. Okay, so there we go. That is the original post. Now we're, I guess, up to date with what I'd already covered a year and a half or so ago, back in February 2023. Now, let's get into the first update. This was posted July 27th, 2023. 8 months after the original. About 9 months ago, my ex-fiance Kim got a face tattoo without telling anyone. This was just the start of her doing everything she could to ruin her life. She broke up with me and called off our 7-year relationship when I questioned why she did this. She worked in a client-facing job for an incredibly large financial institution and was let go within a month of showing back up for work after getting that tattoo. I kept in contact with Kim's sister, hoping for some news. They tried to get her help as they thought that she was having some kind of psychotic breakdown. However, she eventually called the police on her own family, claiming they were harassing her. After that, I decided to just walk away. Kim didn't just destroy her own life. When she broke up with me, I felt numb. I knew this wasn't Kim doing this. I wanted to believe deep down that Kim was always like this, always this impulsive crazy who would ruin her life by getting a face tattoo. I tried to convince myself that I'd not lost a wonderful woman who I'd spent 7 years of my life with. However, the person who made these choices was not Kim. The woman who told me over the phone she hated my guts for not supporting her. The woman who wrote that she hated me and only ever stayed with me out of pity. That was not the woman I asked to marry. That was not Kim. That was someone who I came to find out was having a mental breakdown. That resulted in months of bad decisions that will affect the rest of her life. The day I walked away and told her sister I could not deal with it anymore was the worst day of my life. It hit me like a train. The numbness and denial of what I lost hit me all at once. I almost quit my own job and moved back home to my parents. I can only thank my boss for being so understanding that she let me take 4 weeks off to deal with what happened. She and the rest of my team went far beyond what should ever be expected of co-workers and management, that it makes me realize how close I was to leaving a job I actually enjoy. I never moved on from Kim, but I came to accept what had happened. I thought I was okay until 2 weeks ago. I got a call from Kim. She had blocked my number and done everything she could to remove me from her life. My mind just blanked when I saw it was her calling. I picked up, and it was actually her. We didn't talk. I did not know what to say to her. We decided she'd come over to my place, and we talked. The tattoo is still there, but she's covering it up now with makeup. She says when she has the funds, she's going to look into getting it removed if possible. She'd lost a lot of weight since I last saw her. She's not been able to find a new job. She'll probably need to move to a new city for that. She wasn't the Kim I'd fallen in love with. She was like a shell of her. Something just wasn't there anymore that used to be. Kim told me what had happened. The year leading up to the tattoo was awful for her. The stress of everything seemed to pile up more and more. I respect her and keep much of what she told me secret. However, the thing that is important is that she secretly started doing methamphetamines to keep her performance up at work and to deal with everything. And one day, she just out of nowhere decided she hated everything about her life. She explained why at the time she wanted the tattoo. It doesn't really make much sense, but a lot of what she was thinking at the time didn't. And from there, she just lost control of everything. I won't talk about what happened after she disappeared, but it's not pretty. There are things she did that will follow her for the rest of her life. It explained a lot, but it did not make things any better. We talked for nearly the entire night. She didn't leave my place until almost 4 a.m. Since then, she said that she wants to try and get back together with me. She admitted she knows things cannot be the same, yet she wants to try. I haven't talked to anyone about what I'm about to say yet. I've held off on talking to Kim about it because it feels selfish. But there's something about the way Kim acts, about the way it affected my life, that irks me. When we talked that night, she said that I was lucky she cut me off. I was lucky I didn't get put through any of this. I was lucky that my crazy ex wasn't at my door screaming or showing up to my work and causing a scene. She acts like my life wasn't affected at all. I told her what happened after she left, how much it hurt, how I almost quit my job and moved across the country. Her response was dismissive, like because I didn't go through with that, I don't get to complain. She acted like because I was not the one with the tattoo on her face, I don't get to act like it had long-lasting effects on me. She didn't even apologize for the explicit and hateful note she left with my things when she returned them, or for the phone call where she called me a manipulative, selfish jerk who only wanted her for her body, or even just for breaking up with me. She knows she was wrong to do it, but it's almost as if she's acting like because she had a breakdown, I can't hold her accountable for what she did to me because it, quote, wasn't long lasting. I texted her last night saying how hard it was for me when she left. She ignored it entirely and tried to move on. No acknowledgement at all. I don't know why, but it hurt me. It hurt me so much. I feel like I did back when all those emotions finally hit me after she left. I wish she'd just never come back into my life now. I wish I didn't know what happened. I wish I hadn't picked up the call, because it hurts. But a part of me feels like I'm being selfish or complaining too much, that I don't get to feel this way because I'm not the one who had the mental breakdown. Oh, that is just so sad. And it makes me wonder how this person was ever nice, or at least seemed amazing to you in the first place, but she can say things like this. It seems as though even though she might be on the other side now of her mental breakdown, she still has no clue or appreciation as to how it's affected other people in her life at all. That's insane. Just because somebody hasn't quit their job and moved to the other side of the country doesn't mean that it hasn't massively affected them mentally. I mean, it clearly has, but she doesn't care at all. I can kind of excuse her for going through the mental breakdown a little bit because, you know, that happens a lot of the time. It can be out of people's control. Fine. But if she is now healthy again, maybe she's not, but if she is, how can she just have no appreciation for the effects that what she's done has had on other people in her life? It makes no sense to me at all. And I'm also not really surprised that you feel the way you do, OP, because she has gaslit you and manipulated you into feeling this sort of way. I think you know in your heart of heart that she is better off out of your life entirely now. But yeah, I'd also be thinking the way you're thinking. How can someone that I love so much and that was about to be my wife be like this now? It's absolutely crazy. But the good news is, well, I say good news. I've just read the title for the update. There is an update. One final update, as I said in the introduction, posted June the 13th, 2024. That's 1 year at least now after the first update. Well, guys, prepare yourself for the title of this one. My ex died of a drug overdose. I learned yesterday that my ex, Kim, died of a drug overdose on Sunday. I'm still processing the news, I guess. We broke up 2 years ago after Kim got a face tattoo out of nowhere. I have some other posts on this account about that if you want the full story. Kim reappeared in my life about a year ago after going and breaking up with me and essentially becoming a ghost. She wanted to get back together with me and I stupidly considered it and let her get the foot in the door. She claimed she was clean, but she wasn't. It was obvious she was still using meth. And my guess is she was still using fentanyl. Oh my goodness, guys, I've just realized that I completely forgot to even talk about that after reading the first update. Wow, I take back now what I said about her having a mental breakdown. Well, I mean, I do and I don't. If she's caused it clearly by drug abuse. So yeah, I can't say that I have too much sympathy for her. OP continues. After I finally declined to get back together with her, she slashed my tires after causing a scene at my office. Okay, so all that stuff about her saying, oh, you're so lucky that I never went to your work and made a scene. Yeah, okay. You're not saying that now, are you? Luckily, she's been out of my life for 6-ish months now after some cop put the fear of God in her after she broke the restraining order. Oh, wow. I've not heard much about Kim since then, thankfully. Last I heard, she was wanted on a warrant and was hiding low across state lines. Yesterday, though, Kim's sister called me to let me know that she was found dead Sunday morning. She wanted me to hear it from her instead of through the grapevine. I appreciate it. Despite everything, Kim's family have been nothing but kind to me. Kim's parents are quietly cremating her and there won't be any ceremony. It seems that stealing and abusing her family since she started doing meth has made them just as detached about her as me. Or maybe they've already mourned the loss of their daughter long ago and now it's just the end of whatever remained. Right now, I don't know how to feel. I feel like I should be sad. I knew Kim for 7 years. I was with her for 6. I was engaged to her. I lost my virginity to her. She was the first person I truly loved. I used to sit up with her and talk about the family I wanted to have. I wanted Kim to be the mother to my kids. She sat up with me as I cried when I heard the news of my mother's death. At one point in my life, she was the most important thing in the world to me. And I don't feel anything. When Kim left me, I was devastated. When she came back into my life, she made me feel a combination of emotions I can't even describe. And now, hearing the news that she's dead, I don't feel anything. I don't feel numb. I'm not in shock. I just am lacking any emotion towards this event at all. I feel like I should feel something, right? I still miss Kim. Not the Kim that died Sunday, not the Kim that stalked me, but the Kim I met, the Kim I fell in love with, the Kim that died when she started to do meth. I still feel sad when I think about her, but knowing this other Kim is dead just makes me feel nothing. Well, there we go. If you told me that this is how this story was going to end when I first read the original post a year and a half ago, I probably would have been pretty shocked. But then again, if someone's willing to go to the lengths out of nowhere of getting a face tattoo and then you realize that actually she's having a mental breakdown because of drug abuse. Yeah, realistically, this is actually quite a likely conclusion to this story. All I can say is just extremely sad, really. No matter what you think about this individual, it's still an incredibly sad story that somebody could get to this stage of their life where they do these crazy things, seemingly have no real remorse for them afterwards, go even more crazy, and then eventually end up dying to an overdose. That is unarguably very tragic. I think that the whole thing about this story that is just so shocking to me is that someone that can be that important in your life. I mean, I put myself in this position. If my fiance of 6 or 7 years, who, yeah, as OP just said, has been with me through all the tough times, I love them so much, my first love, etc., can just switch like that for whatever reason. Yeah, in this case, drug abuse, but, you know, who knows what else might have been happening to a completely different person. It's just very scary. Like, it's just mad. But yeah, I guess in rare occasions that can happen. Okay, so here it is, the moment you've all been waiting for. This is the very best story of 2024. As I said, I'm combining my personal thoughts from reading hundreds, if not thousands of stories in the past year with your guys' opinions as well. And we've landed as a collective on this story for very good reason as the singular best story from Reddit of 2024. Kevin violates parole. A few years ago, I was a driver trainer for a large trucking company. Basically, my job was to take newly minted truck drivers and teach them how to handle themselves in the real world. Sometimes it was easy. Other times, it was like teaching a fish to play tennis. One of my students, the Kevin of this story, was so dense he made a lead brick seem like a feather pillow. Not because of his driving, but because he almost got himself and me arrested. Here is the story. Kevin was on my truck for about 3 weeks. He wasn't the worst student I had. Another Kevin has that honor, but he was far from the best. At week 2, we end up stuck in Salt Lake City, Utah after delivering a load. It was a slow time of year, and SLC had always been a sparse area for outgoing loads, so I expected to have to wait to leave out. Not a big deal, I needed the downtime. Kevin, from out of nowhere, started to seem anxious about something. When I ask him why he's so tense, he tells me he needs to get his license changed to his home state. He lived in Louisiana, but his license was from Iowa. The company used a loophole in Iowa state law by granting temporary residency to students to get them a license. After the license was issued, they had 30 days to get it switched to their home states. Not a major issue, since management knew the drill and would get us to the student's home state in plenty of time. Dude, Kevin asked, when can we go to Louisiana? I need to get my license changed. He asked this every day for a week, but it wasn't until we were stuck in Salt Lake City that it really seemed to bug him. Look, I've told dispatch you need to get home. They'll work it out. Just relax. He didn't. After 3 days, we finally get to leave SLC bound for Chicago. It takes a few days, and the entire trip, I can tell he's getting more and more nervous. Eventually, he can't talk about anything else except how he needs to get home. He was getting pretty annoying. We make our delivery in Chicago and get another going to Laredo in Texas. Normally, we'd have gone through Houston, Texas, but this happened during the massive floods, and I knew that going that way would be a bad idea. Fortunately, I found a way that would avoid the flooding and get Kevin to his hometown. Better still, we'd have enough time for him to get a ride to the DMV, get his license changed, and still make delivery in plenty of time. Win, win, win. And Kevin finally seemed relieved. We get to Kevin's hometown on a Sunday afternoon. As he gets ready to leave, I tell him, first thing in the morning, get your butt to the DMV, get your license taken care of, and get back here pronto so we can get going. He says, okay, and leaves with his girlfriend while I enjoy some time to myself. The next morning, I give Kevin until 10 a.m. before I start getting impatient. I texted him asking where he was and got no reply. I text again, no answer. I call, no answer. I tell dispatch, who's asking me when we'll get moving, that Kevin has disappeared. He was supposed to get his license changed over, but I've not heard from him all day. Dispatch tries to call him and they don't have any better luck. Apparently, Kevin has disappeared. By late afternoon, I start getting the feeling this little idiot has bailed on me and wasted my time. This was a common occurrence for new drivers. I tell dispatch that I'll give him until the morning to reach out. If he doesn't, I'll continue on to Laredo on my own. There was still plenty of time, and dispatch agreed. Morning came. Kevin was still AWOL, and I was out of patience. I sent him one more text telling him I'm leaving without him, and I head out. I drive for several hours before taking a mandatory break, and I check my messages. To my surprise, Kevin reached out. Hey man, my PO found out I took a job driving and was fuming that I left Louisiana. She told me to get back as soon as possible, or she'd have me listed as a fugitive. I called her yesterday, on Monday, but she's out of town and told me to wait till she gets back on Wednesday. I am completely shocked. PO, as in parole officer? Kevin, are you telling me you're on parole and leaving the state without permission? Yeah, I was in jail for selling dope. I got parole for 2 years. I didn't think it would be a big deal since I was working. Dude, you violated your parole. You'll be lucky if you don't end up back in jail. Well, my PO said she wants to talk about it Wednesday. Yeah, I imagine so. You better get in touch with dispatch and let them know so they can work something out. I end the conversation and continue on to Laredo. I deliver the load and pick up another headed to Atlanta, Georgia. Thursday, I call Kevin to find out what the deal was. He tells me that his PO gave him the okay to keep working. I assume you have some kind of official document that says that? I ask him. No, she didn't give me one. Then you better get one, because there's no way in hell I'm leaving the state with you unless I have something from the state saying it's okay. Why? Because, you idiot, if I carry you across state lines knowing you're violating parole, that makes me an accessory to a felony. I'm not going to jail for your stupidity. Oh, okay, I'll ask her. I tell Kevin when and where to meet me. I tell him that if he disappears again, I'm not coming back to get him. He says he understands. I get to the location when I said I would, and he's nowhere to be seen. I text, no answer. By this point, my patience for this clown is completely gone. And there we go. That sets the precedent for this entire series. Idiocy personified by this Kevin. But that is just the start. I mean, it's not a great start, I will say. Just completely lying about being on parole and then just breaking your parole without permission. I've got to say, this Kevin got extremely lucky that his parole officer let him off with that. I feel like a lot of parole officers would have done much worse, rightfully so. But yeah, there we go. That is the start. Let's get into part 2. Kevin in a Big Rig, part 2. First day, first Kevin. First of all, a big thank you to everyone who upvoted and commented on my first post in the Stories About Kevin subreddit titled Kevin Violates Parole, the one I just read out. I cannot begin to tell you how humbled and honoured I am that people have found the tales of an old truck driver interesting. As requested, I've decided to post several of these stories in a series, and I've decided to call the series Kevin's in a Big Rig. And I hope you all enjoy. So then, now for Kevin's in a Big Rig part 2. First day, first Kevin. The first Kevin I encountered when I became a truck driver was, by far, the absolute worst. To say that he was dumb as a box of hammers would be insulting to the hammers. Even now, 6 years later, I can scarcely believe the majority of the things this guy did that ranged from, really, dude, to, oh my god, how can you still be alive being so dumb? The worst part is that I had to share a truck with this guy for nearly 3 months, including trying to sleep with him driving an £80,000 vehicle without adult supervision. Please keep that in mind as the story progresses. When I met this Kevin, I'll refer to him as FK for first Kevin, I had just completed my 6-week training period with my driver trainer after I received my CDL. The standard policy of the company was to pair 2 drivers who lived relatively close to one another so that both drivers could take home time at the same time. We typically stayed out on the road for weeks, sometimes months at a time, working constantly. Unfortunately for me, first Kevin was the driver that lived closest to me at the time who didn't have a co-driver. So I get paired with him, and the first day I could feel the stupid vibes pouring off of him. I was born and raised in the southeastern US, and even to me, calling this guy white trash would be an understatement. He bragged about his family being big in the KKK, but he accepted his driver trainer, who was black. Oh my goodness me. But being a new hire and bottom rung of the ladder, I shrugged it off. The first day, first Kevin and I are paired up. We pick up a load going to the LA area. Kevin, thinking that because he has a whopping 2 weeks more driving experience than I do, says that he should be the one to take the first shift because I don't trust you yet.
I should explain, this was not his personal truck, it was owned by the company, and he was not a supervisor of any kind. I didn't care, so I rode shotgun for a bit. As soon as he starts driving, I am immediately grateful for the driver trainer I had. Kevin reminds me of my time at CDL school when I'd be in a truck with 4 other students and an instructor. Student truck drivers are notorious for being clumsy behind the wheel, but they tend to find their groove while out with a trainer. This Kevin, on the other hand, thought that the bouncing gear changes, excessive revving, and braking so hard that a simple 4-way stop feels like landing on an aircraft carrier was the norm. I wasn't very experienced, so I thought nothing about it for long. We get fuel at a nearby truck stop and head west. Once we're on the interstate, I notice that Kevin keeps picking up a spiral-bound notebook, looking at something, then putting it down. He does this every few minutes for about an hour before I ask what he's looking at. He gets this poop-eating grin on his face and hands it to me. It's the route the company sent us. You know, since we're company drivers, we have to follow the company route. Okay, so why do you keep looking at it? The next turnoff is at least 200 miles away. Yeah, but I keep forgetting. Note that Kevin had a perfectly good truck-specific GPS in the truck, and the route was programmed in. You programmed the GPS, right? I ask. Just follow that. It's telling you the same thing as your notes. He mumbles something about how it's so important that we follow the company route or we get written up, and he was going to do everything right and blah blah blah. I just let it go. So we're still going down the interstate. Kevin driving and religiously checking his precious notebook every 5 minutes. It's around rush hour and we were in a fairly large populated area. I start seeing signs of road construction and traffic is beginning to stack up. But Kevin is still looking at his notebook and not slowing down. Traffic is quickly becoming bumper to bumper and Kevin still hasn't seemed to notice. It's then that I see the issue. The 2 left lanes are closed due to construction. Kevin is driving in the center left lane of a 4-lane section of interstates. The far left lane is already closed, and the center left, the lane we are currently in, is about to close in less than a mile. Kevin, still reading his notebook, drives right up to the point where the orange barrels mark the start of the lane closure. Dude, get over, I tell him, and instinctively check the passenger side mirror to check for traffic. It's then that I notice the other semi hauling ass up on our right side. Kevin looks up, sees the barrels, and no signal, no mirror check, just merges right. Whoa, 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 I yell, just as the other truck blows past, raring down on the air horn. I briefly glimpse at the other driver's face, and he is fuming. Not that I blame him. Kevin looks sheepish and starts mumbling something about idiot drivers. But at the time, I'm still trying to keep from going into full-on heart attack. I stay out front until we clear the construction zone, and then climb back in the bunk to get some rest. Emphasis on try. I had to drive the night shift, and I knew best than to drive without sleep. His less than expert truck handling didn't help matters. A few hours later, I wake up to the sound of air brakes releasing. I hear Kevin yelling he's out of time to drive and I need to take over. I pull my boots on, sign in as the active driver to the truck's electronic log terminal, and settle into the driver's seat. It's at that point that I look out through the windshield and see something odd. It's dark, of course, but in the headlights I see 2 white lines converging at an angle just ahead of the truck. I look to the left and the dim reflection of emergency flashes light up Kai-eye reflectors on a white dashed center lane between 2 solid white right out of way boundary lines. It's pretty obvious that Kevin, in his lack of wisdom, has stopped the truck right at the merging point of a highway on-ramp and a major highway. Where the frick are we? I demand. I don't know, but I ran out of hours and this was the only place I could find. That was BS, because there was a rest area 10 miles before that would have been a much better place to stop. Dude, do you have any idea how dangerous this is? Not to mention illegal? Well, I had to stop somewhere. Anyway, I gotta pee. He goes to get out of the truck. No, the frick you don't, I say, pulling on the seatbelt, releasing the brakes, and putting the truck in gear. We are not staying here a second longer. If you have to pee, use a Coke bottle. We're out of here. I get the truck going, thanking God there was no traffic or cops at the time, while Kevin is grumbling about having to pee in a bottle. I don't care, because I'm more concerned about not causing an accident or getting a ticket because of this idiot. He can pee in his pants for all I care. He goes straight to the bunk anyway, so I don't have to listen to him. I drive the rest of the night without incident, and he takes over again early the next morning. Now, these incidents may not seem too bad, but bear in mind, this happened on just the first day. I was with this clown for 3 months, and conditions did not improve during that time. So there we go, the scene has been set, and we're going to be with this Kevin, hearing stories about this Kevin in particular for the rest of the series. Now, my thoughts after just hearing about that Kevin, your first ever Kevin OP that you've ever had to deal with, your first ever companion in your truck driving role. Goodness me. I mean, imagine having this guy as your colleague, and then also imagine him having to drive you, clearly being so dangerous and just not safe on the road at all, when you're meant to be getting some rest. You're meant to be peacefully sleeping, ready for your next shift, driving a pretty beefy truck, right? I can't imagine that's easy to drive. And then you've got this clown at the wheel. How are you ever going to rest knowing that he has your life in his hands? Kevin in a Big Rig Part 3, Frozen. First of all, some backstory. The following takes place about a month after first Kevin and I were first paired up. If you've read part 2 of this series, then you have some idea of the kinds of Kevin-esque things that first Kevin was capable of. And you'd probably be right. But what he did this time resulted in what was the absolute worst night's sleep of my entire life, and the closest I ever came to committing legitimate murder. By this point, I already had Kevin pegged for what he was. An incompetent buffoon who shouldn't be allowed near a soapbox car, let alone an 18-wheeler. But worse, in his obviously demented mind, he thought he was the absolute top dog of the trucking world. This is in spite of the dozens of times he would have to wake me up and get him out of another bad situation. However, at the time, I was more of the grin and bear it mentality because I was broke and afraid that any screw-ups or boat rocking on my part would get me fired. But that was about to change. One day, after picking up a load close to the company's home terminal, we received instructions from dispatch to relay the load in the company's drop yard and take the truck sans trailer to a local dealer in town for scheduled maintenance. This was essentially a glorified oil change and lube job with a few other items on the checklist, just to make sure the truck was in good shape. This was normally handled by the in-house mechanics, but because of some serious backlogs, they decided to contract it out. The plan, as relayed by dispatch, was for us to drop the loaded trailer in the yard, bobtail to the dealership for a late morning appointment, get the service done, it would take 2 hours maximum, pick the back up when finished, and continue on to the destination. Easy in, easy out. Unfortunately, Kevin was the driver on duty during the shift in which we were supposed to arrive. But in typical Kevin fashion, he got lost because his infamous system of navigation failed again. As a result, he wasted half a day backtracking and ran out of drive time, leaving me to get us to the terminal, drop the load, and get to the dealership 15 minutes before they closed for the day. This meant that since we missed our appointment, we'd have to wait until the next morning when they had an opening in the schedule. Since the opening was first thing that morning and parking at the company terminal was packed, I made the call to park the truck outside the dealership for the night. We had plenty of fuel and there was a gas station within walking distance where we could get some food. The shop told us this was fine, so that was that. This happened in around late November/early December in the Midwest. The winter had already shown signs of being bad and snow had been falling for weeks already. The weather forecast for that night was to dip well below freezing not long after sunset. After squaring everything away with the service reps at the shop, I turn to Kevin. Look, Kevin, it's gonna get cold once the sun goes down. I'm gonna walk over to the store and grab something to eat tonight. You coming? Kevin replied, No, I got food. I'm gonna see if I can get that bunk outlet to work. For a few days, he'd been complaining that one of the 12-volt outlets in the bunk section of the cab wasn't working. Apparently it was a major issue for him, even though neither of us had any electronic device other than our cell phones, and the bunk had a total of 4 outlets, only one didn't work. But trying to tell him that fact only made him upset and made him flex his 1 week of seniority over me. I really didn't feel like arguing, so I left him to it. I go and buy food for dinner, some snacks to have in reserve, beverages to hold me over for the night, and 2 packs of cigarettes, because smoking was the only thing that could calm my nerves enough to not strangle Kevin each time he had to wake me up to help him navigate. As I'm heading back, the sun goes down and I can see a nearby pond start to freeze. I quicken my pace so I can get back to the warm cab. As I get to the truck, I see Kevin in the passenger seat, hunched over something. I go around to the driver door and jump in. For those who don't know, trucks meant for long-haul operations have very thick insulation to hold in heat for a very long time. This came in handy since that truck had an idle limiting system that wouldn't allow the engine to run for long periods of time sitting at idle. If the engine was needed to maintain heating or air conditioning while parked, the driver could set a device much like a digital thermostat. You set the control for the temperature you want the cab to be, select it to either heat or cool, and the engine will start and stop to maintain the temperature, much like the central unit of a house. Since the cab was well insulated, the cab of the truck would stay warm for hours. Before I left the truck to go to the store, I made sure to set the idle control system to maintain a comfortable temperature. When I got back, however, I couldn't help but notice it was colder than when I'd left it. Much colder. What was strange about that was that the engine was running fine. Naturally, I checked the temperature controls on the dash. They were set to full heat and full fan. And that's when it hit me. There was nothing coming from the dash vents. The blower fans were dead quiet. I looked over at Kevin, who, I just noticed, is poking around with the fuse panel that was hidden behind the rear panel of the glove box. Kevin, why is the heat not working? I don't know. It stopped working when I was checking the fuses. Well, that led me to my second question. Why are you messing with the fuse panel? I was trying to get that outlet to work. As you may know, most vehicles have two fuse or relay panels. One underneath the hood in the engine compartment and another inside. Trucks are the same in that regard, except they have a lot more fuses than the average passenger car. One thing that was stressed heavily during my training was that the fuse panel inside the glove box of the truck was strictly off limits. This is because if someone goes about carelessly pulling fuses, looking for a bad one, without first disconnecting the power, it could cause a surge through the panel and short out other circuits. Since the fuses in the glove box controlled vital circuits, such as external lights, dashboard instruments, and engine controls, messing around with them could lead to major issues. Also, the dash blower motor circuit was also fused in that same panel, and Kevin had been messing with it. It's hard to remember what I was feeling at the time. Anger, hate, panic, homicidal rage, all of the above. Oh frick, I exclaimed as I jumped into the bunk area. I checked the thermostat. It's showing 58 degrees Fahrenheit, that's 14.4 degrees Celsius, when it was set to 73 or 22 degrees Celsius. That is far too cold. I checked the vents in the bunk heat controls and turned them full heat and full fan, but sadly, nothing. We were in a truck with no heat and near freezing conditions. To make matters worse, the shop at which we parked was already closed. We were in trouble. I grabbed the truck's computer and sent an urgent message to dispatch, telling them that our heater isn't working and the temperature outside is dropping fast. Kevin is still mumbling about the outlet. We forget about that goddamn outlet. We have no heat. Don't you understand that? He said something, but the computer signaled an incoming message. Truck 1234. You have access to your truck, so we can't get you a room. I tell dispatch again that the heater isn't working and it's getting colder by the minute. But they said, company policy. So that meant we had to stay in the truck. We were screwed. I turn to Kevin and say, close that freaking glove box and don't even think about opening it again. At this point, even he realized he screwed up royally. We were stuck in a cold truck for the night. Neither of us had enough money to afford a hotel room, and short of starting a bonfire inside the truck, we were in for a cold, cold night. I quickly eat my dinner and stow my food away. I then dig through all the clothes I had with me, looking for every stitch of warm clothing I had, and I layered up as best I could. I ended up wearing 2 long-sleeve t-shirts, a pullover hoodie and Carhartt jacket, with 2 pairs of jeans, 2 pairs of socks, heavy-duty work boots, and 2 pairs of jersey work gloves with a fleece blanket for cover. The entire night, I don't think I sleep for 2 consecutive hours. Despite wearing what felt like a week's worth of clothes all at once, the cold air still permeated through. I stayed curled in the fetal position for the entire night, shivering so hard I could feel the entire truck shake. Each time my violent shivering or chattering teeth brought me out of sleep, I'd look at the thermostat control. By midnight, the temperature was well below freezing, and with high winds that had come up, the truck was only getting colder. I can remember feeling disgusted that each time I woke up, I didn't see sunlight. At one point, I honestly believed that I wouldn't survive the night due to hypothermia. Finally, at about 6 a.m, I woke up for the last time and decided to go outside. Not because it was any warmer, but because the gas station I went to the evening before opened at that time and all I wanted was a little heat. I didn't wake Kevin. Honestly, I would not have cared if he was dead for the hell his stupid butt just put me through over a power outlet. I walked to the store looking like a vagrant with withdrawal symptoms from shivering so much. When I walked into the store after that long, bitter night, I wanted to cry because the heat felt so nice. The cashier gave me a puzzled look, but saw my baseball cap that had my company's logo and let it go. I bought 2 cups of piping hot coffee and a warm breakfast. I took my time, savouring every bit of it. Since the station had a dining area and wasn't busy, I really wasn't in any hurry to get back. I sat in the station for about 2 hours before I had to head back. The shop opened at 8 and I wanted to get the truck in the shop and fixed ASAP. I get a third coffee for the walk back and get over to the shop just as the office is opening. Kevin is waiting outside and sees me holding my coffee. He asked where I got it and I pointed to the gas station. Can I just say at this point, I did actually think that one of the coffees might have been for Kevin, and I was secretly hoping that it wouldn't be and that OP was just having 2. Now I've heard that OP's had 3 without giving anything to Kevin. Yeah, I love this. And you can tell that OP is absolutely fuming, and rightfully so. The rep opens the door to the office and we go inside, check in with the desk and hand the truck key to the technician so he can get started. Kevin, who was useless when it came to things like this, went to the lounge area. I made sure to tell the tech about the fan and asked if he could check it out. He said he would. I signed the paperwork and head to the lounge. In the lounge, Kevin looks frustrated. He wanted coffee too, and was disappointed to learn that, since the shop just opened, the office staff hadn't made any in the lounge yet. Well, walk over to the gas station and get one, I say, try not to snicker. You know I can't walk that far. Why don't you go get me one? He asked indignantly. I should point out that Kevin had a bad leg due to, if you can believe it, a bad car accident. I know, big shocker. At first, I felt bad for him, being partially disabled, but by that point, after everything I'd endured because of his stupid butt, I was tempted to damage his good leg so they'd be a match set. Because I signed the truck in, that means I have to be here when it's released. Kevin then gets mad. Well, why didn't you wake me up and ask me if I wanted anything? He demands, almost throwing a tantrum. It was at this point that my tolerance for Kevin glitched. This SOB had put me through a living hell of no sleep, being thrown around the truck like a ragdoll because of his horrible driving, having to take flack for his F-ups, and getting chewed out for late deliveries because he keeps getting lost. Now, he wants me to be his errand boy after nearly causing me to freeze to death? As someone once said, hell to the nah. I set my coffee on a table and raised to my full height. I had at least 1 foot and 100 pounds on him. Listen here, you sawed-off little female dog, I replied, summoning every last ounce of anger and vinegar in me that wasn't still frozen. Because of your dumbass, I barely slept all night. How the hell we're not dead of hypothermia right now, I have no idea. I put up with your BS for over a month and I'm fed up with it. You are not my supervisor, you are not my lead driver, and you do not tell me what to do. And if I ever catch you messing around with the fuse panel or anything else on that truck again, I will cut your goddamn throats. And at that moment, I meant it. Kevin muttered something, but I told him to shut up and he obliged. Oh God. Even after that long, abusive, phenomenal rant, you still tell him to shut up. I mean, again, very deserved, but very funny as well. After a couple of hours, the technician came and told us our truck was ready. Kevin, still without coffee, sulked off the truck while I dealt with the paperwork. I asked the tech about the blower fan and find out it was a blown fuse. Apparently, Kevin pulled the fuse and the resulting arc caused the fuse to blow. Since he was an idiot and the fuse panel wasn't labelled, there was no way to know which fuse was blown. He told me to make sure that the next time I needed to check the fuses, to disconnect the batteries first. I laughed, signed the papers, and went back to the truck. Back in the truck, I send a message to dispatch and tell them we're ready to roll. Kevin had climbed back into the bunk, obviously still sulking. I take the first drive shift of the day, so the load can, once again, be back on track. Now, while I wish I could say this was the end of my misadventures with Kevin, it's not. There's more. Yep, it gets even better, folks. And there we go. That is going to do it for this one. Don't worry though, guys. As OP has said, a lot more to come. That's just part 3 of this entire story, in which there are 9 parts. So we're only a third of the way through. So many more stories about this first Kevin in particular to come. Now, as for this story in particular, I do just have to say, off the bat, before we even start talking about Kevin, OP is a legend. The way that you're dealing with this OP is exactly the way that I like to think that I would deal with this. Nothing too crazy, as in not going completely mental and doing something you'd later regret when it comes to how you're dealing with and acting with and talking to Kevin. But at the same time, letting him know what an absolute, insert swear word here, he's being, and how that's affecting you. I mean, that rant was brilliant. And then telling him to shut up afterwards. Just say, no, I'm not done yet. Shut up, you little rat. Even better. Great scenes. But yeah, you are absolutely right. I mean, what he did there was extremely dangerous. I didn't think about it, but of course, the thermostat showed 14 degrees Celsius at whatever time you went to sleep. Obviously, that's going to drop and drop and drop to dangerous levels. And yeah, of course, when you get below freezing, I mean, enough time exposed to that level of temperature is going to have ramifications and repercussions for your health. There's no doubt about it. So yeah, I mean, legitimately, Kevin could have killed you. I do just kind of think, like, surely at some point OP has to say, I know, to be fair though, yeah, OP did say that they don't want to, you know, like, ruffle anyone's feathers, lose their job, etc, etc. What I'm trying to say is, surely at some point, pretty soon, you'd have to get on the blower to your boss and say, listen, this guy is just not fit at all for the job. He's dangerous. He's endangering himself, me, and others because of the truck and him behind the wheel. I know you don't want to risk potentially losing your job, but do you want to risk potentially losing your life? I mean, that's what's happened twice now already. Kevin in a big rig, part 4. First Kevin gets lost. OP gets an idea. Hello everyone, and welcome back to yet another installment of the series, Kevin in a big rig. Once again, I'd like to thank everyone who has read my previous episodes and shown more interest and support than I could have ever hoped for. I know a lot of you have been asking questions about how Kevin got away with his stupidity and why I didn't do anything about it. Yeah, that is literally what I was saying at the end of last episode. I apologize for not answering many of you outright, but I can promise that I fully intend to answer all of your questions in these upcoming posts. I can assure you that it will all be worth it. So, without further ado, on to part 4. First Kevin gets lost, OP gets an idea. Some backstory. This story takes place a few weeks after the truck heater snafu. While I would like to say that first Kevin learned from his mistakes and tried to do better, it would be more accurate to say that he merely doubled down on his brain-dead antics. In the interim, his driving skills plateaued at noob level, his navigation ability was at potato, and his superiority complex had gone from annoying to insufferable. Despite everything, I was still very much a rookie driver, a peon in a very big company, and most importantly, more broke than MC Hammer. I was afraid that doing anything to rock the boat with management would lead to me being fired, in further debt, and my truck driving career at an end. To add some perspective to my situation during this, I should mention more about the contract that I had in place with the company at the time. In exchange for free training, I'd agreed to work for the company for 8 months. If I quit or was terminated for any reason before that contract was fulfilled, I'd be liable for over $6,000 in tuition fees. Furthermore, since the company owned the training facility at which I trained, they could refuse to release my CDL school records to any prospective employers unless they bought the contracts. Since most reputable employers required proof of completion of a CDL school and were unwilling to make such an investment in a relatively inexperienced driver, I was stuck and pretty much at their mercy. This is the dark truth that many supercarriers such as Swift, Werner, and CRST will not tell you when they promise you a rewarding career and free training. In short, I was pretty much powerless. But that was about to change. And in some strange way, I have the first Kevin to thank for that. The morning on which this story takes place started out like pretty much every other day for the past 2 months. Kevin finished his shift, and me waking up to see what kind of fresh hell of a mess I had to sort out. The day before, we'd picked up a load in Pennsylvania, with me doing the initial pickup. I had gotten us just across the state line into Ohio before going off duty. Just before picking up said load, I'd filled the fuel tanks completely and burned maybe a quarter of a tank before going off duty. The next fuel stop was in less than 400 miles. We had more than enough fuel to get there. Again, Kevin had ended his shift with no clue where we were. No surprise there.
A quick look out of the window. Oh, we're on the shoulder of a highway. What a completely unexpected and unprecedented development. Yawn. Fine, let's get this over with. By this point, I'd already purchased my own truck-enabled GPS. Kevin, apparently upset that I didn't recognize his obviously superior ability, had thrown a tantrum and demanded I no longer use his GPS because he would work out the routes. Yeah, right. He gets out of the driver's seat and, like the petulant man-child he was, he took his GPS from the mount. A trick I learned from my trainer was, when using a GPS, enter the departure and destination and then add each assigned fuel stop in order as waypoints in the routes. This forced the GPS to stay on the company route 90% of the time. Also, our fuel payment cards would only work at the assigned fuel stops, so it made life easier just to follow it. Having to get fuel elsewhere needed a valid reason, assistance from dispatch, and it often carried a lecture about the importance of the company-assigned routes. I had tried to teach this trick to Kevin, but because he had so much more experience than I did, a full month, he felt he didn't need to listen to me. I set up my GPS and hit the current location function. This, of course, as routine, as Kevin never had any clue where we were. I'd already familiarized myself with the route and knew which highways, towns, and cities I could use to help get my bearings. This time, however, I was completely stumped. I'd expected that Kevin would have gotten at least as halfway into Illinois, but the GPS had us in some small town in Indiana. Also, it wasn't a town I'd seen on either the GPS route or the paper map that I routinely used to verify the GPS. Okay, that was odd. I look again at the GPS for a highway number or street name. Again though, nothing on it that it showed me made any sense. I go back to the navigation page where it showed the distance to the next checkpoint, which would have been our next fuel stop. This didn't make sense either, as it was showing close to 500 miles to go to the first fuel stop, not the second. That had to be a mistake, I think, since there was no way that we could be further from the fuel stop than when I went off duty. Was there? I sit in the driver's seat for about 5 minutes, trying to make sense of what the GPS is telling me. I'd almost convinced myself that the GPS didn't log us reaching the fuel stop and was trying to backtrack. I was about to force it to reroute to the second fuel stop when I, by chance, happened to check the fuel gauge, and my bottom jaw hit the floorboard. Where once the needle had been just above the 3/4 line, it was now showing less than 1/4 of a tank. By my estimates, that was good for about 100 miles safely. Something was very, very wrong. Kevin, where the hell are we? I ask, knowing it was in vain. I don't know, he replied, testily. He'd been growing more indignant ever since the heater fiasco. Did you get to the first fuel stop? No. Did you get lost again? He didn't respond right away. I was following the company route, he finally replied, proudly. BS, because we are very low on fuel and further away from the fuel stop than when you started. He looked stunned. Apparently, he hadn't realized that fact. How bad is this guy at his job, by the way? Goodness me. I turned back to my GPS and take a look at the map, and everything became clear. We were way off course, about 300 miles from the interstate we were supposed to be on. I didn't know how, but we were well and truly lost. Lost, low on fuel, in the Midwest, and well into the winter time. F my life. I decided to abandon getting back on the assigned route. Kevin had wasted his entire shift with his unplanned detour, and I didn't want to make the situation even worse. I tell the GPS to search for nearby truck stops. It takes a few moments, but the patron saint of truckers had not abandoned me. There was a Flying J truck stop less than 20 miles away. I tell the GPS to take me there and send an urgent message to dispatch. I tell them we need our fuel card unlocked for that location and that we are dangerously low on fuel. To my surprise, Kevin did not like this idea. We have to stick to the company route. If we run out of fuel, it's the company's fault. Company route? I scoff. You got us lost again. You have no idea where we are again. I have to spend half my day correcting your F-ups again. Right now, the company route doesn't mean a dang thing because I have no clue where we are. What I do know is we need fuel, and now. Kevin starts sulking. Well, if we get in trouble, it's on you. Fine by me, I reply, and I get us going. My reasoning is that if I run out of fuel at a truck stop after requesting the fuel cards open, dispatch would have to explain why they didn't allow it. Running a semi out of fuel requires some very expensive emergency road service. However, if I run out of fuel while going down the highway, I'll have to explain to dispatch, the safety department, and the highway patrol as to why I couldn't read a fuel gauge. I voted to minimize my responsibility and at least get somewhere where there is some available. The last thing I wanted to do was repeat what happened in that dealership parking lot. About a half hour later, we get to the truck stop. It's early morning, so several other trucks are already refueling and we have to wait in line. I check the computer, and to my surprise, dispatch approved fuel purchase, but was concerned as to how we got so far off course. I reply that I just came on duty and that Kevin was the one who got lost again. I didn't expect anything of this, since the night shift dispatchers didn't handle things like employee discipline or service records. When the time comes, I top the tanks. Almost 150 gallons of diesel, and I try to figure out what I can do to get us back on track. After driving about 5 hours, I finally get us back on course and decide to take my legally required break. As I go to put myself off duty, I notice an important message has come from dispatch. It's from my fleet manager, roughly equivalent to a supervisor. "Call me ASAP" was all it said. "Oh, great," I say. I take my phone, step out of the truck, and make the call. "What are you two doing? How did you end up so far off your route? Did you follow the route we gave you?" "What do you mean, fleet manager?" "Well, Kevin says that you've been ignoring the company routes. That's why you've been getting lost." That explains it. Kevin, the little weasel, sent her a text message with some made-up story. My blood started to boil. "Fleet manager, first of all, I have no clue what happened. When I finished my shift yesterday afternoon, everything was fine. We were on course and I had plenty of fuel. I woke up this morning on the side of a 2-lane highway in the middle of bumfrick, Indiana, with no clue how I got there, running on fumes. That is why I sent the message to have the fuel cards opened." "Well, you two are a team, so you have to work together." I take a deep breath, fighting back the urge to launch into a verbal tirade that would surely get me fired. "But fleet manager, you know what Kevin is like." "Well, just figure it out." She hangs up, and I have to fight the urge to throw my phone across the parking lot. A short time later, I return to the truck and make ready to head back out. Kevin is sitting in the passenger seat, his precious notebook in hand. He's trying to hide a poop-eating grin on his face, but his 1970s porn star moustache gives it away. "So," he said, "you're gonna follow the company route? You're a company driver, so you gotta follow the company route." He then hands me his notebook, open to the page he had written down the route. I take it and throw it in the back. "Listen to me, you idiot. You're not my boss, you're not my trainer, I don't take orders from you. From now on, I'll drive the truck my way, you drive it yours. Unless it's an emergency, keep your cock holster mouth shut." For a moment, he looks terrified, then petulant as he goes back to the bunk. Good riddance. For the rest of the day, I go through everything that had happened over the past 2 months. When I think that, after all the times that I had to babysit a supposedly more experienced partner, I get blamed for everything going wrong, I just get more and more upset. But since I'm a broke newbie driver under a hobbling contract with no support from anyone, what can I do? I need to get away from this clown, but how? If only there was some way I can prove that he's effing up. I'm just a truck driver. And that is when it hit me. I wasn't always a truck driver. Before I started driving, I was a manager at a steel mill. I was an engineer by trade, and my previous job had me dealing with safety and environmental regulations, quality control, OSHA, DOT, and my least favorite, corporate bureaucracy. Corporation. The company I was driving for was a corporation, with a hierarchy of increasingly incompetent managers, VPs, and directors who will be slow to take responsibility, but first to demand someone else to do so. However, I happen to know how to get their attention. Documentation. But what I needed was something to document. Cue my other valuable skill set, investigation. Part of my old job had been to investigate accidents, chemical spills, defective products, etc., and find out what happened, why it happened, and how to prevent it in the future. In doing this, I learned that the more details you gather, the better. Dates, times, names of witnesses, photos, video, ambient air temperature, tea price in Bangladesh. If it was even remotely relevant, write it down. Best of all, I was really good at it, often finding problems that everyone else overlooked. So the two pieces of a plan began to form. First off, I would need to observe everything that Kevin did and said, looking for something that I could use to prove just how incompetent he truly was. In addition, every time he got lost or went off route, I would take a picture with my phone of the truck's computer logs showing the GPS pings and their timestamps, along with a photo of his daily driver log. Kevin would be under investigation and not even know it. I finish my drive shift and go off duty. Before I go to sleep, I decide to check the computer records to see exactly what Kevin did the night before that got us so very lost. According to the GPS pings, he had, for some reason, turned off the interstate and driven close to 500 miles, with over 150 miles going in the opposite direction than the way we needed to go. I took snapshots of the ping and Kevin's driver logs, showing that he was on duty when it happened. But that wouldn't be enough. I knew. I need more. Much more. So I took an old legal pad and began making a list of everything stupid, dangerous, and dim-witted that Kevin had done. I included dates and times where I could, and I started writing an email that would take a month to complete. And that is where I'm going to end part 4. But don't worry everyone, this story isn't even close to being over yet. How on earth does this guy still have a job? Surely there's a way that the truck company, can look at the logs themselves and just see that, okay, yeah, one driver, everything is going really smoothly. When they check in, the truck goes where we'd expect it, in the time that we'd expect it. Then when they log out and the next guy logs in, oh wait, everything just goes completely to insert swear word here. Things go bad, pretty much. Surely you can tell, can't you? And just say, yeah, maybe we need to get rid of the guy that is driving 400 miles in the wrong direction, costing the company loads and loads of money, and then looking at the previous things and hearing what OP said, just actually being extremely dangerous as well. I don't know. That's what I'd probably say if I was the fleet manager, but yeah, maybe it's just easier to say, oh, just guys, sort it out, get along, you've got to work together, and that's it. Kevin in a Big Rig Part 5, Shutdown. Backstory. This story takes place only a few days after the events in Part 4. Kevin and I were heading towards Salt Lake City, but the winter weather that had been slowly ramping up for the past month was only getting worse. We'd been fortunate up to this point that the snow and ice hadn't caused any delays, but luck was about to run out. This story begins one night in North Platte, Nebraska, on Interstate 80. Kevin, having driven the day shift, had parked the truck and we changed places. Believe it or not, and I sure as heck didn't, Kevin had actually learned from me and decided to not only stop in a safe place, but at our designated fuel stop. That meant that we could get food, fuel, and do a truck inspection. This was one of the few times Kevin made a rational decision. While he went into the truck stop, I refueled and inspected the truck. After making sure it was in good shape, I take a look at the weather. A massive winter storm had been building up, and all predictions put it and us on a collision course. The company's safety department had sent several weather alerts and issued a few restrictions. My personal rule is that shutting down early is more preferable to shutting down too late. I discovered that Wyoming, the next state we were to cross into, was taking a serious pounding from the storm, and several accidents were already being reported. Thank God it was my shift this time, or Kevin would have wadded the truck and us into a tight little ball in a ditch. I knew we wouldn't make much progress, but since the roads were still dry and the snow wasn't yet falling, I figured I'd be able to make it close to Wyoming before shutting down, let the storm pass, and continue on once the roads were clear. I'd driven this route many times by this point, and I knew the best places to be stuck. I set the GPS to take us to a truck stop just past the Wyoming state line, go inside for a quick bite, and we head out. It wasn't long before the leading edge of the storm had caught us. The further along I drove, the worse the weather deteriorated. Snow flurries melted on the highway, only to be frozen by the rapidly decreasing temperature, and larger, heavier snow began sticking to the road. In typical fashion for the safety department, their weather alerts were about 2 hours behind, and where they'd issued orders to slow down or shut down were for areas well inside the storm. According to them, we could drive the speed limit and they wouldn't say anything. Fortunately, I knew better than to trust the judgment of somebody nearly 1,000 miles away about the weather I was looking at through the windshield. I'd made it about 100 miles when conditions forced my hand. I'd already had to reduce speed to barely creeping, and the road was invisible beneath the snow.
After watching another truck who was driving way too fast lose control and end up in the ditch, I make the call to shut down. I pull into a rather large truck stop not far from the Wyoming state line. By this point, the snow was so deep, the trailer bumper was acting like a snowplow, and the tires were having trouble gaining traction. I finally get the truck parked and tell dispatch we're shut down. As I set the truck's idle control system, Kevin wakes up and asks, "Are we still in Indiana?" In case you're not familiar with US geography, Indiana is a very long way from Wyoming. We hadn't been there for days. We're in Big Spring and we're shut down. We're gonna be here for a while, I tell him. Did safety tell us to? I made the call. It's gotten pretty bad. He mumbles that he will get us going once his 10-hour break is up, but I know that safety will issue a shutdown, albeit later than it should be. I grab a snack, pull the bunk privacy curtains closed, and I settle in. I decide to make use of the downtime to work on Operation Ditch the Dip. For the past couple of days, I've been writing down everything I could remember since day one with this Kevin. I jot down everything, major and minor, along with dates, times, and locations. Every missed turn, unnecessary detour, and violation this Kevin had made goes on the list. My plan was to copy it all to email, but I wanted to make sure that nothing was left out. While Kevin was asleep, I decided to go through the truck's computer records. I start by going through Kevin's hours of service log. This is a legally required record that shows what a driver does every single day. Since drivers can only drive a set number of hours per day, any violation would show on the log. Best of all, these computer logs couldn't be tampered with. Every time he drove longer than he should have, I made a note. The computer also keeps a record of abnormal truck activities. One of these is called hard braking events. A hard braking event is, as the name suggests, in an instance where the truck experiences excessive braking. Remember how I said that he was heavy on the brakes? Well, the computer agreed. There were dozens, if not hundreds, of these records filed during his drive shifts. To be clear, it takes a very hard brake check to trip on one of these events. I use my phone to snap a quick photo of the computer screen. I make my notes and I climb back into my bunk for the rest of the night. The next morning, I wake up and go to the front of the cab and check the computer for messages. As I predicted, safety had issued a mandatory shutdown for all trucks in our area. Just as well, otherwise I'd have to duct tape Kevin to his bunk to keep him from trying to leave. The storm was still dumping snow, and the paved parking lot of the truck stop is packed full of trucks, and the interstate visible from our parking spot is dead quiet. No one was going anywhere. Despite this, I breathe a sigh of relief. Kevin might be stupid, but his sycophant attitude meant that he wouldn't dare defy the company. We were safe for the time being. Kevin wakes up a little while later. "Are we still in Illinois?" he asks. "No," I reply cautiously. "We're in Nebraska, close to Wyoming. Safety has us shut down." "Oh," he replies and goes back to the bunk. It was then that I knew something about Kevin was off. More so than I thought. Twice in less than 12 hours, he's forgotten where we are. Indiana and Illinois are behind us by a few days at this point. There's no way he could be that confused. I try to put it out of my mind for the time being and decide to brave the weather in the interest of breakfast. I grab some food and coffee and check the weather conditions to the west. Wyoming DOT had shut down the entire interstate and over 200 accidents have been reported in the past 24 hours. I talked to a few drivers who had come in from the west and their accounts matched the reports. It's pretty clear that we're not going anywhere soon. After about an hour, I head back out to the truck and decide to catch up on some sleep. Kevin is fully awake at this point, messing around with the computer. As I climb inside, he asks, "Are we still in Illinois?" "What? He still doesn't know where we are?" "No," I explain. "We're in Nebraska. We got here last night. We've not been in Illinois for 3 days. You don't remember?" This was the question that answered far more than I thought. Kevin explained to me that about a year before, he'd been involved in a serious car accident, one of many. Yeah, why does that not surprise me? According to him, he ran off the road at a high speed. He was hospitalized with a shattered leg, that's his bad leg now, and was in a coma for 21 days. His doctors told him that being in a coma for that long would likely cause some brain damage, and it had. He had difficulty with his short-term memory and would literally forget something he did 5 minutes before. This wasn't entirely new to me, as he had told this story to me before. In fact, he told me countless times over the past 2 months, and it was always the same. Bad car accident,
21-day coma, and busted leg. Right, I reply. Well, the weather is pretty bad, so get comfortable. We're going to be here for a while. I then climb back into my bunk. Kevin, citing his bad leg, wants to try and find a parking spot closer to the store. But I tell him the lot is completely full, and if he moves the truck, we could lose this spot. Reluctantly, he decides to stay put. In my bunk, I go over Kevin's story. A 21-day coma, short-term memory loss, numerous car accidents. If I was asked to pick one person to deny a CDL, it would be Kevin. And not because of the hell I'd already been through because of him. Driving a truck is dangerous at the best of times. Add a brain-damaged driver, and the risk obviously increases exponentially. I knew that this company literally hired anyone who gave them a phone call, but what doctor in his right mind would grant someone with brain damage a DOT medical card? I pull out my notes and I jot down Kevin's story as he told it. Yeah, OP, at this point I couldn't agree more. This all seems now absolutely insane, and it does, I guess a little bit, explain Kevin's actions. Later that day, Kevin wakes up from a nap. I'm in my bunk and he asks me again, "Are we in Illinois?" I sigh, defeated. "No, Kevin, we're in Nebraska. You've asked me that 3 times already." "Oh, well, I have bad short-term memory. See, I was in a car wreck and he repeats the same story again, practically word for word. "Did safety shut us down?" he asked. "Yes, so did YDOT, I explain. Wyoming DOT, that is. "Oh, okay." He goes quiet again. We end up stuck for 2 full days waiting for the road conditions to clear. By late morning on the 3rd day, we receive word that the road conditions have improved to the point where we can proceed. By that point, Kevin had repeated his story another 3 times, each time completely unaware that he'd told it earlier. By this point, I've decided there is something seriously wrong with this guy, and he is a danger to himself and anyone sharing a highway with him. I didn't know if I can get him off the road at that point, but I knew I could get reassigned. Our unexpected downtime had given me time to work out my exit strategy. I volunteered to take the first shift. I figure if the roads are iffy, I have the better chance of getting through it safely. This was a good call on my part, as I counted no fewer than 20 accident sites in the first 50 miles. Many of these still hadn't been cleared, and the vehicles were left in the ditch or median. I managed to get a good distance into Wyoming before needing to swap with Kevin. The weather had broken and everything between us and Salt Lake City was clear. As Kevin started his shift, everything that occurred during our shutdown replayed in my mind. The more I thought about it, the more it bothered me. Kevin wasn't just stupid, he was a ticking time bomb. It was time to get as far away from him as I could. Before I went to sleep, I take out my notes and cell phone and begin composing an email. I address it to my fleet manager and I CC the safety director. It would take a while to finish, as I planned to make sure they knew everything that I had seen and experienced over the past 2 months. Given the nature of corporate politics, I expected to encounter some resistance and being ignored, but that was fine. It would only make the situation worse for them in the long run. And with that, part 5 comes to an end. I know there wasn't much in the way of Kevin-type behavior in this one, but I hope that you at least have a better idea of the kind of person Kevin was. In the next episode, which we're about to get into, Kevin's terrible driving will do actual damage to the truck, and my plan to get rid of him will be fleshed out. Okay, so there we go for part 5 in this one. I'm not really sure how to feel, guys, and comment down below if you agree with me, but I can't help but feel at this point a little bit sorry for Kevin. There's no way he should ever be in this job. I mean, OP said it himself. I have no idea how he's been allowed this role. As OP said, if there was one person that you would never want doing this job, it would be Kevin, based on everything that's happened and the way he's acted in the past and the things that have happened to him, and also how he is now behind the wheel. I don't get it. Ultimately, I don't know if you can really blame Kevin that much for these things. I mean, who knows what happened with the car crash, but he was in a coma for 21 days. I mean, that's mental, and he still has serious issues as a result of that, which aren't his fault. I mean, come on. This is crazy. Why is he allowed to do this? And also, why is it up to OP to show the company that Kevin is not in a fit state to be driving this truck and is endangering, as I said at the end of last episode, himself, OP, and every other driver on the road? But realistically, at this point, I'm very, very keen for OP to get Kevin sacked as quickly as possible for everyone's good. But that is not where we're going to end today's episode. We're actually going to get straight into part 6 of this one, as OP said. Here we go. Okay then, so now moving in to Kevin in a Big Rig part 6, breakdown. Backstory. This story takes place about a week after the events of part 5. Kevin and I made our delivery in Salt Lake City without incident and took another load north to Seattle. We'd picked up another load that was bound for the East Coast when yet another disaster struck. I'd made the initial pickup in Renton and headed east on Interstate 90. Since I'd driven half the night before the pickup and into mid-morning, my drive time for the day expired around Tanner, Washington, and Kevin and I switched out. Ahead of us lay barren and mountainous terrain and nearly 3,000 miles of highway across the northern states of the lower 48. Combine that with the ever-threatening winter storms, Kevin's horrible driving skills, and a dwindling supply of tolerance on my part, I was beginning to wonder if Kevin would kill us both before I could get rid of him. At the end of my drive shifts each day, I'd been religiously copying the information from the notes I had taken into an email on my phone. I addressed it to my fleet manager and the company's safety director. Using my most professional and courteous language, I outlined everything that I'd witnessed over the past 2.5 months. I'd reached the point where I didn't want revenge or compensation or even demand that he be fired. I just wanted to get away from him. But in order to do that, I needed a valid reason so that management would be convinced. One reason? Well, how about 100? Kevin took over and proceeded east along Interstate 90 towards Idaho. As was my habit by this point, I rode shotgun upon first leaving out at first. I'm still in the jump seat when we reach Snoqualmie Pass. Apologies if that's pronounced horribly incorrectly, it probably is. In my opinion, there are 3 critical skills that all drivers must learn if they want to last long enough in the industry to make any real money. Navigation, backing up with a trailer, and going down a long, steep mountain grade fully loaded up. Going up a mountain might be slow and arduous. Going down can quickly turn deadly. If a driver doesn't control the speed during the descent, he will find himself behind the wheel of a runaway death machine. To make the situation more difficult, the brakes of the truck can overheat and completely fail if overused, making the loss of control inevitable. If you've ever driven through mountains and seen runaway truck ramps, that's exactly what they are for. A pre-selected crash scene. Wow, I did not know a runaway truck ramp was a thing. That's scary, but I guess shows how often or the potential that this does happen. Most trucks now have a feature called engine brakes, more commonly known to truck drivers as Jake brakes. Unlike the typical wheel brakes, engine brakes cause the truck to slow down by restricting airflow in the engine. This causes the engine to add resistance in the drivetrain and serve as a sort of drogue chute. Also, unlike wheel brakes, engine brakes will not overheat or fail from overuse. When used properly, they can make going down a mountain grade far more efficient and safe. The use of engine brakes also happens to be one of the issues that Kevin and I disagreed upon. While I had been properly instructed by my trainer on how to use the engine brakes effectively, Kevin was adamantly opposed to them. He wasn't shy about voicing his disapproval of my using them, but there was very little he could do about it. His opinion wasn't due to some rational reason, it was simply because the company's safety department said so. During post-training orientation, the course presenters often had made a major issue about how engine brakes weren't that useful and that they wished they didn't come with the trucks. I later learned that these presenters were drivers who mostly quit within 2 months. Sorry, I need to interject here. This company just sounds awful. How can presenters be drivers who mostly quit within 2 months? How is that allowed? Anyway, OP says, I learned from my trainer, a 30-year trucking veteran, that engine brakes were a lifesaver. That's the difference right there. Now, Kevin, being the sycophant he was, believed that anything the company higher-up said was the gospel truth. And there we were. Myself, Kevin, a fully loaded truck, and the long, steep decline that was Snoqualmie Pass. Yep, I said to myself, I'm definitely regretting my life choices right now. Kevin starts down the pass. He was in top gear and the truck begins to accelerate rapidly. Since he's not using the engine brakes, the only way he can control the truck's speed without overusing the wheel brakes is to downshift. In order to do that, he must reduce speed. Shifting gears in a semi is a lot different than a regular car, since a truck transmission will only go into gear if it and the engine are at the proper speed for the gear being selected. Kevin slams on the brakes, throwing everything in the cab that isn't tied down forward. He tries to downshift, but his timing is off. For a few heart-stopping seconds, the truck is essentially dropping down the side of a mountain in a free fall before Kevin finally manages to wrestle the truck into gear with another whiplash brake check and a grinding protest from the transmission. The engine revs up sharply as it fights against gravity and the excess speed for the gear. Kevin again applies extremely heavy braking, and I grab the handhold above me and push myself back into the seat to cushion the jolts. At this point, I look over at the dash tachometer. It's reading over 1,700 RPM. The normal operating range for this truck is between 1,000 and 1,500 RPM. Slowing down and reducing the engine speed is vital at this point. Even Kevin knew that. He does, applying heavy braking again to slow the engine to just under 1,500 RPM, and the speed appears to be relatively stable. Then, in a move that I can only describe as divine stupidity, Kevin forces the transmission into the next lower gear. And when I say forced, I mean the truck was actively fighting him as if it were an animal raging in a trap. The gears of the transmission were grinding so hard, I thought they'd be worn down before we reached the bottom of the hill. Eventually, however, Kevin's stubborn determination won out and the truck went into gear. The truck screamed in protest. I glance at the tachometer and it's showing close to 2,000 RPM, way outside the operating limits. Too much of this and the engine will literally tear itself apart. I knew. What does Kevin do? Nothing. God damn it, I scream at him, trying to make myself heard over the tortured engine. Slow down! Don't tell me how to drive, Kevin snaps back. Apparently, he believes this is normal. I swear to God, Kevin, if you wreck this truck... My sentence was cut off by yet another hard break, and I'm wondering if I can stab this little idiot, take over the truck and claim self-defense. We went down that long, steep hill for what felt like hours. The screaming engine begged for mercy, and Kevin was completely oblivious. At any moment, I was expecting the engine to explode in a fiery death, taking us to ours a few moments later. But to its credit, it held on just long enough. We get to the bottom of the hill, and the stress on both the engine and my nerves finally dissipates. At first, I think we dodged yet another bullet. The truck seems to be no worse for the wear, and I manage not to kill Kevin. At that moment, the dashboards light up more than the annual Christmas tree at Rockefeller Plaza. Every warning light and alarm buzzer is going off as if we were in a movie helicopter that had just been hit by a rocket. I swear under my breath and begin looking at my phone for repair shops, truck stops, or anywhere nearby where we can get help. And then, as suddenly as it started, the dash goes quiet and the lights turn off. It wasn't a relief, more of the eerie quiet. That's not good, I say, knowing this wasn't some electronic glitch. I go back to my phone. It's the only thing I can do to keep me from snapping Kevin's neck. By some obscene stroke of luck, there's a dealership service shop at the next exit. It was just then that the dashboard lights and alarms make an encore appearance. I think something's wrong with the truck, Kevin said, as if I hadn't already worked out that much for myself. I give Kevin my hardest glare. No shit, Sherlock, I reply. You just fell off a frickin' mountain and blew the engine up. What do we do? He asked like a lost little boy. I take this moment to highlight his stupidity. I don't know, super trucker. You're the one who knows everything. Why don't you tell me? To say my nerves were frayed at this point would be a gross understatement. Kevin keeps looking between the road and the dash. I can tell he's lost, confused, and clueless. Just then, the engine derates, essentially limiting its speed and horsepower in order to prevent further damage. Something is seriously wrong, and Kevin is completely useless. Next exit, I say. There's a dealership shop. Kevin nods nervously. He rounds a bend and the exit comes in sight. Despite the truck's reduced speed, Kevin is about to blow right past, something he can't very well afford to do. Kevin, exit now, I say. Here? He asks, unsure. Now, I scream. At this point, not even trying to be civil. Kevin takes the exit, braking extremely hard again to get slow enough so as not to overturn the truck. I can see the sign for the dealership and I guide Kevin to it. We pull into the parking lot just moments before the truck dies. Charmed life, I think. I turn to Kevin and I say, you, send dispatch a message. Tell them where we are and that we're checking into the shop. I'll go and talk to them. He doesn't get a chance to protest as I jump out and head inside. The techs run a diagnostic and find a long list of fault codes. I have to coordinate between dispatch and the shop because the company maintenance overseer knew nothing about trucks and Kevin was completely useless, and I find out that the truck will need to be in the shop overnight. They reluctantly agree to spring for a hotel room within walking distance, and we go and check in. Kevin and I spent about 3 days in that hotel while the truck was being repaired. Kevin, by virtue of his short-term memory problems, had completely forgotten about how it was all his own doing. He gave some speech about how dangerous engine brakes were, but I reminded him that he was the one who was driving when the truck broke down. He tried to pass the blame, but it didn't matter. I had a more important task to focus on. If you ever needed or wanted to know how to make a rigid corporate structure act in your favor, you might want to take notes. I've been gathering evidence against Kevin for about 2 weeks before we broke down. In those 2 weeks, I've been able to gather enough problems against him that would make a district attorney green with envy. I divided my time between copying my notes to email and jotting down new items as they cropped up. It was tedious as the list never seemed to go down, but eventually the email was ready. The only question that remained was who, exactly, would get the email. Normally, I'd simply email my fleet manager like one would a supervisor. The problem was, such a major issue would need nearly every department in the loop. The only problem was the company was strictly compartmentalized and often territorial. It wasn't uncommon to get messages from 3 or 4 department heads for one minor infraction. For example, when I had to request fuel back in Indiana, I had to explain why to the route planning manager, the fleet fuel controller, and the planning department, in addition to my supervisory fleet manager. Not only was this incredibly ineffective and annoying, it did provide insight into how the system could be manipulated. For all its segmented nature, there was one department that had full authority over any other. That was the safety department. Since every trucking company must take safety seriously, the safety managers are taken very seriously. More often than not, a safety manager held more power than the CEO and was the one department who could rally the others to a cause. My plan was to send emails to the heads of every department that had jurisdiction over any of Kevin's violations. Hours of service, planning, HR, driver training. Each department head would get the email. In addition, my fleet manager and the safety manager would get the exact same email. With any luck, one of the emails would trigger an investigation, the findings of which would start a chain reaction. At best, the safety manager would order every department to look into the matter. What I was careful not to do was to come off as accusatory or demanding. My philosophy has been to assume ignorance before malevolence. That is, assume that the company simply wasn't aware of what was going on. And if I demanded that Kevin was fired, I would risk coming across as bitter and spiteful, accomplishing nothing. No, my emails would be professional, concise, detailed, and presented in a way that would say, hey, I found these problems and I wanted to bring them to your attention. The issues themselves would cause the panic. It was during this breakdown that I put the finishing touches on my plan. I dug through the company directory for the relevant emails, organized the documents and photos in the email, and arranged the list of violations by the relevant departments. If and when an investigation took place, all they'd have to do is look where I pointed. I'd nearly completed the email during the 3-day downtime while awaiting repairs. The day the truck was repaired, Kevin and I went to the shop a few hours before the truck was released. When the text told us it was ready, I was surprised that Kevin offered to sign it out and take the first shift of the day. It was uncharacteristically generous of him, which I found suspicious, but I didn't say so. I decided to make a restroom stop before we left out. On the way out of the door, I walked by the service desk. The tech who worked on our truck was finishing up the ticket and waved me over. "Hey," he said, somewhat bewildered. "Aren't you with that short guy with the limp?" "Yeah. Why do you ask?" I reply. "Well, he asked a weird question." I took a deep breath. I had a feeling what that question would be. Let me guess, he was asking about the engine brakes? The tech was taken aback. "Yeah, he wanted to know how to disable them. I thought it was weird because why would anybody want to do that?" I shake my head in disgust and I glance to make sure that Kevin isn't in the room. "Did you tell him?" "Heck no," the tech admitted. "You'd be an idiot not to have them." I nod in agreement. "By the way," I ask, "what actually was wrong with the truck?" "There were some cracks in the turbocharger housing," he explained. "Uh-huh. And would keeping the engine at 2000 RPM all the way down Snoqualmie cause that?" He looked at me knowingly. You better tell somebody about him if he can't drive any better than that. Oh, don't worry, I assure him. I will. And there we go. That concludes this episode and part 6 of this story. A little bit of a cliffhanger, I've got to say. I cannot wait to see the response to that email, and I really hope that you do send it off, OP, in part 7. But of course, all of that is to come. I will say though, that was probably the most, I guess, kind of stressful episode or part so far. I can just picture, like, you know, you guys just going down in a massive truck at breakneck speed. You've got this guy next to you that has no idea what he's doing, saying, nah, actually, I don't want to use engine braking. I'll just smash the brakes myself. Or we'll leave it in a gear too high and just absolutely pummel the brakes, causing them probably to burn out. I don't know. I don't really know too much about automobiles, but yeah, I can imagine. Ugh, must have been absolutely terrifying for you, OP. Well done for getting through it, is all I can say. Kevin in a Big Rig, Part 7, Flashpoint. Backstory. These events take place over the span of a couple of days immediately following the events in Part 6, Breakdown. The 3-day breakdown had forced dispatch to call in another truck to rescue the load. I'd figured as much, since the load was considered high priority, and with an even more serious winter storm than what we faced in Nebraska bearing down on us, dispatch wanted to get the load to its destination as soon as possible. That left myself, Kevin, a repaired truck, an empty trailer, and precious little time before we become stranded again by Old Man Winter. Almost as soon as we got the truck out of the shop from Kevin's fiasco on Snoqualmie, dispatch sent us a load. It was to pick up in Lewiston, Idaho, that same evening and deliver in Chicago. I was relieved, as this put us heading away from the storm, and with luck, it would keep us ahead of it. When I plotted the route, however, I was abruptly reminded that while the patron saint of truckers might protect those who call upon him, he also has a very morbid sense of humor. Lewiston is a mountain town along the Washington-Idaho border. From where we began, it would take the better part of a day traveling through remote areas with little chance of assistance if something were to happen. And because I hadn't suffered enough, the only way into Lewiston was south along US 95 and down another steep mountain grade. That was worse than Snoqualmie. How bad? Well, if Snoqualmie was a black diamond ski slope, Lewiston would be a triple black diamond, skull and crossbones level, requiring a signed waiver of liability and clearance from a psychiatrist. And just for kicks, Kevin would be driving us there. Upon realizing this, I texted my mum, told her I loved her, and that I was probably going to be dead in the next few hours. She thought I was drunk. For the first few hours, I stayed in the bunk trying to get what little sleep I could. Kevin's horrendous driving did not help matters, as I was constantly being woken up by my head being slammed into a cabinet by his excessive braking. I finally had to use my jacket as a makeshift cushion and keep my head from suffering a concussion. The truck drove on and on and on. Sleep, when it came, was fitful and fleeting. The jarring of the brakes and the whine of the over-revving engine foretold of an impending fate so terrifying as to make Edgar Allan Poe wet the bed and Stephen King buy a nightlight. As the sky grew dark and the cold air began to bite, I decided I'd slept as much as I could. I pulled on my boots and I went up front. I looked out of the windshield and saw what I had been dreading. The warning sign for the steep drop into Lewiston. The highway on which we made the descent was also the town's main thoroughfare. Fall off the cliff, roll into the town. Any loss of control here, and a lot of people besides us would more than likely be killed. I just hoped that if I did die that night, it was quick and painless, and Kevin would join me so I could beat his butt for all eternity. Kevin started down the grade, picking up speed too fast at first, but thanks to being empty, speed control was much easier. Still adamantly opposed to engine brakes, he maintained his speed through downshifting and heavy braking, much like he'd attempted to do on Snoqualmie. When he finally managed to stabilize his speed, I lit a cigarette, because I think all people doomed to die deserve one last smoke. But it wasn't my last smoke, or my last day on Earth. Despite everything, Kevin managed to get the truck down the mountain and into the town without it ending in a fiery crash. I let out a breath that I didn't realize I was holding and take a long drag of my cigarette to calm my nerves. We were safe, for the time being. Kevin manages to get us to the pickup, after getting lost of course, and we change out while we're being loaded. I sit down in the driver's seat and program the route into my GPS. Getting back to the interstate was going to be tougher, I saw, as it was more remote wilderness, mountainous terrain, and little chance of help in an emergency. Adding to the difficulty was the fact that the storm we were desperately trying to outrun was catching up to us. Fortunately, it wasn't long before we get fully loaded and head to a local truck stop to top off the tanks, since it was nearly 150 miles to the nearest truck stop. I refuel the truck while Kevin goes inside the store. After several minutes, both fuel tanks filled, and Kevin is still inside doing God knows what. I pull the truck out of the fuel pumps and pull around to the parking area. I dash inside, grab some food, drinks, and smokes, and come back to the truck to find that Kevin still isn't back yet. I begin to fantasize about what's keeping him. A stroke? A brain aneurysm? Abducted by aliens? They do tend to take the dumbest people, after all. But alas, the hope was fleeting as I soon see him hobbling his way across the parking lot towards the truck, carrying a plastic bag, looking like a hobo about to ask for $1. Kevin opens the passenger door and climbs inside. "Hey, mother effer," he yelled angrily. "Why'd you move the truck?" I point at the "all trucks proceed to parking when fueling complete" signs hanging near the diesel pumps. "Because I can read, you idiot," I reply. "You know I have a bad leg. It hurts to walk that far. Do that again and I'll kick your butt," he threatens weakly. Now, if you recall in part 2, I mentioned that I was at least 1 foot taller and 100 pounds heavier than Kevin, so his threat was more comical than menacing. "Oh, really?" I reply. "You wouldn't lift a foot above my knees before I rip that gimp leg off and beat you to death with it. Sit the frick down and shut up." Wow, that's pretty fiery there from OP, I've got to say. He mumbled something, but I didn't hear him as I released the brakes and pull out of the parking lot. The climb up the mountain was slow and painstaking. Snow was just starting to fall, but it wasn't yet heavy enough to be a serious concern. Kevin, riding shotgun, was grumbling about his leg, the cold, and whatever else he felt like complaining about. I get to the top of the hill and press on, trying like heck to stay in front of the storm. Kevin remained up front, though he had moved past griping and onto bragging about his future plans. Apparently, he had high aspirations for his trucking career. In a few months, he was going to become a lead driver, the title the company gave to driver trainers, and work his students like racial slur. His words, not mine. Odd. He also planned on becoming an independent contractor by leasing a truck through the company and making a lot more money. This would also allow him to run a little side business with his nephew, who, according to Kevin, was some major player in a prison chapter of the Aryan Brotherhood. He claimed his nephew could set him up running contraband out of Mexico. I paid very little attention to him, as I'm more concerned about the winter storm that's almost on top of us. We start going down a hill. Nothing serious, but enough that I take my foot off the accelerator. I never trust cruise control in a semi. This causes the engine brakes to engage, and on cue, Kevin takes it personally. "If you were my student," he said, trying to sound pretentious, "I'd fail you for that." "What the frick ever, man. At least I can go 5 minutes without getting lost," I reply, not missing a beat. "Don't use those things on my truck," he demands. "I'm not, you idiot," I shoot back. "This is the company truck, remember?" Just then, we start down another hill. This one a bit longer, but not overly steep. Again, I release the accelerator and the engine brakes re-engage. This was apparently the last straw for Kevin. He reaches down, unbuckles his seatbelt, and reaches over towards the steering wheel. The activation button for the engine brakes is on the right side of the steering wheel. I see his hand and I slap it away. "Cut it out, you idiot," I tell him. He tries again, but this time getting out of the seat and towering over me while reaching for the engine brake button. This is extremely dangerous, as it's dark, we're on a narrow road, and visibility is reduced because of the snow. I don't have the luxury of handling this diplomatically, so I grab him by the shirt with my right hand and literally throw him back into the passenger seat hard enough that his head bounces off the window. "If you ever pull a stunt like that again," I tell him, "I will break every bone in your body and leave you to the buzzards. You're not a lead driver, and this is not your truck. Sit down, buckle up, and shut up." Kevin obviously hadn't expected that reaction. Apparently, he was living in a fantasy universe where he was the trainer and I was the student. I suppose that knock to the head was enough to bring him back to reality, or as close as he could get, since he buckled his seatbelt and went about copying the company route to his precious notebook. A couple of hours pass in silence. The snow begins to fall heavier and accumulate on the ground and stick to the road.
The wind had begun to pick up and was rocking the truck side to side. It felt like an eternity since we'd seen the last town, car, or even abandoned building. I had just started to begin thinking that maybe we hadn't survived the downgrade into Lewiston, and this was my own personal hell, when, far in the distance, I see the lights of a town. I checked the GPS, and sure enough, it's exactly where we are to rejoin Interstate 90. I was less excited about being on the interstate as I was about the prospect of finding shelter from the approaching storm. As we make our way through the town, I keep my eyes peeled for a truck stop, Walmart, gas station, anything that might offer a safe harbor for the night. But to my increasing dismay, nothing. To make matters worse, the town appeared to be deserted. Even the 24-hour convenience stores were dark and empty. Suddenly, a few miles before reaching the interchange, a message comes across the computer. Kevin takes the computer and reads it. "It's a weather alert," he says. "It says we have to shut down." "Of course," I say, still looking for somewhere to park and finding nothing. "Keep an eye out for a truck parking spot." We get closer to the interstate and find nothing. Even the gas stations with truck diesel lanes are clearly posted, "No truck parking." My only alternative is to get back on the interstate and keep going until I find somewhere to shut down. I'll admit, this is the last thing I wanted to do, but my hands were tied. Kevin, however, simply could not understand the situation. "Why are you getting on the interstate?" he asked. "Safety told us to shut down." "Yeah, but there's nowhere to shut down," I reply. "You have to stop," he insists. "Safety will write you up." "Where? On the side of the city highway? You really think that's a good idea?" Looking back, I now see how ironic this question was. Kevin gave up. Apparently, being thrown bodily against the window one-handed takes away your nerve. "Well, if safety says anything, it's on you," he says. I'm fine with that, and I'll tell them the same thing I'm telling you. You can't just stop in the middle of the freaking road. I take the on-ramp to Interstate 90 eastbound. I keep my speed at about 45 miles an hour. Since knowing we shouldn't be out here according to safety, I can at least use the fact that I was driving at a greatly reduced speed to say, yeah, I know I should be shut down, but there's nowhere to shut down, so I have to keep going until I find a place to shut down. I plod along Interstate 90 through the Idaho panhandle and find nowhere to park. The truck computer is going crazy, dinging every few minutes with messages wanting to know why we are traveling through a shutdown area. I can't send any replies since I'm driving, and Kevin is content to let me deal with it. I drive well into Montana before I see Salvation, a truck safety rest area. It's little more than a super wide shoulder on the side of the highway, but it's reasonably safe, legal for us to use, and more importantly, it has enough room for us to get into. I guide the truck into a parking spot, shut off the headlights, and pick up the computer. I put myself off duty and go about responding to the messages. All but one are automated messages about the shutdown notice and the fact that we're operating in one. The one non-automated message is from the night dispatcher. "You are operating inside of a shutdown area. Please shut down as soon as possible," the message asked. "What the heck did you think I was planning, you idiot?" I say to the screen. I reply, "Could not find safe and legal parking spot when alert received. Was forced to continue on until a safe and legal parking area could be found. We are now shut down." I intentionally used the word safe and legal in my reply because, according to the company's own driver handbook, a truck that receives a weather shutdown notice must find a safe and legal place to shut down until the notice is lifted. That was their only policy verbatim. I was just following it. Safe and legal. I decided to go back to the bunk and sleep. It was pretty obvious we were going nowhere until morning at least. The next morning, I'm awakened by the sound of the truck brakes releasing. I jump out of my bunk and check the computer. Safety had released the shutdown and implemented a 45-mile-per-hour limit for the area. Kevin took it upon himself to take the first shift, so I crawled back into bunk. A couple of hours later, I'm woken up by my phone ringing. I check it. Unknown number, but the area code matches the company headquarters, so I answer. "Hello? Hi, is this OP? Driver ID 9876, replied the voice. Yeah, this is Ken from Safety. This call is being recorded. We had a report that you willfully violated a mandatory shutdown area last night. Son of a female dog. Kevin tried to turn me into Safety after the stunt he pulled with the engine brakes." "Well, Ken," I reply, "I suppose that depends on your definition of violated. Did you continue to drive after receiving a notice of the shutdown?" "Yes.
I answered truthfully. Can you explain why? Well, Ken, if you refer to the company driver handbook, such and such page, such and such paragraph, you will clearly see that it states, and I quote, upon receiving a shutdown alert, the driver must park the truck as soon as it is safe and legal to do so. End quotes. Now, as I told the night dispatcher, I was not in an area that provided safe and legal parking, and therefore I was forced to continue on until safe and legal parking could be found. However, I was well aware of the dangerous road and weather conditions and elected to proceed at a speed no faster than 45 miles an hour, and I shut down at the nearest safe and legal place available. For a few moments, Ken was quiet, but I heard the telltale tapping of a computer keyboard through the phone. I see. Well, looking at your routes, I see that there was very little in the way of parking or facilities. No shit, Sherlock, I think to myself. That was my assessment of the situation as well, I confirm. Well, he continued, we received this report from an anonymous phone call and we had to follow it up. Anonymous my butt. Am I being written up for this? I ask. Not at this time, since, as you say, you were trying to get to a safe, legal parking area. We may look into this matter further at a later time. However, I would like to stress that you take care in the future. I managed to hide my rage as I responded, always do, thanks, and I hang up. For a few moments, I stared at the bunk ceiling in furious disbelief. Anonymous phone call? Yeah, that was BS, since there was only one person who knew I'd driven at that time who would have made a phone call. Kevin, the rat-think idiot, had tried to grass me up on the sly. Only he made one critical mistake. He underestimated me. I knew the safety policy, apparently better than the safety department themselves, and I'd probably saved my job and career by doing so. No doubt the little idiot thought he won by his little butt-kissing exhibition, and he would no doubt try again when he realized it didn't work. But he wouldn't get that chance. Oh no. Run game on me, little man, and I'll show you how it's played. I open my phone's email app and go to the saved email draft I've been preparing for so long. I attach the photos of the computer logs, double check for missing issues, add in about the incident where he tried to grab the steering wheel while I was driving, and plug in the email addresses of the relevant department heads. I also make one addition to the end of the email, letting them know that, seeing as how the issue was habitual and ongoing, I would continue to provide daily updates via email on Kevin's infractions and unsafe actions. Why email, you wonder? Well, in the eyes of the law, an email is considered an official document. By using email, I could use it as proof that I communicated the issue to the company. If the situation progressed to the point where legal action became necessary, the emails could be used as evidence that the company was made aware of the issue but did nothing. That's negligence. I knew it, and they should know it too, I thought. Well, they claim to put safety first, so let's see. I give the email a final once over. It's ready, I think. I move my thumb up to the send icon and freeze. For a moment, a tiny voice of doubt pipes up. Is this the right thing to do? You could put yourself in the firing line with this. Even if you pull it off, it could ruin Kevin's life. Is what he did so bad to really be worth that? For a moment, I almost consider not going through with it. Just ask for a new co-driver. And that thought was interrupted by my forehead banging off the cabinet again. Kevin and his awful driving. Never mind, I tell myself decisively, screw this jerk. And I hit send. There was the slightest bit of regret when I saw the status of the email change from sending to sent. Oh well, too late now, no turning back. The missiles were in the air, nothing left to do but wait. Just 2 more parts to go, 2 more episodes to go. But wow, what a roller coaster it's been. Things are heating up now. Finally, I mean, I demanded it at the end of last episode, but now finally, OP has sent that email. Again, I don't really blame OP for taking this long to actually do something. I feel like the emotions that you were feeling, OP, when you were kind of deliberating whether or not to actually press send make a lot of sense, and are the reasons why myself was kind of wondering, is this really the right thing to do? Yes, you could get fired. Yes, you could obviously cost Kevin his job, and obviously that will have ramifications for his own personal life, especially with all the things that he's been through. But yeah, the fact is, he's a terrible driver and he shouldn't be on the road. I mean, that alone is enough for you to send that email. So yeah, I'm glad you ended up doing that. Kevin in a Big Rig Part 8, Brake Check. Backstory. This story takes place immediately after the events in Part 7, Flashpoint. After making me dodge a bullet from safety after Kevin's petty little phone call, he decided to continue along Interstate 90 eastbound through Montana. The winter storm that had forced us to shut down had slowed and moved south during the night, leaving us running along its northern edge. We hadn't seen the last of it. After sending the email that I hoped would seal Kevin's fate, I tried to get some sleep. It wasn't easy, going over the possible scenarios and contingencies to which launching such an unexpected attack would lead. I didn't expect a quick resolution, or that I'd be taken seriously at first. That was fine. If I, a lowly truck driver, wasn't enough to get a trucking company to stick to their safety first policy, then I had some bigger guns to play with. I need only to bide my time, give them a fair chance, but give no quarter should they try to hide from their responsibility. If management had any sense, they'd play ball and get this moron off the highway. I woke up again around mid-afternoon. Kevin was still driving, but knowing he'd be out of time soon, I decided to get up and see what new mess Kevin had gotten us into. I pull on my boots and, expecting nothing, I check my phone. To my mild surprise, there's an unread email from my fleet manager. Okay, it read, I'll forward this to safety. Thanks. I say to myself. Passing the buck and covering your butt. Smart move. At least one person did the right thing. Let's see if the rest follow suit. I close the email and head up front. To my relief, Kevin was on course and with enough fuel to get to the next fuel stop. I say nothing to him, he says nothing to me. Awkward? I was born awkward. Bring it on, Skippy. I take the truck computer, scrolling through the messages to see if anyone from the company had sent anything related to email bombs that I had dropped on half the company. Again, nothing. They were either ignoring me outright, which would be very bad for them in the long run, or I'd unleashed a demon from the safety department who demanded a blood price for everyone letting Kevin go that long. In any case, there wasn't much I could do until safety made their move or decided not to move. I set the computer down, lit a cigarette, and took out my phone again. I forwarded the nuclear email to my then girlfriend, telling her that if anything happened to me, she was to get this to a lawyer, press charges for negligence, gross misconduct, whatever, and sue this company into bankruptcy. I also BCC her to all future emails so she'd have them as well. Dramatic? Maybe, but I wasn't going to let this get swept under the rug. No, to be honest, OP, that makes complete sense. If you do go out due to Kevin's awful driving, at least get somebody that you love some money from it. Next, I checked the weather and see the storm had moved to the south. Although the weather was clearing, the temperature hovered barely above freezing during the day and was dropping quickly at night. With the ice and snow from previous storms, this presented a dangerous situation. Ice would thaw during the day, allowing safe travel, but would refreeze into black ice after sunset, making driving unsafe. Icy roads meant more slowdowns and shutdowns from safety, making this trip even more torturous, nerve-wracking, and tempting to smother Kevin in his sleep, bury him in a shallow grave, and claim he simply wandered off. Tempting, but after the email I'd sent, it would look a little too suspicious. I watched Law & Order. Kevin drove for about another hour before the computer alarm signals that his drive time is running low. Lucky for him, our next fuel stop is only a few miles away. We get to the truck stop, and Kevin, claiming his poor leg is hurting him, leaves me to handle the refueling while he goes inside. I top off the tanks, give the truck a quick once over, and go inside myself for supplies to get me through a hard night of driving. As it turned out, that hard night only lasted about 3 hours, as the frozen roads forced another shutdown, just as I predicted. This went on for about 2 more days. Slow going due to safety mandated slowdowns during the day and shutdowns coming at night when the roads froze over again. I barely said a word to him, but Kevin, thinking that he'd subjugated me with his little anonymous phone call, regaled me with his tired old stories. Car wrecks, jailbird nephew, 21-day coma, how he was going to cut the engine brakes out of the truck. I began to sympathize with Bill Murray's character in Groundhog Day. Every day was simply a repeat of the last. Adding to the frustration was the lack of response to my email to safety. I was getting the feeling that they were actively ignoring me, but I stayed true to my word, sending them daily updates on Kevin's actions. Most of these updates were simply repeats of previous issues, but one would think that if a peon was willing to take the time to do their job, they'd at least send a thank you. By the end of the second day, I start planning to go even higher, wondering how I would go about sending a certified mail to the company CEO. Around early afternoon of the third day, we made it down the eastern slope of the Rockies through Bozeman, Montana.
The roads were clear and dry, and nothing from safety telling us to stop. I was driving at the time and couldn't help but feel relieved. Montana is a beautiful state, but in that instance, it was Hades. In my mind, I imagined William Shatner saying, "Warp speed, Mr. Sulu," and gunned the accelerator down the interstate, headed for Wyoming. I managed to get us as far as the port of entry in Sheridan, Wyoming, before running out of drive time late that evening. I go inside, check in with the Wyoming DOT, and get a weather update. By the way, the staff at Wyoming DOT are awesome people. They tell me that the roads are clear between there and South Dakota. First good news in a while. I show them the paperwork they asked for, stop by the restroom, and head back to the truck. In the dark parking area, I see the hood of the cab rolled open and Kevin shining a flashlight underneath. Odd, but I think he's just checking the oil or looking for fluid leaks. It's a bit of a walk to the truck from the office. The port of entry has a large parking lot, and most of the closer spaces are taken up by other trucks staying for the night. I expected Kevin to be done in a few seconds, but by the time I get to the truck, he's still underneath the cab. I can see a pair of pliers in his hand, and I suddenly become concerned. There was nothing wrong with the truck, and no reason he needed any kind of tool. Not that he should be trusted with one in any case. "What the heck are you doing?" I ask. Kevin, not having heard me approach, nearly jumped out of his skin. "Oh, I was looking at something." "What?" I ask in my not messing around tone. "I saw online how you can disable the Jake brakes. I was gonna try it," he replied. I wasn't mad, I was just absolutely fed up with this. "Get in the goddamn truck, you clown. And if you try that again, I'll make sure safety and maintenance get the video." He starts sulking, but closes the hood. I climb inside, send another email update including how he just tried to disable an integrated safety system on the truck. This is a major no-no, equal to cutting the brake lines on a car. For a split second, I was tempted to let him hang himself with that stunt, but I decided not to, because, given his track record, the truck would likely explode with me in it. Kevin finally pulls out of the port of entry and gets us going again. I settle in the bunk because I really didn't want to talk to him anymore. It takes a while to get to sleep, partly due to Kevin's poor driving, and partly because my brain is busy planning out strategies for my inevitable battle with Kevin and safety. Kevin drove through the night, managing to get through Wyoming and South Dakota, just shy of the Minnesota border. I wake up late the next morning and check my email. Nothing. Keep digging yourselves in a deeper hole, I think, while getting ready. I was beginning to think they weren't taking me seriously. Then, when he hears me stirring behind him, Kevin yells back, "Dispatch wants us to head back to main terminal when we deliver." "Oh," I say, legitimately surprised. "Did they say why?" "No," Kevin replied, before impatiently getting out of the truck. And so it begins, I think to myself. After Chicago, 2 of us will drive back to the terminal, but only one of us will leave. I was determined that, no matter what, I would not continue with this fool after this battle with management was over. I've been tossed around, frozen, chewed out by customers and management, deprived of sleep and driven to the point of insanity over the past 3 months, and I was not going to put up with it any longer. If they tried to pull that "you two need to get along" rubbish, I would forward everything I had on them to OSHA, DOT, and any government agency I could think of. It would take no time at all to find enough dirt to bury the entire company and send half the managers to jail for negligence. I convinced my friends and family to buy stock in competitors first, of course. Fire me, and I wouldn't stop until I owned every truck in the fleet to soothe my mental and emotional distress. As for Kevin, they'd have to dig up half the shoulders on Interstate 80 to find his shallow grave. That is, if I felt gracious enough to dig one instead of making him dinner for a pack of coyotes. I had nothing to lose at this point, and I was ready for a fight. I settle into the driver's seat and set up my GPS. It was then that I noticed something odd. On the steering wheel, there are 2 sets of controls. The left side had the cruise control, and the right was the activation button for the engine brakes. These buttons were the recessed type with a protective rubber blister and backlit with an LED so they can be seen in low light. The engine brake switch was damaged, not worn or dirty, but cut away. I look closely and I can clearly see what I'd been afraid of: the telltale cuts from a knife blade. It wasn't some accidental snag or wearing away from use. There were clear, distinct lines marking where the rubber blister had been cut away. The button itself was, fortunately, still intact and functioned. I pressed it and the indicator light came on.
It was immediately clear that Kevin wasn't able to remove the engine brakes. They were integrated into the engine, and he then tried to make it so I couldn't turn them on. Too bad for him that the truck's designers decided that the engine brakes were important enough to warrant protecting the on switch. All Kevin managed to do was give me one more nail for his coffin. Clear proof he tried to tamper with the truck. I snapped a photo and emailed it to them, explaining this was not like this when I went off duty, and I made sure the knife marks were unmistakable. Kevin comes back in the truck after a bit. I don't mention the switch at all, but without being prompted, Kevin demanded, "Don't use those Jake brakes." I say nothing at first, but when we leave out, I make sure they engage on the way out of the parking lot, and I dare him to say anything more about it. I drive all through Minnesota without stopping. Each time I have to reduce speed, I make sure to use the engine brakes. They weren't as loud as the older models, but it did make a distinctive sound when the truck was coasting. I knew it was angering him, and there was nothing he could do about it. Any more damage to the steering wheel and or suspicious damage under the hood, he'd have to explain why he damaged a perfectly good truck to disable a safety device. Little did either of us know that the next message that came from the computer would change everything. It was from the fleet manager. "OP, urgent, call me ASAP." Uh-oh, I say. Sounds like all hell just broke loose. The company did not allow cell phone use while driving, even hands-free was prohibited, and I wasn't giving Kevin anything to use against me. I decide to wait until the next fuel stop to make the call. I get to the truck stop, refuel, and go inside the store to place the call while taking the legally mandated 30-minute break. "Hey fleet manager, this is OP, driver ID 9876, I say. "Oh, yeah," she replied, seeming very hesitant. "OP, what the hell is going on?" There's no point in playing dumb at this point. You can't launch the professional email equivalent of a nuclear warhead and play innocent. "You got my emails." "Yeah, I did," she replied. "And so did every department head in the company. Safety has been going ape over this." I really didn't want to, I say. Only a half-truth. But Kevin is getting more and more dangerous, and I can't stay in this truck with him anymore. Actually, it's Kevin I need to talk to you about. "Okay, what's up?" "Well, in your email, you said he had memory problems, and he said he'd been in a coma for 21 days? "Yeah." "Are you sure he said 21 days? "It was 21 days, I reply, leaving no room for doubt in my tone. "He's told that same story every day for 3 months, and it's always the same. 21 days. "Yeah, I thought so. He told me the same thing," she claimed. What the frick? She knew about this? Are you kidding me? I wanted to blow up right there, but I managed to keep my cool. "What's going on?" I asked calmly. "I'm not sure," she replied. "Safety wanted me to ask you because it struck them as odd." "It was 21 days, I repeat, just to drive home the point. "Alright, safety wants you guys back here right now. We'll get someone else to run the load. You just get here so we can get this mess straightened out." I was tempted to probe for more information, but I had the feeling there was nothing left to say. "Alright, I have enough hours and fuel, so we should get there tonight." "Good deal," she replied. "We'll talk tomorrow morning." And she hangs up. It takes a few seconds to process what just took place. I'd expected that the emails would cause a bit of a stir, but to have a truck divert nearly 200 miles to relay a load was unheard of. Well, I got their attention at least. I head back out to the truck. Kevin was still sleeping, and I had no intention of waking him up to tell him of our new orders. I program the new route into the GPS and verify it with the atlas. The company's headquarters was only 200 miles or so away, but getting there would take us well away from the interstates and any other major highway. It was shaping up to be a long trip along mostly narrow 2-lane highways south through Wisconsin, Nebraska, and Iowa, Idaho, all over again. I then checked the weather and realized then that I had royally annoyed someone in a past life. Remember that winter storm we hit in Idaho and Montana? It was back, only now it had eaten its Wheaties and bulked up into a full-blown blizzard. Almost the entire route from the truck stop all the way to the company's main terminal was in its sights, and it had itchy trigger fingers. The National Weather Service had issued alerts for the entire area with predictions of heavy snow, high winds, and whiteout conditions. Sounds like fun, right? Under normal situations, I would have taken one look at the weather radar, said, "F that noise," and told dispatch I wasn't even about to attempt that run. They could simmer for a couple of days. Unfortunately, as was the case with Kevin, nothing was ever normal. I had to factor his stupidity into every decision I made, and this one had a very big issue. The issue boiled down to the company's weather shutdown system. For whatever reason, the shutdowns only pertain to certain highways, primarily interstates and major US highways between designated towns, mile markers, boundaries, etc. It did not, however, pertain to geographic areas like cities, counties, or states. Instead of all trucks operating in this part of that state, you need to shut down, they were more like any truck on such and such highway in such and such state between mile markers X and Y, shut down now. The problem with this company's system is that it didn't issue shutdowns for secondary routes like 2-lane highways. In bad weather, the decision to shut down was a judgment call on the part of the driver, and the decision was never questioned or punished. Federal regulations made it very clear that the driver made the final decision as to when and if the trip would continue. I understood that, but Kevin, on the other hand. And as for Kevin's precious company route, well, there wasn't one. The company assigned routes were only generated for trucks under a load assignment. Being diverted like this meant we had to figure it out ourselves. I had no problem with that, but Kevin, he'd probably take a wrong turn into a ghost town where we'd become the inspiration for a new horror movie franchise. Give me a break, I plead to any higher power that may have been listening. I had just gotten the word that the hornet's nest I threw into the company's garden party was starting to sting some important butts, and now I'm going to get taken out by the ghost of Frosty the Snowman. I would have gladly waited it out, but Kevin, being the little sycophant butt kisser he was, would think that if safety didn't tell him to shut down, he didn't need to shut down. Blinding snow, icy roads, no visibility, it didn't matter to him. He was a company driver, and the company told him what to do. Slow down, shut down, only if the company told him to. Kevin hadn't killed us thus far, not for lack of trying, but this was just too much. I made up my mind at that point. No matter what, Kevin would not sit in that driver's seat at all that night. He wouldn't drive the first inch during that storm, even if I had to kill him. If he took over, he would surely head down the highway at full speed, run headfirst into a total whiteout, slam on the brakes, and send us both on a one-way trip to the afterlife. This little idiot had been dragging me through hell for so long, and he was not going to get another chance to kill me. I took a deep, ragged, and exasperated breath. I had two choices in front of me. Literally kill Kevin, or tackle the blizzard-ravaged backroads myself. Rock, meet hard place. It's been nearly 7 years since that day, looking at that phone screen with the route plunging into the storm's radar image. Even now, I often wonder if I made the right decision. I don't know how long I agonized over it, but when the decision was made, it wasn't with absolute certainty. But one thing was clear. There was only one way both of us would make it out of this sub-zero hell alive. F you, Kevin, I say to myself as I fasten my seatbelt, release the brakes, and roll out to meet the blizzard head on. F you. After everything you've put me through, I'm still trying to save your worthless life. And there we go. That sets us up perfectly for the final episode in this saga. I cannot wait. Goodness me. I mean, even there, part 8, phenomenal stuff. Kevin destroying some of the brakes of a truck. Like, what is he actually doing? I know through the whole story, he's not like you, OP, using the engine brakes, but to actively try and dismantle them and render them useless is absolutely nuts. Why? Surely you just leave it. Like, how can someone hate the braking system on a truck that much to try and just rip it out? What is wrong with engine braking? It's so important. I mean, I know I've talked about this before on other episodes, but still, why would you do this? It has to be illegal, doesn't it? Who knows? Yeah, nonetheless, I get the feeling that the last episode here is going to be mental. I mean, who knows what's going to happen? Everyone could die, and it wouldn't even surprise me. I mean, it would surprise me a little bit given that OP is writing this, but you know what I mean. Like, that actually is on the table as a reasonable possibility. This installment begins immediately after the events in part 8. It wasn't long after leaving that truck stop in Wisconsin that I began regretting my decision to push on. It seemed as if the storm had been watching us since we left Lewiston and decided to lay a trap for us once we crossed back into Minnesota on that remote 2-lane highway. Every moment that passed brought heavier snowfall, falling temperatures, and winds that threatened to push the truck into the ditch and leave us stranded. Even as the sun went down and the sky turned to pitch black, there was no sign that the storm was inclined to show mercy. On the contrary, it seemed dead set on punishing me for the hell that I'd unleashed upon the company a few days before. Karma can be a female dog like that. I've learned that during times of life-threatening conditions beyond the control of mortal humans, people have one of two reactions. Many, unable to cope with having their fate in hands other than their own, become overwhelmed with anxiety and give in to irrational panic. Those who are unwilling to simply resign themselves to whatever fate may have in store will stop at nothing until they find a way to cheat fate long enough to make an escape. That night, I knew that giving in to fear would more than likely end in our deaths. At the very least, we'd be stranded in the middle of nowhere until someone dug us out of several feet of snow. Maintaining control of both myself and the truck was non-negotiable if I wanted to see the next morning. Since fear and panic would serve no purpose, I disengaged the emotional parts of my mind and relied purely on instinct, skill, and training. As the night wore on and the conditions steadily worsened, I could feel my control of the situation waning with each mile that passed by. The increasingly heavy snowfall limited visibility to a couple dozen meters, and the wind hammered against the trailer as if it were the sail of a tall ship. The narrow roads offered very little margin for error, and the strong wind gusts required precise corrections in order to keep all 18 wheels on the asphalts. The headlights, to their credit, did their best to light the way forward, but with the combined onslaught of dense snow, both falling from the sky and being blown in front of the truck, they hampered visibility almost as often as they assisted. As visibility oscillated between meters to inches and back within the span of seconds, I had to rely on instinct and timing to keep the truck between the ditches. At times, the snow was so thick that even the beams from the headlights disappeared completely underneath a blanket of white powder. To say that I wasn't tempted to abandon the trip and take my chances with keeping Kevin out of the seat would be a complete lie. I don't know how many suitable parking places I passed that night. Many I very nearly took advantage of, only to change my mind at the last second and push deeper into the storm. When I passed a small mum and pop truck stop, that, in spite of the frozen tempest, was still open, offering food, shelter, and safe harbour, I was convinced that I'd gone completely insane. Who in their right mind would forego sanctuary when the odds were so heavily stacked against him? That would be me, apparently. Each time the temptation of seeking shelter crossed my mind, I was immediately reminded that we were well off the beaten path as far as safety was concerned. Kevin, completely oblivious as to what was waiting for us, wouldn't think twice before diving headfirst into the storm until he received an order to shut down that I knew would never come. His needlessly heavy braking, teeth-rattling gear changes, and inability to drive 5 minutes without taking his eyes off the road to check his notebook would slash our chances of making it through the night from remote to non-existence. The only way to keep Kevin out of the driver's seat, short of killing him, was to make sure my backside didn't leave it. For me, the entire night was an unending exercise in keeping my growing fear in check. Before that night, the most terrifying situation I could remember being in was the time I was doing my solo cross-country flight as part of the training for my pilot's license. That day, I found myself alone in a small airplane, dodging an intense line of thunderstorms while being almost completely lost. I mention it here because, during that long, snow-laden hell, my mind kept going back to that day of dodging thunderstorms. I made it out of that nightmare alive and arriving at my destination before the storms overtook me by sticking to my training. Keep calm, avoid areas of limited visibility, use everything I had to find the runway, and get on the ground as quickly as possible. Strange as it sounds, remembering that brush with death at the hands of Mother Nature brought me some small amount of comfort. I made it out of that death trap alive, so I could surely make it through this one. Driving through a blizzard isn't a skill they teach at CDL school. However, the ability to operate in limited visibility on slick roads and high winds are all concepts included in the training. I'd faced all 3 challenges before that night in a truck. This was simply the first time I had to deal with all 3 at once. Fortunately, all 3 problems required the same solution. Slow down, maintain a stable speed, and avoid rapid changes in speed and direction. It was something that my instructors at the school, as well as my trainer, had emphasized heavily. Fortunately for me and Kevin, I paid attention in class. I don't know exactly how long I pushed through that ice-covered nightmare. There were times when the truck felt as if it were about to give up and skid off the road, only to oblige my corrections and keep going for just a bit longer. Each time I came upon a bridge or overpass, my sphincter would tighten up so quick that it felt as though my butt cheeks were biting holes into the seats. Whenever the truck dropped into a small valley, the cross-current snowdrifts resulted in a few heart-stopping moments of complete blindness until the truck climbed out through the far side. With each passing moment, a new threat presented itself, and each time I did my best to push through. Call it skill, luck, relentless stubbornness, or divine intervention. One guess would be as good as the other. Regardless, with less than 10 minutes left until reaching the company's main terminal, the blizzard had finally begun to tire itself out. The snow continued to fall in heavy sheets, but the wind had abated to more manageable levels, and the visibility improved dramatically. As the remote countryside gave way to the outermost edges of the town, white and orange streetlights revealed what resembled a post-apocalyptic cityscape. Every store, gas station, and restaurant was dark and empty, as if the entire town had been evacuated. When I finally pulled into that terminal parking lot, set the truck brakes, and put myself off duty, I didn't feel relieved or grateful. In fact, I don't remember feeling anything. I sat in the driver's seat for a good half hour, smoking a cigarette in an attempt to bring myself back from whatever trance I'd fallen into. I watched the snow through the windshield while trying to come to grips with what had taken place over the past few hours. Winter had thrown everything it had at me, and despite even my own predictions, I made it out alive and in one piece. I didn't break out in tears, nor did I feel the need to shout in triumph. I was simply exhausted, mentally and physically. When the need to pee came upon me, I got out of the truck. Being late at night, all of the offices and shops were closed, but the company maintained a 24-hour restroom and shower facility at the shop for drivers camped out at the terminal. However, at the moment I needed to make use of the facility, it was closed for cleaning. That is, there was a wet floor sign in the middle of the restroom, a chain across the door, and not a single living soul inside. The floor was covered with melted snow and dirt, much like that on the bottom of my boots. No harm in soiling what's already dirty, I think, so I go inside and relieve myself. On the way out, as luck would have it, the shop assistant who'd been assigned to clean that particular restroom came back from whatever had interrupted his job. When he saw me, he apparently took my trespass on his workspace as a personal affront. "Hey," he said, with tone that would make any Karen jealous. "Are you stupid? Can't you read the frickin' sign?" I, not missing a beat, reply, "Would you rather I stand at the door and pee on the floor, you jerk?" I was not in any mood to deal with a bad attitude at that point. The assistant gets into a huff. "You dang drivers, I get so tired of your BS." He never finished his sentence, as I, a good deal larger than him, got right in his face, looked him dead in the eye, and raised a finger in warning. "Don't screw with me, you idiot. Not tonight," I warn him. After the hell I just went through, I had no intention of allowing some self-important peon to tell me I couldn't relieve an empty bladder because my dirty boots would make his dirty floor even dirtier. Back outside, I light another cigarette and stand beneath the awning, watching the snow fall through the lamplights. Then, as is habit, I take out my phone. I see an unread email. It must have come during the drive, I didn't realise. It was from my fleet manager, and I suddenly was reminded as to why I'd made that nightmare of a journey. That email, I knew, would set the stage for the fight I had been waiting for. Where, when, who, and what would be involved would be outlined in that message. For the past few days, I'd considered every possible contingency of the meeting and felt more than ready. In my point of view, I held all the cards and controlled the terms. Any threats or attempts at coercion, and they would quickly find themselves in a world of hurt. I was ready for anything, and I opened the email. OP. When you get to the terminal, move on to truck 3456 and meet with driver Bob, ID 9123, not his real name. We'll send instructions in the morning, signed Fleet Manager. Okay, I wasn't ready for that. I wanted a new partner, true enough, but I had no idea they'd move that quickly. I didn't know who Bob was or why I was being assigned to his truck. Maybe he did? One way to find out. I go back to the truck. Kevin had been asleep during the entire trip from Wisconsin to the terminal. Just as well, since any snarky comment from him during that blizzard might have been made with his last breath. Now he was wide awake and poring over the computer. "Where are we?" he asked. I go straight to the bunk and begin packing my gear. Main terminal. Fleet manager called me earlier and told me to get here right away. "What's the deal?" At this point, I could have let him in on what he might expect. However, I believe that finding oneself in a fair fight is a sign of poor tactics. I don't know, but I've been assigned to another truck. Kevin said nothing. He'd been completely taken by surprise and had no idea what he was likely in for. Then again, neither did I. I expected to go a few rounds with safety the next morning, and now I'm packing my bags for a new truck? Kevin simply got out of the truck, and I never saw him again. I packed my belongings, left my key in the glove box, and left the truck for the last time. A few moments later, I'm knocking on the door of a new truck. "Are you Bob?" I asked the driver when he answers. "Yeah," he said, rubbing his eyes since I'd just woken him up. "Are you OP?" "That's me," I reply and climb aboard. "Sorry to wake you, we just got here." At first, this doesn't register with him. Then he realizes what I just told him. "Wait, you drove through that?" I take a deep breath. "Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it if you're curious." "You must be nuts," he said. "You have no idea. I guess we're partners now," I say. But Bob screws his face at me. "No," he said, confused. "My partner is waiting for me in Pennsylvania. I was supposed to leave out yesterday afternoon, but the fleet manager called me and told me to wait for you. I figured that you'd know what the deal was." I gave him the basic rundown of what happened with my now former co-driver, how I reported him to safety, and now relayed back to the main terminal. "Dang, man," he replied. "Sounds like a rough gig." Understatement of the year, I think. The next morning, the weather had broken. The sky was dull and threatened to bring more snow, but the wind had dulled to a gentle breeze. As soon as she was in the office, Fleet Manager gave me a call. "Hey, OP," she said, sounding a bit nervous. "Where are you guys at?" "Sitting in the yard." "Wait," she replied, sounding a little confused. "You made it in last night?" "Sure did." "What in God's name possessed you to drive through that storm?" I take a deep breath. It would be best if I didn't elaborate on that point. She wanted to press for more information, but decided not to. "Uh-huh. Did you meet up with Bob and move to his truck?" "Sure did. What's the deal?" "You and Bob are going to take a load to the terminal in Pennsylvania. His co-driver will meet him there. I'm going to have you pick up another truck and we'll go from there." "Okay," I respond cautiously. "Am I going to meet my new co-driver up there too?" "No, we haven't found you one yet. Just check in with me when you get there and we'll see what happens." "No problem." We hang up and I fill Bob in on our new marching orders. The company's terminal in Pennsylvania was about a day and a half with 2 drivers. Fortunately, Bob had already picked up the load before the storm hit, so all we had to do was to get rolling. Since the truck was permanently assigned to Bob and he'd just finished his stint with his trainer, I offer him the first drive shift so he can get used to the truck. As we head out, I got to see the full impact from the previous night's storm. About 24 inches of snow had fallen in just under 12 hours. Every 5 minutes, we saw cars spun out and abandoned in ditches and center medians. At nearly every overpass we came upon, there was at least one vehicle that had lost control and collided with the barrier. There were even semis jackknifed and abandoned where they'd hit deadly patches of black ice. Severe winter weather was common in this part of the country, and even the local residents didn't fare well. When I saw the carnage from the very storm I traversed, I realized just how much danger I'd been in, and how lucky we had been that Kevin had not been the one driving. "Holy heck," Bob said after we passed a semi that had left the road and was now laying on its side. "You drove through this?" I take a deep breath. Yep. For being an inexperienced driver, Bob knew his stuff. For the first time since I finished my time with my trainer, I was riding with someone who actually knew what the heck they were doing. I'd known Bob for only a few hours, but I felt more comfortable with him at the wheel than I ever did with Kevin, and I told him as much. We top off the tanks at the first fuel stop, I grab a bite of breakfast, and head back to the bunk to rest up for my night shift. The rest of the trip to Pennsylvania, I'm happy to say, was uneventful. Wow. Can you believe it, guys? OP chilling at the back of the truck, actually able to relax, their co-driver doing a good job. I never thought I'd see the day. When Bob and I arrived at the Pennsylvania terminal, we say our goodbyes and I go sign out my new truck. I move aboard, store my belongings and log into the computer before sending a message to my fleet manager that I'm ready to go. An hour later, she sends me a load. Pick up the next morning from a nearby shipper with delivery in Missouri. She says to expect a diversion back to the main terminal along the way, but she'll let me know for sure before the time comes. I confirmed the instructions and set the computer aside. For a long time, I sat in the driver's seat and looked around the truck. I was all alone. Kevin was 1,000 miles away, and, for the time being at least, I'd won a battle with management before it had even started. And then, for a reason I can't fully explain, I started to laugh. Whether it was out of relief, of simply submitting to the absurdity of the situation, it felt as though a huge burden had been lifted off of my shoulders and things were beginning to look up. I ended up taking the load all the way to Missouri alone. In fact, I worked solo for the next 2 weeks, and all I can say is, it was heaven. I felt in complete control. I never had to worry about waking up on the shoulder of a highway, not getting an hour of sleep before being dragged out of bed to help Kevin out of another jam, and no more of having my head bounced off a cabinet because of a hard brake check. It was what I'd hoped trucking would be, and I was enjoying every minute of it. After a few days into my solo period, I get a surprise phone call from the last person I ever expected to hear from. Kevin was reaching out. "Hey man," Kevin said, sounding less confrontational and, unless I was mistaken, anxious. "What are you up to?" "On my way to Texas, riding solo." "Cool. I need a favor." "Okay. Can you call safety and tell them I said I'd been in a coma for 21 hours? "What?" I say, shocked. "You told me 21 days. Countless times." "Look man, this is important." He then goes into a long sob story. According to him and his wife went through a nasty divorce. His wife had been granted full custody of their 2 kids. He also said that he'd been to court and the judge ordered him to come back in a year with gainful employment or he'd be sent to jail. I assume that it pertained to spousal or child support, though I don't know for certain. He signed on with the company because they were the only place that would hire him. "Well," I reply, "it doesn't really sound like something I can help with, but if safety calls, I'll see what I can do." The poor guy had no idea who'd put him in this position. I hung up and I never heard from him again. I went about having the time of my life. Not only was I having the time of my life, the fact that I didn't have to waste so much time correcting Kevin's mistakes meant that I was able to make my pickups and deliveries on time, stay on course, and complete my loads without a single issue. In fact, I didn't need dispatch for anything more than sending load information. I didn't even talk to my fleet manager for a week and a half before she called me out of the blue. "Hey, OP," she said, sounding a little curious. "How's everything going?" "Hey, FM, everything's going fine. What's up?" "Oh, nothing," she replied, relieved and now sounding rather chipper. "I haven't heard from you in a while." "Well," I say, trying to make it clear I was joking, "no offense, but I haven't needed to call you." "That's good to hear. When you and Kevin were together, he was calling me about once a day, needing directions, getting lost. Well, I'm not Kevin." "No, you're not. Anyway, I'm gonna work on getting you home for a few days. I found you a co-driver and I'm gonna have you pick him up when you come back to work. He doesn't live too far from you." I'll admit, I was disappointed by this news. I was thoroughly enjoying being on my own, but I also knew that solo assignments didn't last long. The company relied on expedited freight, loads with tight deadlines that required 2 drivers to make on-time delivery. Running solo was only allowed as a short-term measure to allow trucks to keep working until a second driver could be found. A few days after the phone call from my fleet manager, I go home and spend 4 days sleeping in my own bed, sitting on my couch and watching my TV. Yeah, sounds pretty boring, I know, but after 3 months of hell with Kevin, there was nowhere else I wanted to be. The 4 days passed all too quickly, and I was assigned to head back out on the road. I met up with my second co-driver. We'll call him New Guy. Like Bob, the new guy had just completed his month with a trainer and was ready to be a co-driver. While less experienced, he was still a competent enough driver. There's not much more I can say about him. He and I were only partners for a couple of months before he decided to leave for a better job. He wasn't under the same contract as me, and I didn't blame him for leaving, so we parted on good terms. By now, you're probably wondering, what happened to Kevin? When did you and Safety have the battle royale? How much damage did the nuclear email actually do? The truth is, I was asking myself those very same questions for the 2.5 months between the last time I saw Kevin and the time the new guy went on to greener pastures. I decided not to pry, thinking my little nuclear attack probably painted a target on my back, and discretion was the better part of valor. After all, I got what I wanted. Kevin was long gone as far as I was concerned, and no matter what he did, he was someone else's problem. Was I curious? Sure, just not enough to stretch my neck and find out. When the new guy left, I found myself back in the same position I'd been in before. No suitable co-driver was available. By this time, the company had begun to crack down on solo drivers, and I was routed back to the main terminal until something could be figured out. The day I arrived back at the main terminal, I meet with my fleet manager to go over my options. Before that, however, she pulls me into another office with the safety director. When I see the name plaque on the door, a cold chill ran up my spine. It wasn't the battle I'd been waiting for. In fact, the reason they wanted to meet me had nothing to do with the nuclear email. They actually offered me a promotion to lead driver. At first, I wasn't sure that I wanted to deal with more idiot drivers after barely surviving Kevin, but the only other option was to bounce from truck to truck until a permanent co-driver could be found, a prospect I found equally uncomfortable. I asked for a little time to think about it and they obliged. I gave my old trainer a call to get his advice. My trainer and I stayed in touch and became good friends. He suggested I go for it since I'd be the boss and could, within reason, boot a bad student off the truck if he proved too dangerous. I hadn't considered that, and I ultimately decided to take the job. Later that afternoon, I was back in my fleet manager's office getting paperwork ready for my new job. While we were waiting for Sadie to approve the promotion, I decide to ask, "So, what's Kevin been up to?" She buries her face in her hands. Those 5 words had reopened a nasty wound. Trying to control her frustration, she told me what happened after I left with Bob to Pennsylvania. While I was sent on what was a vacation by comparison, Kevin had been tasked with completing the load we'd picked up in Lewiston. However, in typical Kevin fashion, he got lost almost as soon as he left the terminal. I know that we've gone through this, guys, and I'm sorry to interject here, but once again, I have to just state, I cannot believe how bad this guy is at his job. One of the main things that you have to be good at if you're a truck driver is surely navigation, or at least following directions. The number of times Kevin has got lost in unbelievable circumstances is genuinely mind-boggling. Does anyone know? Seriously, get in the comments down below. Does anyone know of anyone that is as bad as Kevin at their job? Please let me know. Don't make it political, but genuinely let me know. It's insane. Anyway, let's get back into it. Kevin had gotten so far off course that the GPS locator on the truck couldn't even be found by dispatch. Oh my goodness, there we go. It took him an entire day to get back on track, only to do the exact same thing twice before finally making delivery 2 days late. I'm just lost for words. The next day, they sent him another load assignment, but had to cancel it because he couldn't find the pickup location, despite the fact that it was less than a mile away. Every sentence gets more and more unbelievable. It was at that point that safety decided to pull him back in until they could get to the bottom of the situation. When he got lost again on the way back, they had him leave the truck in a truck stop and catch a ride with another truck. So now, this truck driver cannot even be trusted to drive a truck. That's where we are. Why did they send him back out after the nuclear email? While I never got a solid confirmation, the rumour is that the safety department used it as an experiment just to see if my claims had any merit. Needless to say, they find out real quick that I wasn't BSing them. If they didn't believe that Kevin was a menace before, they couldn't deny it now. The question was what to do with him. They pulled him in for a meeting to get to the bottom of the issue. When asked about why he kept getting lost, he maintained that he was following the company routes. They then asked about why he couldn't find a shipper less than a mile away. He said he was waiting for the company to send directions. As the meeting wore on, Kevin became more and more worrisome. In his opinion, it was the job of the dispatch office to tell him every move to make, something that was utterly impossible since one dispatcher was often charged with dozens of other trucks and couldn't be expected to babysit each of them. Drivers have to be able to work out issues for themselves and think on their feet when problems arise. Kevin wasn't able to be independent, and whenever the situation required it of him, he ended up in trouble. Everything that took place led to one irrefutable conclusion. Kevin was either medically or mentally unfit to operate a commercial vehicle. Yes, I think we probably knew that by this point. They dug into the claim about the 21-day coma, but found no mention of it in his paperwork. Despite the fact that 2 credible witnesses provided corroborating accounts, it wasn't in his file. When they questioned him, he denied it at first, but a brief investigation discovered the truth.
It was a 21-day coma. How did Kevin manage to slip through the cracks, get a CDL, and go for 4 months before being caught? Well, in simple terms, he lied. In order to get a CDL, one must have a DOT medical certificate. Part of the process of getting that certificate is completing a rather lengthy questionnaire about medical history, drug or alcohol dependency, illnesses, medical conditions, etc. One of these questions asks the applicant to describe any brain or neurological injury or condition. Another, more generic and subjective question asks if the applicant had any other condition that would interfere with the safe operation of a commercial motor vehicle. Kevin, like all other new hires, received a DOT physical soon after he arrived at the training facility, where he filled out the questionnaire form, a form that is controlled by the federal government and, per regulation, the company retained on file. As it happened, Kevin had not told the medical examiner about the coma. When they asked him about it, he tried to backpedal and say it was 21 hours, but when they checked his medical records, I don't know how they did this without violating confidentiality laws, they learned that it was, in fact, 21 days. And with that, Kevin's fate was sealed. He had lied on a government document and obtained a medical certificate and CDL through fraudulent means. After realizing this, the company had no choice but to report the incident to the Department of Transportation. The DOT, in turn, revoked Kevin's medical certificate, rendering his CDL invalid. This was also reported to the DMV of the state that issued his license, and, per state law, the state also revoked his CDL. The company had no choice but to fire him. Kevin had sabotaged his own driving career on day one. Now that is valid, OP, although I would say, surely there's no way he would have gotten his license after being in a coma for 21 days anyway. Although maybe he would. I mean, maybe he would just say he was in a coma for 3 weeks. Then they'd have to do further testing to see if it had any lasting impact on his ability to drive a truck. Yeah, you're right actually. The fact is he did lie, therefore he had to be fired. Who knows what would have happened if he told the truth. My fleet manager, after saying all this, admitted she had her doubts about him early on, due to an incident that happened just before he and I paired up. He was running solo and was supposed to deliver a load in Indianapolis. For whatever reason, he couldn't find the receiver, and according to GPS pings, actually drove around in circles for 2 full days before someone noticed and asked what was going on. When they finally had the issue straightened out, they noticed that, during the entire 2-day period, Kevin was less than 2 miles from the delivery point, driving around in circles. My fleet manager had hoped that another partner would straighten him out, but when it was clear that wasn't happening, all she could do was apologize to me. But the story doesn't end with Kevin destroying his own career. I made a few friends in the company's head office who were there when the nuclear email hit, and over a period of several months, I was able to piece together the full story and fallout of the nuclear email. Bear in mind, it is mostly secondhand information, but they claimed it to be true. After being informed of Kevin's fraud, the DOT wanted to know how someone like him could slip through so easily. When asked how the issue was discovered, the company showed my email to the DOT, who in turn went ballistic. The company, hoping to avoid being prosecuted for negligence, cooperated by conducting an internal audit of the company's policies and procedures. They found several serious shortcomings in many departments, right down to the recruiter who processed and approved Kevin's application. Apparently, the application was approved before a basic motor vehicle report was completed. The MVR showed no fewer than 4 accidents on Kevin's record when he was at fault within the past 3 years. Just 1 was enough to disqualify him. However, it was later discovered that recruiters were often encouraged or coerced to overlook such things and simply get people to sign up and get them to the training facility. Apparently, this was to take advantage of a government hiring incentive, despite the fact that drivers weren't officially hired until after completing CDL school. That is shady. Additionally, the Hours of Service Compliance Department, whose job it was to monitor driver logs and handle violations, had failed to act whenever Kevin, among many other drivers, violated those regulations. The reasoning for this, so they claimed, is that they were overwhelmed with correcting errors in driver logs made by improperly trained drivers.
As a result, they were only allowed to issue notices of non-compliance when the computer flagged consistent violations. Even the safety department found itself under fire when it was revealed that their own people were telling new drivers not to make use of important safety features on the truck. Namely, you guessed it, engine brakes. This became such a concern that, according to rumour, the safety director himself sat in on a new hire orientation and, upon hearing the presenter actively discouraged the use of engine brakes, removed the presenter from the class on the spot and demanded the orientation course be overhauled as soon as possible. In the end, it came down to the safety personnel being reminded that they were not drivers and had no business giving their opinions in place of facts. The last department to take a major hit was training. After reviewing the company's accident history, it became very clear that many new drivers were not properly trained in several key areas. In order to shorten their time at the training facility, the company preferred to teach students the bare minimum to pass the CDL test and rely on lead drivers to fill in the gaps. The problem with this system was that there was very little in the way of a standardized rubric by which a student's driver's skills could be assessed. Essentially, lead drivers were left to their own devices when training students. Whether or not the student passed or failed was, for the most part, dependent on the lead driver's subjective assessment. There were other issues that were uncovered during the audit that are quite technical, but suffice to say, the company had a lot of problems that needed to be fixed, and quick. Despite this, the DOT agreed to withhold prosecution under the condition that the problems were to be fixed within a set period of time. I heard rumours that a few people were fired due to negligence, but I have no way of confirming that. I can only assume that things improved because the company is still in operation to this day. As for me, I finished out my 8-month contract as lead driver. When the contract was fulfilled, I leased the truck under the company's independent contractor program in order to make more money. That was the idea, at least. I did that for several months before growing tired of their mismanagement and left to work for another company. I drove long haul for another year before deciding to move into sectors that allowed me to have more of a life outside of a truck cab. Today, I'm fortunate to work for a fantastic outfit that really appreciates its employees and allows me to be home every night and on weekends. As for the ultimate fate of Kevin, I can't say with any real certainty. Despite everything, I don't hate him. I hope he was able to get the help he needed and turn his life around. If so, then at least some good would have come from everything that happened. And there we go. That concludes the Kevin in a Big Rig saga. What a journey. 7 episodes and it's done. There we are. Now, having finished that phenomenal story, it leaves me with just one question really, and I do want your guys' help in the comments down below. Who is to blame for this? That is what I'm asking. Is it Kevin and his clear ineptitude, his distinct lack of ability to be able to drive and know where he is? And also, we can't really escape the fact that he genuinely did put his life, OP's life, and other people's lives in danger with his reckless driving. Or do we have to blame the company here? I mean, we saw just then from what OP has heard from former colleagues, employees of the company, whatever, word of mouth, the level of just malpractice, I guess, that is just rife within the company. You can't just discount that. That has to be a major factor in this. Ultimately, Kevin should never have been employed in the first place. I've said it for a number of episodes now, here in the context and what's been going on. First of all, he should never have been employed. I think that is clear, given the medical history of this man and the lack of checks that were made by the company in employing him. But then also, he should have been fired a lot longer ago than when he was. And then on top of that, we hear all about the other issues with the safety department, training, etc., etc. Just listed them all through there with OP's guidance. I mean, it's insane. I actually am leaning towards the fact that how badly can Kevin really be blamed for this? How much does the blame lie with him? When in reality, it's the company's fault that he was even in that position in the first place. Guys, get in the comments down below. Let me know what you think. Who is to blame for this debacle, for this 7-part series that, by the way, has been unbelievable to listen to and read? Thank you, OP. Who is to blame? Is it Kevin? Or is it actually the company that employed him in the first place? Okay, so there we go. That is the top 10 Reddit stories of the past year. Let me know in the comments down below. Do you agree with the list? As I said, you guys got involved for this one as well. Of course, I chose ones that just stand out for me. But yeah, maybe we missed some. Maybe as a community we missed some. Maybe you're not happy with the story that I chose for first, although a lot of you guys suggested it as well. That's up to you. Comment down below. Let's have an argument. Let's have a debate. But I think first is there for a reason, personally. Anyway, that is going to do it for this one. If you actually want to see the top 10 Reddit stories of 2023, that's on screen right here. Also linked down below if you're on audio platforms. So yeah, compare the top 10 stories of this year with last year and tell me, if you've listened to both, which do you think was a stronger year for Reddit content? I'm interested to know your thoughts, and I'll catch you in 2025.